reason you find your way here.
Incredible.
The only way you find your way here is because you're curious about flat Earth, right? So if you're talking to any one of us because you're curious about, oh shit, I mean, there's something.
Are those retards still talking about that?
Yeah.
How is it possible?
Oh shit! 6 years later, right?
Yeah, exactly.
7 years later.
Damn right, we're talking about it every fucking day.
Lucky 7 years later, we're still.
You know what's weird? I never hear the first thing people say that they come in here. The pictures in space. Explain it. I never hear that. That's the first thing. If I was curious and I believed in that nonsense, I'd come in here immediately and be like, "There's fucking pictures from space," and it never happens. I never hear these people talk about it. How is that possible?
I mean, I've heard a lot of picture evidence come up over the years. I mean, just like, hey, there's NASA.
Well, it seems to me like they must know already that we're going to hand wave it, which we are.
Well,
it depends on what they bring forward. I mean, if they have a real conversation, then we might consider some of their arguments, but we're always going to, go with our standard, which is there ain't no goddamn curvature.
Yeah. I'm going to go with the standard that you've never seen the globe from outer space. Have you?
Outer space.
From outer space. You saw the globe from out. No, I didn't.
Oh, that's right. No one has because of the moon thing. That's right. I love talking about that.
And outer space is. There's only been like 24 people to go to outer space, man. That's it.
No, they never made it, bro.
No.
They tried to get to the edge of it.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson, man, said outer space is the guys that went to the moon. Those guys went to outer space. Nobody else has been to outer space, man. Period. Nobody.
And they took a picture from the cupola.
The moon's still inside the Earth's air.
Right. So, atmosphere. They're in the atmosphere.
Yeah, all the modern missions are in the lower Earth.
Hey, that's a good one. That's a good one. Damn, those cucks. Welcome to Cuck World.
Talk about some good lyrics, right?
Welcome. Tonight, we're going to... Are you ready to cuck world?
Well, it's kind of like it's like you can create a globe Earth circus, like you could be the circus master. What do they call that guy?
Ring.
The ring master. the globe master. Just like, look at the globe Earth, and let's present it.
Are you ready to cuck world?
Are you ready for the cuck world?
What? Are you ready to cuck world? Oh, yeah. I'm ready. I'm totally ready. Let's go.
Oh, we got to make something like that. We got to do that, Flutter. Dude, we got to do it, bro. Dude, we got to do it.
Oh, man. You and Sonny.
Are you ready for the cuck world?
That's good stuff.
Dude, the globe
You and Sonny have me busting up. You guys are doing
presented. Have you ever seen something so wondrous?
I don't know where it comes
right
from.
in front of your face.
Fake space. You guys had me busting up with that thing, man. It's hilarious.
We try. But yeah, man, it's just like, when you look into reality and what we experience here on Earth, we make jokes here about their globe Earth.
That's all there is. That's all they got is jokes.
Well, no, we have better jokes than they do because we're more creative and more logical, and their jokes are shit.
I don't know. They got Stephen Hawking.
Oh, that's a pretty big joke, too. Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you.
Stop. Here, listen. You said something. We are more creative, man. And it was one of the first things I ever heard from a fucking guy that was questioning that the place we live, and it was like, dude, we are so more creative than NASA, bro. 100 times more creative than NASA.
But they have all the video stuff, but we have people on here that come and say, why don't you believe their supposed creativity?
Man, fine, man.
They're not even good at making fake shit.
Come on, we're spinning, Helio. We're spinning globe. I can guarantee I saw the curvature and the spin inside of a black hole. Promise you.
You know why? You know why our responses to reality are more creative? Because we don't present.
That's right. We don't.
We don't present something that they can't prove for themselves, and that's what we do every day: is present natural physical reality to them.
No, man.
Now they can believe the Earth is a globe, but we actually have we can present to them. Here's why we know that the Earth cannot be what they told us it is, and we do
backed up by their own religion.
Amen, amen, brother.
Like their religion.
We use their religion against them. That's what we do.
Yeah, baby, we got to use it against them, man.
Yeah.
That's it.
They told us a number, 28,901.
You should see the smile on my. You should see the smile on my face right now, man.
Dude, 28,901. Is that real or not?
My fucking smile is 39.59
every day.
So it's big. I'm telling you, it's huge.
Yeah, so I mean, it becomes easy at a certain point. I mean, it's just like, so you believe that, but that's not what you experience, right? So it's step one or step two. Which
is there a difference between experience
and you want to step in, right? It's like which pile of bullshit you want to step.
I want to believe and experience at the same time. Is that possible? I want to do both.
Just pray to Satan.
How about you just observe natural reality and then we'll figure it out from there? You know?
Shit, man. Natural reality, man. Hold on. That's my new t-shirt, bro. We're going to have an entire clothing line called Natural Reality.
We need to make a tee.
Dude, we're going to have a whole clothing line. We're going to have t-shirts and with masks built in.
We'd have something with
natural reality.
34,901, like boom, 34, or maybe just one T-shirt that just says 34,901, boom, and then like with a picture or 34,901, and they it's very obscure. It's like, what the fuck is that?
I've seen it.
What?
I did, and then
I've seen it from the ground. I've seen it from 25,000 feet. I've seen it from 35,000 feet. I've seen the curvature.
I've totally seen it. And then I woke up warm in my bed.
The waves have curvature.
Hey, I got busted. Hey, I got to send Gemsy $100 tomorrow, man. Remind me.
You got busted by your wife or what?
Why don't you send it to him right now?
Dude, show me a picture. I want to know what and he sent me a picture of a wave, and I was like, oh, fuck. I can't deny the wave. I was like,
yeah. I would never bet Gemsy on anything.
I fucking lost, dude.
He's a joker, bro.
Gemsy's got me, man. I'm sending him $100, man, by the way.
Yo. Don't they like launch the rockets into space?
I would never bet Gemsy on anything. He's a joker.
I lost, man.
Could I like ask you guys a question about the flat Earth?
Yes, you may.
No, you can't ask any questions. How about you answer one from about the globe Earth?
Oh, that's it. That's even a better question.
How about that? What's the radius? What's the radius, man, of your globe? Do you know?
Yeah.
Hey, Hawkeye.
I could have swore it was like around like 5,000.
5,000 what?
Oh, cheers, Slatterton.
Yeah,
Hey,
he
does
just
my
did.
microphone sound okay, by the
Yeah,
way?
sounds
Because
great.
I was listening back earlier, it's just earlier stuff, and I turned my gain down. It sounded really loud before.
Sounds fantastic.
All right, cool. So 5,000 what?
5,000 parsecs.
Parsecs?
This isn't Star Wars. A
Yeah,
parsec
weren't you
is-
paying attention in school?
Ooh.
Or
isn't a
in the
parsec,
theater?
So you
a
have
measurement of distance
question
at time.
for flat earthers about the solar system. Let's try to be. What are you asking exactly? You said I have some questions for flat earthers. Why don't you just ask us a question about? Just it can be general, but do you have anything specifically that you want to ask?
I can't let it go on. I was trolling you, man. I was trolling you.
Oh, that was you.
Was that a good voice? Did I do a good impression?
It might as well be, I guess. It doesn't matter.
That was
always,
the deepest stoner impression I could do.
dude. I could do that shit all day. How boring can I
For the
be?
fakest stoner impression.
How boring and ignorant can I be about the new thing that might be flat Earth or globe? This is like a lot of the people that come in here and ask us about the flat Earth, they don't know shit about the globe either. So
no, they don't. You're right. Which is weird. I feel like I knew a lot about it. That could be a good reason why, or one of the factors how you end up here. You know a ton about.
You can tell right away when someone's kind of ignorant about the model, but they're curious about the topic. So you have to be patient with people when they come in here sometimes. But if they really feel like they have something on you, but you can tell right away that they're ignorant about the whole idea, so you can kind of take the piss out of them a little bit. But
well, there's a few technical guys.
You want them to
they'll come in here with their particle physics, or they'll come in here with their satellite talk, or
sure. Well, but you want
whatever
them to stick
talk
around as long as you.
It all proves the flat Earth.
Sure, but you want them to stick around as long as you can.
Some people can't speak so technically, so they try to like impress you, even though it's not going to.
Sure, that's what I'm saying. That's why you ask them more questions than you answer, right? So you just kind of like, oh, wow, you sound really educated about this topic. So why don't you tell me about how I'm wrong about the flat Earth, or even just you don't even have to bring up flat Earth. It's just like, see, you ask them first. I'm like, wow, how did you find the survey? You sound really intelligent. But just bring them to a point where they're going to answer all the questions, because they're already disturbed when they come in. It's like, these flat Earthers, I'm going to get them. I'm going to get them. I'm going to get them. And so you kind of want to
maybe not everybody, but yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not everybody. No, because a lot of people that join,
I think some people actually just want to do the listening thing. People talk about that a lot.
I get that,
they
but once they open their microphone and start getting at you, bro, it's no holds barred once it goes when somebody opens their microphone and they start to kind of ridicule you. You know what I'm saying? As if you've never heard this shit before. It's no holds barred at that point. So then you have to kind of be like, all right, really? So this is what. All right, so tell me what you know about flat Earth versus globe Earth. Tell me about how you have the proofs for a globe, and let them answer. That's the kind of the way I do it sometimes.
Anybody talk to this Hawkeye Hawkeye?
He can't hear us.
He just had his mic open. Like he had both of his things open.
He said a few things, but No one was like directly talking to him though.
Yeah, I was trying to while he had it open. I was trying to ask him some questions, but he's gone now. Oh, somebody will get him.
Yeah, it sounded like he wanted to speak up about something, but he kind of trolled out a little bit.
Cool. It's really late here in North America, so
I just think his username is interesting with his like bio. He says he's a content creator. I'd like to see his content.
Wants to achieve enlightenment. You know, I still want to as well. I like that.
It says on a journey to achieve enlightenment through peers and a good time and friends through Discord.
There was a small time when I was an atheist and I was thinking like, oh, the most important thing. I was like I don't know, some kind of weird spiritual atheist where like I wanted to reach enlightenment. I thought that could be a possible thing. But
still possible, but not.
I really like the idea. It's cool.
Yeah, it's still possible, but not. Well, I won't say it's not possible in any way that he might think is possible, but unfortunately, he won't open his microphone and talk to us.
Yeah, he got impatient.
Oh, he just messaged me, so
cool.
Hopefully he can come back in.
Yeah, I mean, when we're, checking.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying,
he just sent me the gravity thing. The
sometimes we're
little science experiment.
That's absent.
I sure did. I'm glad that you've seen it. That's good.
Yeah, I know all about how that's bullshit.
Gravity.
Cool. Why'd you send me to come back? Like, I'm curious.
Because
you're a globe skeptic. I mean, it says you're
gravity
skeptic, so
just showed me.
Here. Let's talk.
My mother just told me. My mother gravity just told me 10. What is that? That old phrase. My mother just served us 9 pizzas. That's the solar system, right? My very educated mother just served us 9 pizzas.
Yeah, Copernicus. He's
hey,
he's
Hawkeye.
a priest of the heliocentric model. Heliocentric.
Hey, Hawkeye, what makes you a skeptic?
Someone gave me a role and I didn't argue with them. So.
Oh well, he should get switched to globe earther since he's obviously not a skeptic.
Where are you getting that information from? I just said someone gave me a label and I didn't challenge.
Wait, yeah, hold on.
Somebody gave you the label, but you're defending gravity.
No, hold on.
How am I defending gravity? This is this is interesting. I sent you a link. No context, nothing involved, and you just assume. So you know what they say when you assume, it makes it.
Okay, well, do you want me to? What do you want? What do you want by sending that link? What response do you want?
I have a third party in the room with me, and I was showing them that for people in this room that are really intelligent, that people in this room understand these concepts. So it's not like you don't know what the fuck that is. So you guys have this knowledge and this belief with having already understood the heliocentric model.
Not a belief.
There you go again. You have you're arguing for no reason.
Conrad, back off a little bit. Conrad, I mean, I got you. You said somebody just gave you the globe skeptic role.
No, I've had it since the first time I was in here.
Well, that's the only role you have.
Because I said I wasn't 100% sure.
Okay, well, okay.
Like any smart person would. Like, it's instead of just,
No, a lot of people say they know it's a globe.
I know they do. And they never.
Sorry, Conrad. I mean, but at the same time,
I believe in gravity.
I think you guys were not talking about the same thing.
Do you believe in
I
gravity?
I just sent him a picture or a video.
Okay, but you sending this to me gets me to ask you the question: do you believe in gravity? Yes or no?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. So why are you sending that? Do you want me to explain that link to you or something?
I was showing my girlfriend that's sitting in the room with me that the people in this room are knowledgeable. So if I were to send something like that or bring up something like atmospheric refraction, people in this room would know about it, and you don't just clamp onto the idea of flat Earth with, you know what I mean?
ignorantly with no knowledge. So I was showing her that people in this room are intelligent by sending you that and watching you flip out about it like
There's
this.
people of all spectrums from all over the world.
Yeah, everybody's
What
gonna
is that in
respond to
your-
that message differently, dude.
Wait, is
Yeah,
that
that was
your
nice. That was
intention,
nice.
Hawkeye? Just like to be controversial and help people flip out about some weird shit?
Yeah, like I did that once by mentioning atmospheric refraction and everybody bugged out.
I guarantee
Really?
you send that same link to anybody else, you're gonna get a different response.
No,
Everybody
hold
just
on.
reacts
Hawkeye,
differently.
atmospheric refraction. What do you mean by that?
That's all I said. That's my whole point. I didn't have to say anything. I can just say the phrase.
I know, and that's why.
What's required for refraction?
See, that's why I can tell you don't give a shit about it. You just said it to trigger.
We're playing a game.
The
So
room.
what's your stance?
My stance is you just
not your stance. Come on,
no.
Hawkeye, what's your stance?
My stance is nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. I just different people act differently.
Yeah, you have this. You have this global
No one's
skeptic
hostile.
role. Don't fucking interrupt me when I'm trying to talk to you. You have the stance to trigger the room by saying atmospheric refraction. You just admitted it.
I said it happened once, yes.
But
I mentioned atmospheric refraction.
It happened once? Where?
No, you literally just explained how you sent me that link just to show your girlfriend how
that people here are
reacts.
knowledgeable and that you're not going to be like, what the fuck is this? That you're going to know what it is and have probably seen it.
Yeah, we know. We talk about it all the time. So
Exactly.
Hawkeye, you're the one that ignorant here, bro.
No, he just assumed that I was saying something I wasn't. He just assumed.
All right, well then, how about you be specific about exactly what you were saying instead of...
usually when I post a link, it's something I've been talking about, so...
Oh, actually, I was deafened, so I couldn't hear you because I was just watching that video with my girl. And then I got a message from you. A friend request.
So, what do you want to talk about, Hawkeye? What do you want to talk about?
Nothing. I was actually in here to listen to you guys talk.
All right.
Well, now we want to talk to you.
Have you
you're listening to us. Now we want to talk to you, buddy.
All right, Hawkeye, since you're in here, I mean, how much flat Earth info have you come across, and what do you think so far?
Probably the same shit everybody else comes across. I look at both sides.
Same shit. I mean, just like
no, pretty much the same shit. Like I try to look at all sides of it, like the both sides. People trying to say how retarded flat earthers are, and people that say the opposite. So like I forgot who the guy was, but he was doing a video called "The 10 Things All Flat Earthers Say," and he was going over all the talking points, and it's true. Everybody does kind of say the same thing. So I don't know. I'm just viewing it completely before I come to a conclusion. I'm not going to just jump on one side.
How long do you think it will take for you to go over the information before you actually kind of like lean towards a side?
When I get to experience more of those things for myself.
Hey, I have a question.
You're fucking boring, Hawkeye.
Have you ever seen the curvature yourself?
Nope, neither have you.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I haven't because I know that it's flat, okay? So next question. Okay. How high do you think you would need to be to see the curvature?
Like 120,000 feet? 115,000 feet?
Oh, that's great. I can send you a link to a video that with a high altitude weather balloon that goes up that high. You want it?
I've seen it.
Wait. Hey, don't let him hook you. Don't let him hook you. He's obviously a troll. Hawkeye, why are you in here trolling us, bro?
I'm not.
Let him sound like an idiot.
Yes, you are.
I'm not. It's just
you a goddamn lie.
That's all. It's not a big deal.
Helio, he's probably with the same.
Somebody else kick him before I do, but I'll let him continue this.
I don't think. I think you'd upset other people that remember me from other sessions we've had in here that know that I'm legit.
Bullshit.
Like the person that I messaged to give me permissions to talk in VC knew that I was legit and didn't come.
If you were legit, you wouldn't need permissions. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Had joined.
I'll shut up.
I mean, they would give us stray dog VC perms in here. They give us stray dog.
This doesn't need to be so tense like this. Well,
I know they're all attacking me for no reason. It's weird.
What is it that makes you a skeptic? That's what gets into the
smart. It's smarter to instead of just coming in here without knowing everything and just saying, "Oh, I know the Earth is flat," and blah blah blah, and like start talking down to people when you
no,
really
like, why are you even curious about this subject?
Well, how did you know 120,000 feet?
Because I look at everything. I look at both sides of the arguments, and I haven't came to a 100% conclusive conclusion yet.
Most people aren't curious; they just write it off, just simple, just like that. There's no way.
Because there's a lot of suspicious
so there's
shit,
something different about you, and you're curious.
Looked at it. Like Antarctic, like the Antarctic Treaty, for example. Like how
Yep,
like that
here
one
we go.
thing. Fuck everything else, but that one thing. How does that not make someone want to really look at it, though? You know what I mean? So that's why it keeps me in it. And like,
well, my buddies, when I tell them about that, they think it's fake. They're like, "What are you talking about? There's no
look
treaty."
it up though, so then they're just ignorant. They can literally look it up.
Yeah, they're just like, "You're a complete idiot. There's no treaty. What are you talking about?" I'm like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, see, I'm just not 100% sure. I'm not going to say one way or the other. Just,
well,
oh yeah, I know. I feel like I'd have a better chance after I trip hard on DMT because I feel like I'm going to learn a lot about the universe if I take a high enough dose of it.
Stick with psilocybin
instead of DMT.
No, I haven't tried DMT, but psilocybin is super safe.
I don't know. I haven't done it.
Hey, Hawkeye, do you think that we could all get together and make a trip to Antarctica?
We'd be stopped. We'd need to go through all. I've watched this video also about what it would really take if you really wanted to go on an Antarctic expedition, and the list of requirements and regulations are so ridiculous that it's impossible. Like you can't use any vehicles, you can't have any dogs, and if you do, for whatever reason, you have to make sure they don't shit somehow and piss, but you can't bring anything, and you can't dispose of your garbage, so you have to keep it with you. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. They won't let you do it, so that's like why. What are you hiding besides crazy research?
Yeah, I'm not talking to this guy anymore. I'm convinced he's trolling. So.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, he's an idiot. I think you're trolling, bro. Because
I didn't pick that up. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't pick that up.
I'm convinced.
But I'm pretty naive.
I've done countless hours researching and looking at everything from Admiral Byrd's expedition.
No, it's all right. You can talk. You can talk to these guys about it. I'm not gonna entertain you.
That's cool.
To me, you're sounding like a someone that's researching the truth. That's from what I can tell. And yeah, that's good because a lot of people won't bother.
Right. So obviously from the shit that I'm saying that that I've sat through countless videos and looked up countless things.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm not just up here trolling.
There's a million puzzle pieces, and as soon as you get the big picture, it all starts making sense.
I see your picture down there. I see your picture. I see your little icon. I know you understand about the Akashic records and shit, don't you? You know about that shit, don't you?
That's right.
Well, that comes from DMT tripping and understanding it thoroughly. Like the reason why I haven't done DMT yet and I'm 31 is because I'm not smart enough yet. I'm still ignorant. I still know nothing. And 5 years from now, I'm going to say, wow, I was a fucking retard at 31. So I'm not taking it yet because I don't want to have a bad trip.
The amount of wisdom that's coming in the as you age, it's incredible. So yeah, let's see. What's the best globe proof, if any? Like, are you like a satellites? Satellites are flying around, and that proves the globe type of guy, or like where are we at here?
I'm sorry, I was speaking, my girl. Dude, were you saying something to me?
Yeah.
Well, you have to repeat it. I'm sorry, dude. I was talking.
Between you and your girlfriend, what's the best globe proof? There should be a good amount of globe proof, right?
Just CGI composites by NASA that gets over $50 million a day funding that are all made up of data points and line graph images that they just put together in a picture. So that's the best evidence we have, and it's totally bullshit. So that's it. Yeah. So it's not very strong.
So you're saying the best evidence we got is
They're CGI composite imaging.
And they're allegedly from space / of the universe. These fake images, that's what you're saying?
Yes, they are fake. They're not real. They're artists' interpretation of data, dude. They say it. It's not like photos. Nobody got out really far away and like made it past the Van Allen radiation belt, and all their shit is totally cool and didn't get damaged, and then they totally snapped the picture and then got it back. It just didn't happen. I've watched Buzz Aldrin bug out when some guy goes up to him and is like, "Hey man, can you believe there's crazy people out there that believe you haven't went to the moon? Here, can you put it to rest and just lay your hand on this Bible and swear to God that you took a step on the moon?" And he just wouldn't do it and got violent and punched him. Why would you do that? If I really went to the moon and stepped on it, I would 100% be like, "Hell, sure. I swear on my life, on my soul, so help me God that I stepped on the moon," whatever. But he didn't. So that's really interesting.
Crazy.
I would be super proud that I walked on the moon, bro.
You got the same MO as the guy that came in here earlier.
Really?
Yep.
This is the trend, huh?
Oh yeah, this is definitely a trend.
That's funny,
dude. Like the way he's responding.
He wants to go to Antarctica too.
Especially the question when you asked him, he's like, "Oh wait, what? Were you talking to me? Oh, you have to repeat it." He had to look it up. That's why it took him so long.
Sounds like homie's smoking some good.
So, yeah. And the third party, is probably not his girlfriend. He's probably laughing with his little boyfriend.
That's all it is.
That's funny. Oh man.
Yeah, man. The part where they messed up is they all come in here saying the same exact thing. Yeah, they can switch their responses up and reorder it. But
that was one of my points before. Is like everybody that's looked at flat Earth, like that one guy. I forgot what his name was. I think it was David something. But he tried to use it as like a video to debunk flat earthers and said we all say like the same like 10 things. But I watched that video and I'm like thinking that is true. We all do say those same things. But is that
why did you just say we? Why did you just say we?
Oh, because you can consider myself, since I'm skeptical and I'm looking into the information, you can consider me a flat Earth something, like whether it be research
a flat Earth something
or something. Yeah.
Wow, I would just consider you a troll.
You thought I was a troll, but then you caught me saying we as in flat Earthers as a whole. So yeah.
No, you are a troll.
Sure. Whatever helps you.
I mean, I'll sleep fine no matter what, regardless of the situation, because I know the truth. But you're the one here trying to troll us. So
is your mind affected by the juice?
By the juice?
Oh, he probably got the double juicy.
Test the waters here.
He might have got the all-in-one though. He could have got the all-in-one. You know,
the JUICE, like the orange juice.
Yeah, that's the stuff, man.
Or the JOOCE juice.
Same line as the giggler guy. Oh, whoops, I was talking to my girlfriend. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Sleepy Joe. There was a guy here earlier. Oh, yeah, one sec. I have to go let my dog out. Oh, yeah, one sec. Every time you ask him the hard questions, they take so long to respond because they got to look it up. These guys, they got like a whole list of how we're gonna respond to shit and like how they're supposed to answer.
What he's doing is trying to troll me.
Look, he's like talking in the background.
I'm talking to my girl because I'm like
he's trying to like back up his troll right now.
Either way, this is good. This is good content. Either way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's great. I love it.
That's not gonna work. I'm like impervious to being like getting emotionally anything from anybody on the internet. I mean I've been enlightened
cool.
more and more each week. So like I'm at a higher level of consciousness.
We deal with trolls on a daily basis. So,
and your negativity doesn't resonate with me and affect my energy. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, they are trying out new tactics, but we're not stupid, exactly. They're the dumb ones. They don't realize how obvious it is. Like coming in here when you got all in the same week, like 5 guys in here coming in here asking, "Oh, let's go to Antarctica. Let's go to Antarctica. Why aren't we going back?" Like they're always talking about and then same thing with what you said before. But I'm not gonna keep talking about it. This is what he wants. So I'll talk about something else.
You're weird. Just so you know,
dude, you're the weird one.
Okay. Thanks.
We should get a new role in here called Antarctic Voyagers and just
no. We should get a new one in here. You should put untrollable, but it would make people continuously try to troll me. That's the only downside to that.
I like the Antarctic Voyagers.
Okay. Do people come in here and say, like, what if someone else came in here and mentioned the speed of the Earth rotating around the sun being 66,600 miles per hour, being 666, and the tilt of the world on its axis at 23.4 degrees, subtracted from 90 degrees equals 66.6. When you look it up on Google, they round it up to 66,700 miles per hour.
It's almost like you're just reading this off from
I'm actually using my brain, dude. I'm not reading anything.
Oh, really? It sounds like you're reading it, because I could have just pulled that all out of my ass, but you had to like take your time to
make sure
formulate
I
that response.
And try to get like people jumping down my throat, because I've learned that
you didn't slip up.
Right. That's right. So I, took my time.
You've been looking into this and watching many videos, and you have the really easy
I did
numbers
that like literally like
yet.
2.5, 3 years ago, before they were all like swept away on YouTube and like hidden, so you have to actually like search them directly. And all you see is hit pieces when you type in flat Earth now, kind of like with Alex Jones. So like, no, like 3 years ago, I got on it and I didn't get stuck on it, and I didn't use it as a distraction to distract me from my entire life. And I moved on to other things. And then recently I got invited to a server, so here I am. You know what I mean?
Does that ring a bell? On Rosicrucian?
I do love your persistence, though.
It's not an act, dude.
No, you're very persistent. That's a good trait. You should apply it to something other than this game that you're playing.
Is your girlfriend a normie?
A normie?
Yeah.
I don't know. She just listens.
You would know.
Right.
Well, then I must not know what a normie is then, because I don't know.
You know what I know?
What?
Take a guess.
That there's no curvature.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
That's what it was.
We do not observe curvature, but that's not what I was gonna say. But it's all right. You didn't guess it, so you'll just have to live your life wondering.
That's funny. That's water.
Just like we're all wondering why you're trying so hard.
I think you're speaking for everybody. I don't think everybody's wondering.
Well, there's a lot of people wondering what's the deal with this. So,
with what, dude? This weird guy messing with this guy? I don't know. It's weird.
Everybody knows. Everybody that's listening knows you're trolling. That's the thing. Like, you hear anybody coming? Do you hear anybody coming in to back you up? Yeah, there were a few people at first, but we all know you're trolling. So nobody's gonna back you up, because we know you're just here. You're just here because you think you're gonna make us look stupid, when you're the one that looks dumb trying so hard.
I'm literally not doing that, but you are making yourself look stupid.
I'm here to take a piss.
That are just wrong.
Yes, take a piss, please. Piss on this guy.
No, pissing on the globe. Sorry, Flat Earth dude. He's the man.
I'll put myself out there. Hey, are you looking for curvature that doesn't exist? Is that what you're looking for?
Help him, Tilo.
Confirmation bias? Is that what you're going to get at right here?
No, because
I don't think it's
you personally can never find curvature of Earth. Now, you can make assumptions about many different things. I mean, personally you've never observed curvature of Earth. That's what we're looking for. Proof that the Earth is a globe. You're not going to find it. You can make all kinds of assumptions and make fun of people that think the Earth is flat and all that kind of stuff. But you're not going to actually be able to prove that the Earth is a globe through whatever. You can make fun of us all day, but you don't have any physical evidence. So, yeah, keep making fun of us and just laugh. Hey, we're used to ridicule. It's not a big deal to me. I'm used to it.
Stay away from the juice.
The juice. Yeah, sure. All right, but it's not even about that either. It's just like, hey, partially, have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth? It's just like, I mean, you can make we go through the calculations. We do that all the time. This
From what
is
I hear,
exactly what we do. That's
the
what
Earth
we do.
moves at Mach 88.
What? The Earth moves?
No, it doesn't. Relax.
Okay,
relax.
cool. It doesn't.
According to their nonsense, Mach 88.
I'm just talking to the other brother. He's going to figure it out really quick that he's full of shit. The Earth doesn't.
I mean, no, he's having fun with it. He got a reaction, so.
Yeah, I mean, he got a reaction.
That's what he's looking for.
Okay,
that's what he's looking for. It doesn't really matter what he gets. He's just looking for a reaction.
Sure, but he might have got the wrong reaction with the wrong people because we're going to prove him wrong about every single point he's trying to make.
These are the same two that have been doing it the whole time. No, they're not speaking for everybody.
Been in here, you have respect.
I know.
We've been doing this for a very long time, so it's not like he's going to show us something we don't already know. But you dumbass flat earthers, motherfucker, we know the globe better than you do.
That was my point. That was the whole point of me sending that image when he started inviting me back and sending me a friend request. It was a video me and her were watching at the time, and I was saying to her how this room isn't a bunch of retards that don't know shit. They're people that understand both sides, and you have to know both sides to have the good argument. And
yeah, it's a good point.
That's all it was, and nobody's hearing me out. Or you just this guy anyway.
No, sure. Yeah, it gets frustrating sometimes. Sorry.
It's important to understand though that what they're saying, like understanding how space is like warped by objects in mass, and it creates this gravitational force. And like when they're doing that demonstration, you can see the orbital fucking like orbits or whatever the fucking things they're moving in and closing in because we're on Earth and there's gravity or whatever. But in the vacuum of space there wouldn't be, so they stay in the same kind of pattern and don't keep going in towards the sun. Like just knowing the answers for the mainstream version of the truth and then learning the other side. Like you have to. You can't just be like, I think.
I mean, sure. If you want to have a full understanding, you have to understand both sides. And then you have to choose one.
To quote Chancellor Palpatine, to quote Chancellor Palpatine, I'm sorry, from Revenge of the Sith. If one is to understand the great mystery, you must study all its aspects, not just the narrow dogmatic view of the Jedi. So that's what he said, basically, is what I'm saying.
Yes, beware the wood of the holly.
Mm-hmm.
The leaves, they have thorns on them.
I like in that song that the Flat Earth song, MIDI HC, like one of his first lyrics in that song. Can't remember the name of it. He said broken geometry, right? How can geometry be broken? Well, I guess it can be broken if it's misunderstood. You know what I mean?
Isn't that what a glober is? Someone who's broken and misunderstood.
I mean, if you believe the Earth is a globe, even though you experience the Earth as a level stationary plane. Well, I mean, you believe the Earth is a globe, but but what you experience is a level stationary plane.
I mean, the people that have never looked at flat Earth before and they don't know anything about it, they might not be lost because they haven't had the chance to see that information. But the people that look into both sides heavily and they still take the ball, they're very lost.
Yeah, second, third, fourth chances, and it's like, well, maybe this, maybe that, maybe that. But if you're a globe skeptic, just like going, well, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. Like when you see Earth for what it is, and it always has been.
Hawkeye, did we go to the moon? Did we go to the moon?
No. They faked the moon landings. It's kind of obvious. Yeah.
Yeah.
You think they faked them?
Yeah. The thing that I still don't understand though, like about the whole thing, is like the ISS. Like if you could set up telescopes and look at it up in the atmosphere, sky, or whatever the fuck. Like, what is that if it's not the ISS? Like, that really throws me off on being like, okay, the Earth is a globe and they're lying to us all. Like, what's up with the ISS? What's up with the footage of them up there? And what is all that? They're just in lower Earth orbit and they can just stay up there? Like,
how would you suggest we figure that out?
By asking questions in a Discord.
But would asking questions really figure that out? I mean, you need direct verification, direct validation of any claims of what it is. Now, in order to do that, you'd have to go up to it and touch it. Anything less than that is pointless.
So it could be one of those
absent of all the hold on. Absent of all the principles of how the ISS could be orbiting around Earth. Have you seen the footage of what the astronauts that they claim are in the ISS? And
Good point.
I mean, I want to just expound upon Orion's point.
Yeah.
How when we watch the footage in the ISS, are they pretending to be in an orbital spacecraft, or are they actually there? In your opinion, you can give your opinion. We're cool with that. Do you think that there are actually people on the ISS doing the shit they're doing?
I don't know. Every spacewalk I've watched, I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but they're not really doing shit. But the one time I could have sworn I seen a rat, but it could have not been a rat. And then other time,
no, that was a SpaceX thing. That's something different. I'm talking about
SpaceX?
the ISS. Yeah, I'm talking about the ISS.
I don't know. And even still, I heard that was all
making tacos in the ISS and shit. I mean, I'm talking about the ISS, man. Do you think those people are actually in space orbiting Earth?
I don't know for certain, but I'm being told no. But like looks pretty convincing, man. I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, to me, it's a story. But if I'm wrong,
I would love
then freaking tell me why I'm wrong about this. I think they're faking it. Just like the moon landing, they were faking that shit. You already admitted that they were faking the moon landing. Why wouldn't they fake the ISS?
Because there's not in the middle of a space race with another country in the world.
Oh my god!
He's got the bigger balls for the ISS, so that's like a side thing. I think that's because NASA has that ridiculous funding. I think NASA also was that breakaway government.
Right, so space tacos are real, but
I never heard of space tacos. I don't recall ever seeing anybody eating tacos.
Okay. Well, I've seen it. I can show you the videos, but anyway.
That's awesome.
But anyway,
NASA's allegedly started by Nazis.
Yeah, they took people after World War II. They got a bunch of Nazi scientists, and they helped develop NASA or whatever. And that's like their little secret breakaway government. That's like a super conspiracy theory. But like, no, NASA's really sketchy, man. I don't know. I can't believe shit.
Okay, so
honestly.
NASA's out. What about SpaceX?
Step by step.
I like Elon Musk. I kind of trust him.
You like Elon Musk? Why?
Well, what he stands for is ideals and ideologies. Like the fact that he's like bought Twitter just like so people can have a free speech kind of thing, and now all of a sudden you're gonna hear stories about how he's a rapist.
Yeah, man, you really messed up when you brought up that video that was sent to the other guy earlier.
I didn't mess up at all.
Yeah, you did. It's all right though. You can keep talking to these guys. Sorry for interrupting your conversation.
No, sure. I mean, this is why I asked directed questions. You know, I ask directed questions to have someone, you know, that's new talk more than I do, because I'm not here to convince anyone. So I mean, I want you to tell us what you think, because if you're new here, I mean, shit. If you're curious, the only reason you're here is because you're curious about what we think. But if we can get you to express your opinion, then we can give you our opinion as well, even if it's contrary to yours as well. So,
yeah, be honest. Be honest at least. I mean, don't come on here and troll. Like you know, you're on here trolling because you know you can't win. You can't win the argument. You have no argument. That's why you're trolling.
well,
But you could be honest. You could give us your best shot.
I don't immediately say someone's a troll. You just ask them directed questions.
This guy messed up though. I didn't call him out until
I know that, but see what I did though. I just asked it was like anyway. I mean, is this a lost soul? I don't think so.
Yeah, because I was just joking, right? And I was like, what? Are you gonna bring up Antarctica next, or the Antarctic Treaty? And then he just completely references this video in detail.
Though. In my opinion, Orion, that's too far. I think you want to get them to speak about something they didn't want to talk about in the first place.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing, though. But if you let him talk, though, he's just continuing his troll, Helio.
No, not necessarily. I don't know.
Yeah, because he's going and he's trying to take
we have different methods, I guess. You know, that's fine. That's fine.
Well, no, were you here earlier?
Yeah, well,
like way earlier.
Well, like
this dude was coming in here. This dude was coming in here.
I've been listening for like the last hour.
No, I'm talking about like 6 hours ago.
Oh no, I wasn't.
This dude was in here, right? And he's asking about Antarctica, just like people have been for the last week. And then Quantum Eraser comes in, sends him a video that's like 30 minutes long. The guy leaves and then watches the video and never comes back. All right, now this guy comes in.
If he went through all that, then it's a waste of time.
I think
no, I'm telling you, this is a different guy though. This is a different guy, right?
Oh, okay.
This guy comes in here, he starts talking, right? And then I'm like, oh yeah, yep, he's trolling. I could tell by the way he was talking. And then I was like, are you gonna bring up Antarctica now, or the Antarctic Treaty? And then he references that video in detail. He references that video in detail right after I bring it up. Like he's already watched it recently today. Different guy from earlier. So he's obviously been talking to that guy. It's a group of people.
Yeah, you can tell trolls right away. I mean, if you've been doing this for a while, yeah, I mean, you can tell right away whether.
Yeah, but sometimes you do make mistakes.
So you're saying trolls run in packs? I didn't know that.
What?
Yeah, they're grouping up because they can't come at us alone anymore. I guess. I mean, they're trying something different. It's very interesting.
Wait, genuine people come alone. The only time we get attacked is in packs. They say, hey, they come from other servers and say, hey, let's go talk to these flat earthers. They only come in packs. And nobody, anyone that's genuinely interested won't come in here
I'm saying they're working really hard right now. Like they got
hey, you know,
yeah, they're taking
I'm going
time
to
with
tell you
their
from
responses.
Hey, Ryan, I'm going to tell you from experience. The only time you're going to get
You're talking Conrad.
Conrad. Well, I mean, or Ryan too. I mean, because he talked to them earlier as well. The only time they come in packs is when they decide to come invade the server. If it's an individual, they just decide to come over here and talk to a flat earther. They might, they might be from one of those servers and then go back and, report. But if it's a lot of times it's an invasion from another server. It's like, hey, let's go over and talk to these flat earthers. I mean, you've experienced it before, haven't you?
You see the chords?
I mean, I've never talked to a guy, and I've never picked up on this pattern between different people.
No. I'm talking about like when you get like 6, 12, 15, 20 people come out all at once.
I'm not really like a satanic psychological thinker like that, so.
No, I'm just talking about from other servers. They're just like, hey, they found the flat earth server. Let's go over there and talk to them. They all come at once, and it's just like, all right, what are we gonna do? And they'll have like a leader or whatever, and they're just.
I've never seen that. No, I've never seen that.
Bro, man,
no.
we get invaded a lot of times, so that's why we have these processes in place. Okay. Yeah, it happens often.
Oh, I see.
I mean, I think they already know by now that they can't actually invade our server, that way.
Except
but
for that's wrong.
It doesn't normally stop.
That's wrong.
Because I actually kind of welcome that. It's like, hey, get your ass over here. Who are we going to check in first? So we have people from the live stream jump in the check-in room. We check people in, get them in here, talk about flat earth.
That's wrong, though. What's going on there?
Who's the mumbler? Somebody's mumbling. Okay.
I guess that was me mumbling. I was using another program and hitting spacebar, and it was unmuting me in Discord at the same time.
Okay, sorry, brother. Yeah, you should mute your mic if you're not talking. So.
I was muted. I was pressing spacebar in another program, and it was unmuting me in Discord.
Okay, my bad. But anyway, yeah, I could just hear you mumbling in the background. You weren't talking to us, you were talking to other people. But yeah, I mean, we do get groups of people that they think they're attacking the server, but they don't really have a chance unless they go through the check-in room, which they gladly do sometimes. I mean, check a few in at once, and they jump into the live stream, boom, and check-in room is really fun. You can talk to them, but you don't want to spend too much time with them there. You want them to go to live stream so they can be introduced. I mean, it sounds like, for the most part, new people that are introduced to Flat Earth, that's where they find the real discussion about Flat Earth. If they become unruly, then that's where the moderation is. They're muted until they can listen while someone else is talking. We're not overbearing, but we do live stream on YouTube, so we want to make it listenable. Not a
All right, Helio, what's your best proof of the globe?
My best proof of the globe. Let me think. Polaris.
Nice. Polaris, that's a good one. What's a good way to find Polaris in the sky?
Look north. If you're in the northern hemisphere, look north, and you'll find Polaris.
Hemisphere? You mean like half of the planet?
Planet? What planet? What are you talking about?
What hemisphere?
Hemisphere? I mean, the only thing I know is the map. I mean, a map is the globe. So, so the AE map might as well be the globe. So when we see the North Star in the northern hemisphere, it's we're observing it from Earth, and I'm in whatever latitude and longitude that I'm at.
I don't think I've ever seen Polaris. I gotta.
Are you fucking serious? I see Polaris.
I'm totally serious.
Night. I've seen Polaris every night.
I'm gonna see if I can find it right now. What is
as
it?
long as there's a clear sky.
Oh, it's cloudy AF right now.
I mean, if you see a clear sky, you're gonna see the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper every single night in the Northern Hemisphere. Especially in parts of North America, you're definitely gonna see it every single night.
Oh, he left. Boom.
Bored him. There you go.
Yep. Yeah, see, it didn't work.
Bored his girlfriend.
I got his ass. Yeah, no, they're gonna have to figure out. They're gonna have to be sneakier than that if they're gonna do that. Come one by one, they have the same pattern. There, huh? They all got the same pattern.
Wait, did I call it? Did I call it out? Did I call it out? And
Helio, we call them at the same time. Don't say it was you. We call it the same time.
Yeah, it's just like these assholes come in here like 12 at a time. It's like, hey, let's go fuck with these flat earthers over here.
One after the other.
And nobody has.
Go ahead.
And they have
Conrad,
a leader. They have a
Shadow
leader,
Knight.
and they have no good arguments. And it's like, fuck it. I don't want to fuck with these flat earthers anymore.
There's people that believe in the globe in here right now.
Oh, sure.
I don't think they're even. They're not gonna talk. They're not gonna talk. They're scared. They don't know what to say now.
No, there's a lot of globe proof. What do you mean?
Are they gonna respond?
Yeah, the fucking the North Star.
Think about it.
Proof of the globe.
The sun is moving across the sky. We have to be spinning, guys.
No, we're falling backwards. 1,000 miles an hour.
No, seriously. That's proof that we're spinning. This is easy.
I
mean, come on.
Yeah, we see the sun, moon, and stars moving above.
Hey guys,
our head. That means
you want to know
the
something?
Earth is moving.
I forgot what I was gonna say. Sorry about that.
All is well, friend. All is well.
Hey, does the Earth, since it's spinning, right? It's a ball. It curves at a certain rate, right?
Oh no? Yeah, we're ripping and shooting through the universe. Behold us ripping and shooting through the universe.
So I should be able to see curvature at a certain height.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. I'll be sure to look for that the next time I'm in a plane.
Yeah, I definitely saw it on a plane through those plane windows.
Those windows
it looked curved, man.
I never got a window seat. I need to get a window seat next time.
Oh, well, no, you get trapped. You don't want the window seat. You don't want to get trapped.
Oh,
there's nothing to see. You just go to sleep. No, the window seat's cool.
dude, I flew to Africa. It was amazing.
Nice. How long was that?
It was amazing. 13 hours across the water, but that was longer than that because then we had to go. I went to Ethiopia, so that was more across the other side of Africa.
Wow. Yeah, I haven't been to Africa. I've been to Japan and the Philippines.
Yeah, dude, it was crazy going over the water, and I was kind of freaking out for a bit. It was so weird. The sun was like
just falling over the curve.
It was like right there. It was like right there though. I don't know how I can't explain how it's so far away because I feel like it was right next to the plane, and you could see it through the window. I did get a window seat on that flight.
Yeah, in my opinion, the 128,000 feet balloons, the perspective of the sun from there, it looks huge.
Does it?
Oh yeah, it looks huge, which means if you gain that little distance compared to what they say, and it looks bigger like that, I mean that's all I need, you know.
I thought the same thing as well, man.
It's like, what? How is it so massive looking?
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
The size wouldn't even change if I got that high. No way. Sleepy Joe's talking about their base of operations. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we gotta figure out where they're at. We gotta go fight back, man.
Oh, that's right. You mentioned a Discord.
I wanted to find a globe Discord and go in there and be like, guys, you need to help me. My brother thinks the Earth is flat. How do I tell him that it's not? And then just every time they give me something, I'll just give them the the response, the flat Earth response.
No. To be honest, I mean, for the most part, I mean, it's a very difficult thing for people to wrap their mind around. So I mean, it's not like, of course, I mean, it. When you put yourself out there as a flat earther, people are just be like, "Oh, that's the flat Earth guy," and so they have a lot of presumptions about you. You know, just like, "Oh, he's just way the fuck out there, right?" But if you know these people, if you know these purple people eaters personally, I'm just playing. I'm just making jokes. But if you've known these people personally for a very long time, it's like, I know he's smart. He sort of is a tinfoil hatter, which a lot of flat earthers had been prior to finding out this information. So it's, so it's like, it's just like another step for me because I was trying to tell them shit about some other.
Make sure it's not aluminum foil.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be tin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Well said.
So anyway, so it's just like I haven't lost. I mean, I've lost connection, but I've never lost like relationships with close friends and family over this.
No. Oh man.
No, because I don't fucking shove it down their throat, you know?
No, I don't either, but they know enough about me.
Yeah, they know enough
make
to
their judgments.
Well, they know what not to say around me, you know, because I will say something if they bring it up. But for the most part, I mean, we still have a good relationship.
I got one sister, just one out of a lot of them. I got a lot of sisters, but yeah, she just thinks I'm an idiot. Out of all of them, just her. Like,
I mean, it's very difficult. I mean, it's just like
you know,
I feel bad about
but it's like I got more confidence with it now, and I don't see her that much, so you know, it gets brought up. It gets brought up around like family stuff, and I'm just like, she just like will like give me these dirty looks because she's like, oh, you're the one that brought this.
especially if somebody else
you
says
know,
something about politics or some shit. It's just like she can see the look on your face. She's like,
well, yeah, she's probably, you know, my mom's a flat earther now, so she'd probably.
Oh, is she? Oh, shit.
Yeah, my mom and my stepdad.
My mom will never be a flat earther, bro. My mom knows what I do, and she'll never be a flat earther. There's no way of turning it around.
I got my dad pretty close. He's actually the one that put the moon landing thing into my head because he has always said, because he watched it. He's like, I don't think. He's like, how did they call him? How did the president call them on the moon? You know, like he always questioned it, and he's like pretty sure now from the stuff I've told him that we haven't gone there, but he doesn't want to let go of space for some reason.
Well, it's because it's more comfortable to just go ahead and exist.
He's close. He's close. I got him to really think about it. So, but he doesn't like to talk about it either, too, because it's like he get you know, it's like he's older, so he's like, whoa, you know, like my whole life has been a lie. He doesn't want to believe that, you know.
That's cool, man. Hey, man. To be honest, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, like convincing. I don't. Why would you like change the minds of the elderly? No, at this point,
Because they've been indoctrinated just like us.
Sure,
they should know the truth, you know.
They should, but it's like,
it's a prison that you
and
can't
it's my family
see,
too,
taste,
so
or smell.
I know it's
important.
It's a very sensitive thing.
And I live with my dad. So
yeah,
that's like
well, I live
he
with
hears.
my mom too. I live with my mom too, and she knows what I do here. You know,
I'll put this Discord on
24 hours a day.
And I'll just leave my phone next to him and just like make him listen to it, and he'll hear you guys. He'll hear you guys like with like arguing, you know, doing the debates with the Globers, and he's like, oh yeah, you know, like he's like all the stuff you guys are saying makes more sense.
Well, it's like
to
I
him.
live with my mom,
So
and
he's
she
really
never
close.
listens to. I'm doing the live stream, but she never listens to it. You know, and
That's crazy.
Yeah, she's just like, I know what you do. I'm like, well, you know what I do then. All right, cool.
She probably pops on there every now and again.
She never listens to it.
She has to. She's gonna be like, oh, what's he talking about?
I ain't saying she never thinks about it, but she never listens to it. I promise you, she never listens to it.
I like the idea of Conrad's sister being all pissed off because he's changing the minds of the rest of the family, and she just doesn't want to give in. And it's fun.
Well, yeah, her husband is a pastor, and he's like super against it, like super against it. They're both juiced up too, man. Like everybody else in the family kind of was like, nah, and then they're like, yes, please.
Yum.
I want some of that OJ. You know what I mean? The special OJ.
Yeah, there's a lot of good info on here. We have a lot. I won't say crap content, but it's just people just yelling at each other and just like, oh, or just inadvertent stuff, related to flat Earth, But when it's good, it's good, and there's really a lot of good content on here. So
yeah, there's been some good stuff from like 8 a.m. to I don't know 3 or 4. That chunk of time.
You never know when
Pretty
it's
stuff.
gonna really hit, hit hot. So
Yeah.
hey, and by the way, even though I'm live streaming here, anyone that wants to capture any portion of the content here on the 24/7 live channel, go ahead and freaking record it. And if you join, go ahead and record your portion, put it up on your channel. I won't freaking I won't strike your channel.
Oh, that one guy.
This is a free service for everyone. Everyone here.
That last guy that was in here, he was a content creator. That guy that was trolling. Maybe he got some good content.
Maybe you did. I mean, all I ask is if you record some of the content, freaking put it up on your channel. Share the link to the Discord. Get some more people in here. That's
Yeah,
all.
I hope he's listening right now, because I'd really like to see his content. If he clipped anything, of our conversation, it'd be cool to hear what we talked about.
Dude, they demonetized my freaking YouTube channel like last year. So I mean, I'm not making any money off of this. I'm doing this as a public service, and we're all doing this as a public service to everyone. So yeah, grab as much content as you can while you're in here. Put it up on your channel. Just send a link back to the Discord here, and so we can get some more traffic here, get more content. And nobody's making money here. I promise to God, ain't nobody making money here, especially me.
Yeah, I've been putting the link around.
I do have donation links in my channel though, but I barely get donation.
I was thinking about I got this buddy. I posted some of the cards he's made in the chat a couple times. I don't know if everybody's seen them, but I'm sure he'd be more than willing to make one like a specific card for this server, and then like I can print off like thousands of them.
Ladies' night cards.
He makes. Oh yeah, that would be good. That's a good idea. Yeah, that is a good idea. I was thinking about that, just making a bunch of different types of cards, and then like trying to find a way to get them like out to other like flat earthers, that want to like spread the information, and just have like easy way, because they're not, business cards aren't that expensive. I can afford to get like a few thousand of them. We already got.
Yeah, sure.
Like,
And
we already got thousands that say 24/7 Flat Earth Live on them.
QR code. A QR code is already established. I mean, we have a couple of QR codes that you just put on a business card.
And Ryan does
the QR code too. Yep. Yeah, I'll have to talk to him about that, because he's made a lot of different like flat Earth related business cards. So he'd probably make them look really nice. And he's got some nice stuff.
Sure, it's like nobody here is here for financial benefit. We're here to spread information and spread truth, So it's
I'm here for my own personal benefit.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you want to make some, if you want to spend your money on some cars that would that you can pass out and bring people to the server, spend $50. Can make make 200 freaking cars that you can send out. People can scan the QR code or discord.gg/flat earth, or have both on the card. Boom, freaking pass them out. Boom. People can come right here.
It's a great idea. I'm trying to gain a little bit of a following too, by making some videos about like this area that I live in. There's not that many people, but there's like a really, really big Facebook group for the local area, and I was thinking about making some sort of videos on like the history, just to like gain some like people to like watch some of my videos, and then just throw the flat Earth on there in the beginning of the video, you know, like because I'll just like.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you can go on.
I was just gonna say you could be the guy to have like a whole flat Earth town, you know?
Right, nah, because
I'm not
there's
even that
a lot of pretty
You've already had
open-minded
some
people here,
success.
but it'd be like a probably like a 20-30%, but like I feel like there's a lot of people here that like if I just spread with like, I don't want to say it like this, but like flat Earth propaganda
I know, right?
around,
Dude,
man.
that's
Like,
what it's about. I mean, we want people to come to this server.
In this
and talk
case,
to
it's
us.
good. It's righteous propaganda.
Yeah.
yeah, and I can, I'm only like an hour and a half from the Twin Cities, so I can go up there and just like start throwing them around too. There's millions of people up there.
Yeah, if it leads them to this server, I mean, now if you want to do like a podcast on your channel, I mean, freaking, you can host it actually in some rooms on here, or you can even live stream. You know, or you could do your own live stream from the live stream channel here. There's no limits to what you can do and utilize what we do here on the server. So we don't exclusively own anything. We actually are here for the public.
Right.
So, and you can monetize if you want to from any of the content here. Anything that you could do anywhere on YouTube or any other platform that you can utilize the content from this server for. And if I'm wrong about this, some of the admins will correct me. But as far as I know, we've been doing this for like 4 years. Any content you can utilize to promote the server and promote yourself, make content from the server, utilize the Discord to lead people here. Do what you have to do. We're not here for any type of. We're here for promotion of information. We're not here for to make money. You know what I'm saying? So if you can make money off of some of the content here, freaking just send people here. And we're free to you can utilize the platform to do whatever you do, and it's fun. It's a fun place to be, and you see what we do all day long. We just sit out, hang in the live stream. We have decent content. We have other rooms for content. I mean, if you cause problems, if there's exploitation, that's a different thing. But we'll pay attention to something about that. It's not like like we're just going to let you exploit our platform, but at the same time, if you use one of our voice rooms, do another live stream or whatever, I can have at it. Just put the link to the Discord and then invite other people to join. Not a big deal. And I feel like admin is on the same page with me on that. But yeah, if we feel like we're being exploited, we'll definitely deal with that shit. So, anyway,
how do you exploit this?
You can't almost. You almost can't. So it's like, all right, you can come in here even be a troll. Record a portion of your trollism, put it out on your YouTube channel or your freaking Twitch or whatever. You may not share the link, but somebody's going to look us up, right? And they're going to find their way here, and they're going to do the same thing. So we get more members. So you almost can't exploit this server. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, if that's what I'm saying, if you want to create your own channel, make a recording, if you want to utilize one of the rooms to go ahead and make your own stream, you can do that from here. So, and if you need help, B and there's a couple of other guys that do live streams, we can help you do that. And none of us is making money from this.
Oh no, I know how to live stream.
Huh?
Yeah, I know how to live stream.
Sure. So if you want to go ahead and live stream some Flat Earth stuff, and if there's like a shitload of people to live stream, and you want to jump.
Well, I'm actually starting up a podcast pretty soon here. I don't know how well it's gonna do, but I'm pretty motivated.
We can help you out, man. That's what I'm saying. You can grab a few people from the live stream. I mean, sometimes we'll have like a live stream going, and there's 40 people there, and it's just like, hey, they're listening, but they want to talk. But I mean, how can 40 freaking people talk at the same time? So, hey man, you can just open up one of the other rooms, go ahead and stream from there, or you can invite them to another, server that you created. I mean, nobody here is jealous of other servers. I mean, we created this server to make Flat Earth the thing, the real thing, because it's the real thing. I mean, there is no such thing as a globe Earth, right? I mean, if the globe Earth was a real thing, I would have I promise you, in the name of Jesus Christ, if the globe was real, I would have figured this shit out by now. But it's not. There is no such thing as the globe Earth. I've been doing this shit for a long time, and there's no such thing as a globe Earth. I fought against it when I first heard about it, bro. For 2 years, I fought against this flat Earth idea. But anyway. But you don't have to believe me. You figure it out for yourself. So, but we offer this platform for people to utilize. Yeah, you can live stream from multiple voice rooms in here. We're not picky about who live streams. You can utilize this. I mean, we prefer that you let some of the moderators know that you're live streaming and all that stuff, recording and stuff. That's preferred. That it's like, hey, I'm recording this conversation. I have a group of people here. We're talking about this. I'm going to put it up on YouTube. The reason that we want you to do that is because we actually want to share it. And we can do that. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's like you try to exploit us as if it's like, look at these flat earthers, boom, boom, boom. You got some dipshits like Professor Dave or anyone else that's came into the flat earth server. It's like, look at what they said to me. Like, yeah. I don't know, man. We do this 24 hours a day, so whatever. But yeah, certainly you can utilize this this Discord for some focused conversations, and it's not a big deal. If you do that, you go ahead and share the link to the Discord. But if you have questions about how to utilize the Discord or the OBS to incorporate the Discord into the conversation stuff, kind of what I do, go ahead and send me some links. Let me know ahead of time. I'll help you incorporate it. I mean, you might want to utilize camera footage too, and I can also help you with that too. But I'm gonna shut up now. But yeah, I mean that bottom line, anybody thinks I'm doing something fascinating, no. I'm hitting pause and play at this.
Oh, Helio, you're the best.
I'm hitting stop and play at this point. But if there's a a certain conversation or whatever, I can record the conversation. And I'm just saying, it's really simple to record these with OBS.
Oh, I know. I started making videos, and I just taught myself how to stream and do a little bit of editing and cutting. So I've got some like edited videos and some streams on my channel. It's super easy. It's super easy to make content. I mean,
bro, it's super easy. So anyone that wants to do their own,
I'll definitely throw the actually, yeah, I'll throw the Discord. I got one video, one stream that I made that's got like 60 something comments on it, so I'll throw this Discord on there.
Nice, man. Yeah, just drop it in the description.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I mean, I forget about that shit sometimes when I put content out too. I forget to drop in the because I have like 3 YouTube channels, and I forget to put the Discord in there sometimes. But it's just like it's all connected for me now. But yeah, it's like,
Yeah, this thing's got 66 comments.
wow, holy shit, 66 comments on which video?
66.6.
Yeah, 66.6. You motherfucker.
It's the title is challenging people to debate me in flat Earth versus globe Earth.
Really, where do you want to debate them?
I don't know. I just challenge these videos that I found, these dumb videos on YouTube. I just brought them up on a live stream. I'm like, I'm calling you guys out. You guys are idiots. You know, like they sound stupid.
You had a response? You said you had
one guy commented that one of the guys I put on there on my stream, he responded.
Hey,
and his most viewed video.
We'll do it for an hour, 1 hour.
Dude, his whole. I don't think he's gonna do it. His only video, or his most viewed video is his hit piece on Flat Earth. All his other videos suck. They're like maybe the most other views. The most of the views he has on other videos, like 200 views. His Flat Earth video has almost 1,000 now.
Hey, but check this out.
And it's so dumb. It's so dumb. I'm like, you just like, this is just a hit piece. You're just using Flat Earth for views. I'm like, come debate me.
Hey, it might be a start. It might be a start for your channel.
He said,
if you want to make a video, I'll record it.
I'll record a debate with him, but I don't think he would do it because I told him.
Yeah,
and,
he's
like
scared.
in the comments,
he's scared because of that.
He's scared.
He's scared.
Exactly.
But if you actually get someone to actually want to have a debate with you, I'll record it. I'll kind of be the host, like sit in the background. Okay, well, hey, this is, and then you do your shit. Boom, boom, boom. Like an hour video. Boom, put it up on your channel. I'll mirror it on my channel and link back to your channel, and we can play it on here. It all kind of shit. So yeah, man. If you're balls to the wall about this, man, just recruit some of these guys and get them to talk to you. Just let me know. Let me know when it's one-on-one and where it's going to be. I'll capture the recording. I'll record it. And then you don't have to worry about the OBS or anything. If you do it anywhere on Discord, I can record it in that room. As long as I'm there, I can record it. And then I can put it up as an audio. All right. What I would do first is send it to you, and you can edit it any way you want to, but I don't think you should have to, because I can already tell your attitude is like, I've been talking to this dickhead for so and so. It's just be like, anyway, it'd just be fun. So then I can capture the audio and the video, because I have two computers. One's for the live stream, the other one's for whatever the fuck else I want to do. So that'd be funny, man, to hear you talk to some of these shitheads, because you're a funny guy, man.
Yeah. I'm waiting for like I have a PC, so it's in like a computer repair right now, and I'm waiting on a new motherboard, and then I'm gonna get it all set up. I have a like a
phone
big.
Right? You on the phone right now?
Yeah, well, I have a laptop and I can do stuff on there, but I want to have like.
It'll be fun.
I want to get my stuff set out.
If you start fucking challenge some of these dickheads, just like, oh, you want to talk to me? Just like capture just some audio from these dickheads. It doesn't matter if it's personal audio stream, or if it's in portion of the the 24/7 or whatever. Capture it, freaking send it to me. Freaking you can edit yourself and then go ahead and upload it to your YouTube stream, and then you can send me the YouTube video. I don't know. It sounds like it could be fun, because you sound like a fun guy. I ain't gonna lie.
I got like social anxiety sometimes.
No, but dude,
when I get fired up, I can talk. But like, I still end up fumbling.
I can already tell.
I fumble up on the words and shit.
When you get fired up, you're just like boom, 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 boom. Especially when you talk to Globers, right? Yeah, me too. You fucking asshole. Why are you making shit up? Why would you say that when you know that cannot absolutely be true? Why would you say that? Some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I heard you talk earlier, bro. Come on. You already know.
That guy wasn't even a Glober, though. He was anti-flat Earth.
Nah. There's no such. I almost think there's no difference between.
There's no difference. There's a difference.
Well,
If
there's.
they've not been
Wait. Hold on. There's a difference, but a deference is way different than a difference. Do you understand that? You know what a deference is?
Like a deference.
Yeah, it's like
to defer,
you
to go the other way.
Yeah, well, but you don't always go the other way. It's just like, well, I haven't done. So it's like indecision, right? You know what the word indecision is? So when you have this evidence,
Looking at the definition. I'm just looking at the definition.
Yeah, this is what we have. This is why we have a problem with the globe skeptics and all this kind of shit, because they have an indifference toward the globe or flat, right? So they don't have a deference one way or the other, so they're indifferent because they don't want to make a choice because they don't have to, which is true because as a human, a man, a person with a right mind doesn't have to make a choice, right? But presented with the evidence that we have,
not making a choice is a choice still in itself.
I know. All right, so nothing left to be said. Continue.
I like that 1587
map.
map.
That's why I said, deference doesn't need a definition. So anyway, go ahead.
I like that 1587 map. You like that map? Yeah, I'll send a picture.
Oh, where did you post it? Unless you.
I can post it, yeah.
Oh no, you don't have to post it.
You've seen it. The old circle, the old flat Earth map. It's called Monty's Planisphere. It's a good map.
Talk about what I'm saying all kinds of maps. I'm not sure exactly the one you're referring to, but yeah, they're like have the pygmies and shit. I don't know.
Here, I'll put it in the chat.
I am way past my bedtime.
There you go. It's not past my bedtime. You've seen that. Everybody's seen that. It's a good map.
Yeah, I agree, Conrad. That's a good one. Yes,
I just want to see the original.
Conrad, that's one of my favorites. I ain't gonna lie.
I want to see the original. It's supposedly 10 feet by 10 feet.
Either way, it's solid. Well, I can't say it's solid because I ain't never been there, but I love that one.
Oh yeah, that other guy left. But yeah, I don't even think he was VC verified.
Yeah, y'all niggas scared him off, is what I think.
Well, I think he might have been another troll, and he just saw how quick that guy got called out, and was like, "Oh,
that's cool. That's cool.
Gotta go rethink it. Back to the drawing board, boys."
Yeah, I'm just playing. But hey, man, I mean, as far as what we're doing here, we've been doing it for several years, and it's not like they don't know what they're getting into when they come here. But we do get a lot of new people here, and we're gentle giants when it comes to all that. But yeah, it's all good.
I've been getting aggressive towards just like the past week because of these. Dude, it's these guys, man. They're all the same, coming in with this Antarctica bullshit.
Well, sure, but what would you expect from the programmed people that are just like, oh, flat?
The first guy that I was confronted with, I kind of like went off on him, right? And then I ended up apologizing to him because he seemed genuine. At like he like defended himself, and then just like I started hearing more of it.
It might seem weird, we do have a training process for checking people in, when they first come in. You want them to talk to you more than you talk to them. So you just ask them a few simple questions, which I have my own process, but it's not the same as everyone else's. I mean, it's just like, hey, welcome to the server. How did you find us? You want them to talk more than you do, because otherwise, you're just going to talk. I mean, because we love to talk, right? So when you meet a new person that found the server and you're checking them in, you want them to talk more than you do, so you can kind of figure out what how they found the server, what they're about, right? So I always ask them, like, well, how did you find the server? And then you say,
hey, there's a guy in the VC.
All right.
Can you go check him in? I don't know I can't do that. So
no. Hey, is there a guy in the VC? All right.
No,
he's already a flat earther. Never mind.
He's not verified.
No. Well, I already know. Well, I'm going to give him VC I'm going to give him flat earth because he's already a flat earther. Because I already talked to him earlier. Hey, he's kind of an asshole, but he's a flat earther. I'm going to go ahead and give him his flat earther world back. Anyway, what I was going to say, when you're checking someone in, what you do is, this is what I do. You don't have to. Everyone has their own method. When I check someone new in, I ask them how they found the server to get them to talk before I, say anything. And then I ask them, hey, how have you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before? And they'll say yes or no. And then I say, well, what do you think about Flat Earth? And then they talk. But I get them to talk way the fuck more than I do. You know what I mean? When I'm talking to a new person. You know what I mean? And then you can kind of go from there. When you're checking someone, and that's the first 3 questions I ask when I'm checking someone is like, how did you find the server? I clicked on a link in Discord, or I found it on YouTube, or I was in Reddit, blah, 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 blah. And they're going to give me an answer. It's like, oh, cool, man. Oh, I can't believe, that's pretty cool. I didn't know people were looking into it that much. Well, I mean, so you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before? Just kind of get them to talk more than you're talking about Flat Earth. Just so, because even if they're coming in to troll, then you're going to get them to talk more than you do right up front, because they're a lot of time. I mean, I'm not going to say a lot of times, but sometimes they might just like, oh, this Flat Earth thing. I'm just going to go in there and troll and just, well, I'm just going to say nigga, and then just jump out. That's why I was asking questions. I want them to talk more than I do when they first join. And so when they jump in from Reddit or the YouTube link or whatever, it's like, well, they're in here from, they captured the Discord link somehow and they're in a check-in room. So I'll ask them, how did you find the server? Boom, boom, boom. And then I go, so what do you think? What do you think about what you've heard so far about Flat Earth? And then, you get the answer from them. You're not trying to prove Flat Earth in the check-in room. Why would you do that? It's like, have you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before? What do you think so far? I mean, you've came to a server where we talk about Flat Earth 24/7. I mean, what do you think so far? And then you can start to explain to them, hey, well, this chicken room is just kind of to verify that you're curious about the topic and you want to jump into the main chat about it. So I'm not here to answer your questions about Flat Earth, but I just want to verify that you are serious about the topic, because we do get a lot of trolls in the channel, and so we want to make sure that you're curious about the topic. So when you do jump in to other rooms, that you're serious and you want to freaking have a conversation about it without causing a problem. Are you that person? You see how it works. That's how I check people in. So anyway, that's my way. And they're like, no, I'm not that person. I was like, oh, okay, cool. What I'm going to do, well, I'm going to give you the VC verified role. And what that gives you access to the voice rooms. And then you'll be able to open your microphone in the voice rooms. Now, right away, you won't be able to link or post images right away. But you, in most rooms, you will be able to type while you're listening, and you'll have access to your microphone. That's what the VCFR. Anyway, I mean, not everybody knows about the rules in the server and everything, but that's the way I check people in. So, pretty heavy, but at the same time, y'all should know that shit if you're a moderator.
Yeah, you moderators.
And also a lot of times I was like, if you fuck this up, you're gonna be checked. You're gonna be checked out pretty fucking quick. I tell them that shit too. Like, bro, we get a lot of trolls here. So if you fuck this process up, you're either gonna be muted very quickly, or you're just gonna be kicked. So, if you want to participate, then be here for participation. Dude, I don't.
Hey, I got a question.
I don't fuck around when I check people.
Helio, can I get the one of the roles, the Bible study role, or something like that, or the Jesus one? Jesus is Lord and Savior. I don't know. I've seen some people got some roles and stuff, and I don't have any. Been here for a while.
All right, hold on, bro. Who am I talking to? I was in my own zone thinking about checking.
Private Conrad.
Who's that?
Conrad.
Oh, Conrad. So let me check your roles here real quick. And you got Flat Earther, Lincoln Bed. You're asking for Bible study?
Yeah, sure. I don't know how do you just ask for whatever roles you want, or you have to earn some of them, right? I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I mean yeah. Fuck you, old dude, for posting that shit. Yeah. Tomorrow, what? Y'all niggas keep me up all night. Yeah, I'm working.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Helio. There's a guy in VC check-in, and you said you talked to him, but he's not verified.
Mm.
Oh, I'll talk to him. I don't care.
Yeah, but shit, it's 4 a.m. and I have to be at work a couple of. I ain't.
Well, he's just gonna have to wait then.
I'm spent tonight, guys. Chris, yeah, he's gonna have to. I don't have faculties to give Chris anything because I'm not sure what's been going on with him. I know he's been here before, but so I'm gonna have to defer to other moderators and stuff on his roles and shit. So. Holy fucking shit! It's 4 o'clock.
It's all right. You don't gotta sleep. You just gotta make it to work. You stay up. You stay up. You don't gotta sleep.
Oh, I'll be there.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway,
You just take a nap on the drive there.
Take a nap on the drive there. What the fuck? Anyway, I'll be fine. Don't worry about that.
E-drinker.
I'll be fine.
Well, if you get some sleep, right? I mean, what time you gotta work?
I work at your mama's ass time. And that bitch has got a big ass and she got a big ass zip code. She got her own damn zip code. Was that rude? I'm so sorry. There are some freaking thunderstorms going on right now. Thinking the whole valley is going to be ripped up by thunderstorms right now.
Buddy, I got your message, but I can't talk in VC check-in. I don't think anybody can unless you have the permission to verify, right?
Yeah.
No, I think you can as a silver, but you just can't verify them.
I'm not a silver. I'm not even a silver, man.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize.
Not yet. Yeah.
One day. One day I'll be a silver.
And just keep participating, man.
Gotta do some push-ups or something.
They sent us some freaking pics of you do some flat Earth push-ups. Oh. No, these rules aren't given willy-nilly. So, you know how it goes, Conrad. Man, you've been here a while.
I mean, yeah, it took a while to get the flat Earth one. I'm like, I've been a flat Earther for 5 years, man. Well, 4 or 5 years. I'm like, what the heck?
It's like bastard Chris is begging me for the flat Earth roll, but I didn't give that motherfucker the flat Earth roll yet. He's messaging you too. And it's like, I've never asked for a roll the whole time I've been here. I just get the rolls. So if you ask for a roll, then you ain't there yet. And that goes for you, bastard Chris. I've never had to ask for a roll on any server.
I don't know how Discord works, so that's why I asked. This is the only server I frequent. I don't know, like any other active servers.
Shit. I mean, before Discord, it was Hangouts on YouTube and shit. It's just like, hey, you don't want me here and you want to cut me out, I'll fucking do something else. I do need to go to sleep, old dude. You're right. But yeah, it just kind of irks me when people are just like, hey, can I get this rule? Can I get that rule? And that's not, I'm not specifically talking about you, but bro, just, if you've been in this server long enough, then your roles will just come naturally as you participate. You don't have to ask for them. But if you're new and you don't know, then if
I
you
just got a
ask,
message from Bastard Chris, or he
so did
added
I.
me. He added us. Why is Helio putting words in my mouth? When have I asked for a roll? It was Conrad that asked for a roll, if we're being real. Hey, I just asked for a roll to proclaim Jesus is my Lord and Savior, so that's just something that I'm not afraid of. And I saw other people have it too, so it's like, I figured it's just something like, it's just like a proclamation. You can just proclaim that Jesus is my Lord and Savior. So I thought that's all I needed to do, honestly, but maybe it's more complicated than that. I don't know. Oh, sorry you feel that way, bastard Chris.
Maybe I misinterpreted what he was saying. So he was muted, and I don't know. I ain't got time for this shit. I had to fucking go to work tomorrow, so I was checking out. For real this time. I will see you guys on the morrow, which means tomorrow. Hey, and Bastard Chris, if I misinterpreted anything you said, I apologize. But anyway, I try to keep everything, at least on the up and up. But should too. Back at you guys, everybody. Peace.
Have a good night, Helio. Talk to you later, man. bastard Chris, man, he's trying really hard to get PC verified.
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Of the earth spinning round with the building senses at peace upon the plain.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
ODD TV. Your cell phone, your wallet, your time, your ideas. No barcode, no party, no ID, no beers. Your bank card, your license, your thoughts, your fears. No SIM card, no disco, no photo, not here. your blood, your sweat, your passions, your regrets, your profits, your time off, your fashions, your sex, your pills, your dress, your tits, your ass, your laughs, your balls. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Tell us your habits, your fads, your fears. Give us your address, your shoe size, your years, your digits, your plans, your number, your eyes, your schedule, your desktop, your details, your life. Show us your children, your photos, your home. Here, take credit, take insurance, take a loan. Get a job, get a pension, get a haircut, get a suit. Playing the lottery, play football, play the field, snore some toot. We'll show you shrink, we'll show you spook, we'll buy you drink, throw away your book. We'll sell you crap, we'll charge you debt. Wanna buy big guns, we'll front the cash. Your soul, your house, your phone. We want your soul. 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 Your emotions, your love, your dreams, your checkbook, your essence, your sweat, your screams, your security, your sobriety, your innocence, your society, yourself, your place, your distance, your space.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here, watch this. Shut up. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Here's boy bands, here's Mackers, here's Britney, here's cola, here's pizza, here's TV, here's some rock, and some roller. Watch commercials, more commercials, watch Jerry, not Oprah. Buy a better life from the comfort of your sofa. Here's popcorn, here's magazines, here's milkshake, here's blue jeans, here's padded bars, here's armpit wax, here's football shirt, here's baseball cap, here's live talk shows, here's video game, here's cola life, here's Tim Morning, here's filter tips, here's collagen lips, here's all night malls, here's plastic hips. Your house, your phone. We want your soul. 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 Your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American Gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Here is American Gladiators. Here is 56 channels of it. Watch these pituitary retards bang their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of freedom. Here you go, America. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
We want your soul. 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 Your house, your phone. 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 We want your soul.
'Cause ignorance was bliss, but now I must adjust. These animals, they operate on jealousy and lust. I'm taking back what was lost, and I will not be denied. I'm crawling my way to the surface.
Everybody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing all false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educator, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now globe, but tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be chucking and jiving, globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
What should go flat? Matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe yell somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. Learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Wow, that lobby chat moves fast.
What's up, Chris?
Hey, I'm trying to say hi, but I'm not sure how to say your name. If you could help me out.
Oh, it's Miggy. Well, I use a 9 as a G. It's Miggy.
Miggy, okay. Hey, what's up, Miggy? Hey, glad to hear from you. What's up?
Nothing much, man. I just saw you, another new person. I haven't seen you around, so. You been around the server, or you just joined?
Yeah, I just got in here. I've been around before. I've been a little cavalier in sharing my ideas and in the past couple of years, and so I got banned. But hopefully, I can be a little more cordial in our presentations this time. And actually, this time I'm also here to listen a little bit better. I've learned a few things.
Okay. Have you been here before? I don't even know.
As far as I know, I think so. But there has been a couple 24/7 flat Earth servers, so it's been a while. I think it's been about a year since yeah, probably about April 20th last year I was here.
What's your stance on the shape of the Earth? Do you think it's a globe, or?
Well, don't block me when I give you my first answer, okay?
No, that's why I'm asking. I wouldn't block you if I want to hear your side.
I don't care what shape the Earth is.
Okay, block. No, I'm just kidding.
What I care about is where the physical boundaries are. Okay, that's what I care about. I care about learning where our physical boundaries are, and to whatever the shape might have relevance to that. I know it's not fucking a globe. All right, so I know that because if it was that, we'd feel some spin. Okay, at least NASA lies. The best I can say is NASA lies. We might be on some big, huge rock that's millions and millions of miles in circumference, where measuring the the curvature is much different than what we're told by NASA. I'm just saying it's plausible. Or possible. I don't know. But all I care about is where our physical barriers are.
Okay, so that's the argument you've kind of composed as to how you're going to approach this topic. Is that right?
Well, no, it's not. It's not an argument. It's just my Yeah, no, it's not. No, it's a purpose. It's a mission. Like,
And you think it's totally valid to have that mission, right? I'm trying to phrase it to where it sounds like this is what you feel should be discovered if we're going to be having a discussion like this.
oh hell yeah. Well, I don't mean to pin this on anybody else. I'm trying to say this is mine.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't, you have the worldview you do because you think it's important, which it doesn't, to me, I don't care if you think you live in a Cracker Jack box, it doesn't matter to me. The thing that I'm concerned about is because you have this perception, maybe you haven't heard another one that could rival the one that you have. And you think that you've heard most of the discussion, and so you've kind of made up your mind as to how you want to go about this, and looking for the edge, because that seems to be what would satisfy a question in your mind, would be the thing to do. That makes sense.
Well, I'm here and I'm all ears. Um, the only thing I can contrast what you're saying is trying to put things back in the center of where we're at. of saying the problem is where we're at, and that there is no escape, or at least you need to face it here. And I can fathom that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's more in how we can think about the conversation. If somebody was to tell you the earth isn't what you've always been taught, then my question to that person would be, then what do you mean? How can I view it differently than what I've been taught? Because previous to you even thinking about this, were you thinking about the conversation of the shape of the earth? Like, before anybody even told you there was something different other than globe earth, like, were you even considering that it could be, and you were going to search for some edge of the sphere? Were you going to look for where the horizon dips past where you can't see? Like, you know what I mean? Were you even challenging yourself in that way prior to the conversation? Now, be honest.
No, I would say no. I could tell you my evolution. And this is probably
Yeah.
probably 5 years ago at this point. Like, I was questioning the moon landings. I was challenging them. I debunked them in my own mind.
Mhm.
But to the point that even just proving that they didn't, it's actually proving that they haven't proved it. That is not proving that they didn't, because that'd be proving a negative.
A negative? Yeah.
Right? You can only prove that they haven't proved it. Like, that's the only thing you can prove. Or that's the only thing you can demonstrate with logic, is that they haven't proved it, and that's what I've done. I can't prove that they haven't, but I also know how they operate. I think I know. It's yeah. Going back to your question of, like, did this occur to me? No, hell no. And to be honest, no, it didn't. I started from a point of merely trying to understand why. What the hell? What? No, it wasn't even a why. It was a what, or it was something else. It was really trying to understand the tyranny of the world, right? I guess that's where it started, was trying to understand the tyranny of the world. And then when I started looking at the moon landings, I merely said, well, and it wasn't even Occam's razor. I'm not sure who said this, but it was extraordinary proof requires extraordinary evidence. Probably was Sagan or something. Not that Sagan's a prophet, but somebody said that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And so I observed. I tried to observe, and I tried to find extraordinary evidence, and I didn't find any. And then all I found was essentially apologists. And I'd recognized religious apologists, atheist apologists. I recognized all types of different apologists that didn't basically diverted from the issue. But really, how I came around to flat Earth was because flat earthers are the only people that I know that will admit what they know and what they don't know. Every glober has the truth. It's in their pocket. It's right there. They can just pull it out of their pocket, and they have the truth. But they can't explain it. They can't explain it. But they have the truth. They've never even had it explained to them, but they have it in their pocket. And that's really what led me here, is seeing the honesty of people exploring this topic.
Hey, Chris.
Go ahead, Conrad.
I'm just curious. I heard some of your check-in. You talked a little bit about mental barriers. I was just curious, what are your mental barriers with this whole topic?
Well, shit. Right now, I mean, like a mental barrier is probably like the Antarctic Treaty, right? Um, we don't know that they have a whole fleet of ships out there, but we think they do. Like that's a mental barrier.
Interesting.
Okay.
Right? Just an example.
Yeah, I could help clarify that a little bit. That stems from the non-understanding of like the capacity of militaries of the world. I think if you have been in that field at one point of time or another, you would understand how vast um, the abilities are for these systems to be operating on this earth. So let's
So
say,
you're expanding my mental barrier is what you're doing. Thank you, Miggy. Thank
yeah,
you.
no, and the reason I just want to talk about this a little bit is because I think it hasn't been spoken of, like as in depth or in a conversation as to why this would be a case. So I do agree that we've been oppressed as the information has been suppressed from our minds because of the fact that there's been a tyrannical system as far as back as we can remember, a hierarchy, if you will. So there always has been a system of control to keep people from doing the things that they want freely on the earth. Always, always, always. There's always been some sort of king or monarchy that was put in place to where it was ruling over people, and that's no different than today, right? We got presidents, we got governors, we got people that were lords of the land, and so there has to be some sort of militarized structure that keeps people confined, let's say, to keep the order, to keep the peace, right? According to like how they would would dictate. Um, but then we
Well,
have
you're speaking in a dichotomy. I'm not sure if you're advocating it or if you're just describing it.
I'm describing from the history of the world. Like we have always lived under a tyrannical system. That has never been a time in our life where we could say there's been a government that has been for us. It's always been about the government, about how much control they can have, about how much ruling they can have. You can see how they fight over countries and such, and put innocent lives at risk to go fight wars that they're not involved in. So the guy who gives the orders is back behind his chair. Meanwhile, the guy who's fighting for the thing is risking his life to, protect the interest of the country they're going for. Anyway, but moving forward, I digress. I want to go to the part where we talk about why it's important that we look at what is the reasoning behind the thing that we're talking about, like the 60th parallel, and you're specifically the Antarctic Treaty. There's it's a multifaceted understanding, but something that we can know for sure is the navies of the world uh, patrolling the surfaces of the ocean. And we can say with all assurance, yes, the the vastness of what the capabilities are for these guys to patrol is enormous. And I don't know if you can tap into that particular area of knowledge, but all you have to do is really, like you said, because people carry a library in their pocket, is just pull it out, do some research on this. You'll find videos of how have they put some ads up a while back where they say they're 100% on watch, and these are the propagandic videos that you'd see from like the U.S. Navy, and just for example, that they're always doing missions out at sea. There's like exercise drills, or if you will, and so if you can know that the oceans are being patrolled by the militaries, and just because they know when you enter into different waters. I know that you've known this because ships have to have clearance in order to be in a specific region of the waters of the earth. This is known. You don't have to be someone who thinks the Antarctic Treaty is real or not to know that you're going to cross over these different waters could be infringing on the country's interests. If you can understand that much, then you can know if there's a specific interest they have with the lands of Antarctica, then you could assuredly say, well, these militaries who patrol the waters, who know when you're crossing over international borders, they'd be able to say, hold on, you're going to a place that you're not supposed to be. So it's not that you can't think of it. It's the fact that you haven't looked at it. That's just about the size of it. You know, I haven't seen the capability, and you don't know if it's possible they could stop you if you're gonna go and try and explore for yourself on your own, you know, by yourself, or get a cruise ship and go, or icebreaker ship, let's say, and go down to Antarctica and see if you can see what you can for yourself. Um, that is absolutely true. If you go into a region of the earth that you're not supposed to be, the militaries of the world will know that this is technology. They've got radar. They know where you're going. Plus, there's a lot of checkpoints. You have to check in. You have to tell people where you're going if you're going to go on an excursion, somewhere, and you're taking a large group of people. Like they know, right? Everybody knows, so it's not a secret. So the thing is, do you have the clearance to go and do this thing, right? That's the point. Because I know that edge topic, it seems to be very high on people's burners, right? They want to know. I need to know if there's a specific thing out there where it's not the globe, and I can go and physically see for myself that it would be visible. I could say, "Oh, there it is. This is the edge," or "This is the where I can't go any farther." But I would challenge you and say that we can't freely traverse this earth as we wish, or even traversing the earth as we wish. Let's say, even if that was the case, you'd have to get hella permits to get there. It would be so heavily red taped that you couldn't do the thing that you
You're
wanted.
Miggy. You're not.
So,
You're not challenging me now.
well, I know,
You're not.
because maybe
You're
maybe
not
you've looked
challenging me.
maybe you looked at the Antarctic Treaty and you've made up your mind to say, like, nah, this is baloney. I don't think it's possible that they're gonna
No,
stop.
no, no. It's no. It's no. We don't have to go past the logic. We
Okay.
can stay in our heads for a moment.
What
Yeah.
is it that I said that didn't challenge you to think that it's possible to do such a thing? Because I think that's where we're going right now. We're actually trying to figure out if it's possible to go to Antarctica and go past the borders where they're telling us we can't go. Antarctic
Can I
Treaty.
can I can I say something here?
Yeah, go ahead, Tommy.
Yeah. So we most definitely could go to Antarctica if we had all those clearances. Like Mickey's talking about. It's expensive, and you have to pay just to get the permits, and you don't get your money back if you're approved or not. And so what past that is just going there without permission, which you'll be attacked. I mean, they're not going to let you. They're going to use military force to stop you. That's just like if you're flying in a restricted airspace. They're going to shoot you down. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely do. I definitely do. And everybody in this chat room has seen Truman Show. He didn't sail that ship without risk. You know, he didn't have permission. Like, is is the point being missed here? Like, the barrier has been drawn by arbitrary governments. Okay, like governments that have their own vested interests. We don't know the truth, or at least I don't.
That's up to you to go figure that out for yourself.
But, but let's not be dishonest to ourselves in the meantime.
You're
Okay,
speaking for
like,
me right now, and I'm not saying I want to go there necessarily. So
right, you're not saying you want to go there, but you're also saying that they have these impenetrable forces that nobody could ever penetrate. That you didn't use those words. Sorry. Um,
would you go against any military of any government on your own?
oh yeah, yes, I would, man. Oh hell yeah.
Okay,
Not
well,
not not as a matter of him winning, but as a matter of Like I'm talking about a matter of winning. Is like trying to escape this plantation and regroup, self-sustaining free individuals.
Honestly, dude, I got nothing. I got nothing left to say to you. It's all right. You can keep talking to Mickey.
Yeah, see, that's a lot of people have come to this conclusion. We've talked to many people.
What did I
We've
say wrong? I don't.
Here's the Chris. Here's the thing, man. You're not the very first activist to want to challenge or rival this idea, and we got some people on here that would claim to be flat earthers. They're like, I'm a flat earther. I totally agree that the earth isn't what they told us, and I could say it's like a trend now. So you're just like the beginning of a trend, or I should say the one of the ones. These people believe that they're going to be like these flat earth activists. They're going to be, and not you, okay? They're going to rabble rouse the crowd to gather up their pitchforks and torches and march over to an area where it's restricted. So now, not you, Chris. I'm not saying you're doing this, but there's been some people that come in here and say, "Look, guys, what we have to do is go on over to Antarctica. We take a boat. Look, man, I know the governments are saying we can't do things like in restricted places, but I say if large enough group of us go, they can't stop us all. So what do you say?" And so rabble right, getting people to go do something that would be against of what the restrictions would dictate. Now, it's if you feel like we've amassed that amount of people already that we can actually overthrow this idea and go do something like that, and that means that we've already have enough people understanding the earth isn't what they told us. If you can see that in reality right now, then I could say probably that would be feasible, I guess, even at the slightest sense, because the vast majority of people already understand that. So first comes the knowledge and understanding about we all agree that the shape of the earth isn't what they told us, and then comes maybe the part where we're starting to challenge things in courts. We're starting to move forward and be more active in like, let's say, getting people organized and such. But that point hasn't happened yet, and I'll tell you why. Because the vast majority of people right now don't care. Just like maybe when you first stated at the very beginning, they're very what's the term I'm looking for? Indifferent. They're indifferent. They don't care either way, and they can't be bothered with it. And on the other hand, some are just so indoctrinated with the globe, they're gonna fight you every step of the way. So there's a lot that still hasn't been crossed in the form of conversation, much less getting rallying people, those who have understood, which is a very tiny percentage, to then go and make a campaign to go figure out what's at the edge, right? And that's that whole idea. But if you feel the need or it's necessary to do that, and just like in the Truman Show, like you want to say that there's some sort of analogy, possibly you can take a boat yourself and go figure it out. Like to come in here, maybe to stir up somebody to say, you know what, I just think we're not challenging this idea enough. I think if we get, are you with me? Like, who's with me? Like that's not needed. Like if you feel this is a campaign you feel you can take on yourself, by all means, like
Said it better. Couldn't have said it better, Mickey.
I didn't come here to disturb that idea. You
Mm.
you stirred that out of me. I came here because I want to share the proof of the moon rising graphic. If I
Mickey's
want to present
lying.
that.
I was there for his VC interview. He's lying to you. He's been talking about this, and he was talking about it in his VC. Also, he's lying.
So yeah, let's be truthful here,
You're
though.
accusing me of lying.
Okay, Flatty
You're
was in there
accusing me.
too. Flatty, you were in there too. Flatty
You're
knows.
accusing
Flatty
me
was in
of
there.
lying. I understand that you might misunderstand me, but you're accusing me of lying.
Okay,
You, you, did, you did approach the topic. That's all. Sorry, Mickey. He did approach the topic. It wasn't this. This wasn't just stirred out of him by Mickey.
This was already on his mind when he came in here. It's like one of the first things he brought up when he was talking to old dude.
Yeah, we are very honest in this conversation, Chris, and the reason being that we have to be is because if we're not, then people that come in here become dishonest characters, and we don't know if what they're saying is genuine or not. So we have to know if this is an agenda for you. This is important to all of us because we're learning from each other. So
indeed. Well,
okay.
if it means anything, I'm here for two reasons: to listen. There's a lot of proofs that I don't know about, that I want to get more understanding of. Plenty. There's
All
plenty of
right.
things I have to learn from you guys, but I also have things to share. I have a multiple agenda in that sense. Yes, I have things to share and things to learn.
All right. So we in the server, all of us here, we understand that people have certain things in their mind when they come to the realization that um the idea that the earth is not what we've been told is now challenged. We get like this group of people who are on the side of flat earth, but they're not convinced yet. They need some more evidence, as in uh kind of like people that need to go to the edge, or you know what I mean, like this idea that they have in their mind that they need to figure this thing out by going to a specific place. Or we got anti-flat earthers who come in here who are just vehemently opposed to the idea. But at the same time, what we want in this conversation, whether it be somebody who's adamantly opposed or somebody who's on the flat earth side, we need honesty. Because if we don't have that, then we have a breakdown in communication. We have like, to me, it doesn't matter if you claim flat earth or you claim globe. If you're dishonest in here, there will be a reprimand. We that's just flat out. Not just for you, Chris, but anyone. Doesn't This is a standard that we hold.
Yeah, Chris. I'll be honest with you here. I don't really care about going to Antarctica at all. I really want to know what's at the North Pole, but I'm not going to sit here and try and rally all these guys. Hey, let's go to the North Pole, because odds are none of them care as much as I do, or maybe they do, but again, the idea is not feasible, as Miggy already explained to you. So I'm not going to just sit here and say, "Oh, we need to do it. We need to figure it out." It's pointless to sit and talk about that. That's not the point of this Discord at all.
Well, I didn't ever express that was my point of being here. I meant to share my. Uh, yes, that is my agenda. I do seek to find the physical boundaries of Earth. If you think I'm dishonest about that, go ahead and block me now. I'm truthful in that. I seek to find the physical boundaries of Earth.
Okay, so apparently to you there is a physical boundary in your mind that you have to go and seek. Well, which is fine. I mean, that's something in your head that you think that you need to explore. But like, as we know, this Earth is not as open to us who are who are under a rule. If you're above the ruling, then you can probably do a lot more than those who are under the ruling. We are all underneath a ruling, all of us. The majority of vastly, there's like what, a tiny little percentage who can act upon more sovereignly and do whatever they please on this earth, but we cannot. We are people who are confined to a specific region. We can't traverse this earth. We can't go to fly over military zones. We can't, you know what I mean? Like, there's places that you cannot go. That's just, it's like saying, well, I've never been over to the waters of China. Let me go and traverse those waters and go fishing over there. They're gonna stop you. And if we tell you, look, man, you can't go to those waters, and you're gonna, like, you know what? I'm the Truman Show. I'm gonna be just like Jim Carrey and go take a boat off to the. You can do so, and we're gonna, like, dude, you're gonna get shot down. They're probably gonna aggressively tell you to turn back and go away. And you're like, you know what? I don't care what these people say. What are you talking about? I want to see if I can catch fish in their waters. And so this thing that you have, and I'm saying it in the light of, like, it's real. The opposing force that you're going to receive is a reality. It's not some kind of made up fantasy. We're talking about real things that happen on Earth that will happen if you cross the lines and do something that you're not supposed to. You will be disciplined, or possibly they'll throw you in jail, or maybe even shoot you down. Who knows? Like, but what we do know is there's a no zone that you can't go to. whether or not you want to test those boundaries, that'll be upon you. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's in courts or it's out there in the waters, that's going to be upon you. And so anybody who wants to do this and test this out will then figure out if it's going to be possible, whether they can stop me or not. And at that point, because we know, us who have been understanding that the militaries of the world will stop people, and I guess it's a known reality for all of us, because there's people that work in the field of trades. So when they take their boats, from one harbor to the next, they cross over certain waters. There's certain regulations, certain rules they have to abide by when they're traversing the waters. And if these things aren't abided by, then they will get stopped, or they'll probably be told they can't cross the line. And these waters they don't have a physical line, but there's a region in which people can't traverse freely. This is fully known by everyone. This isn't some like secret knowledge or something. We know you just can't traverse the earth freely like you wish. So if that's worth anything, that should be of consideration to anybody who wants to do this. But to come in and ask people, why aren't we looking at the topic this way? And maybe we haven't been challenging that topic enough to go and figure it out if there's some kind of boundary. It's a whole different other thing. Because
Hey, Miggy, you're putting words in my mouth, man. I merely come in here, just sharing what I have to share. I'm not trying to put pressure on anybody else. I'm not trying to say anybody needs to do or act. No, I'm trying to share what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to influence anybody else. I'm not trying to do. No, misread me, man.
I'm just telling you, I'm not misreading it. The vast majority of people who come in with this mindset, let's go see what's at the edge, have the same mindset of like, whether either you're going to do it on, well, do you leave? No. If they have the vast majority of mindset to think that they're going to do it themselves, and or ask people or provoke people as to why this isn't an important topic to talk about. And so I'm even talking about even bringing it up as to like, why haven't we got there yet to do this? Why aren't people provoked enough to want to do that?
There's petitions out there to open up Antarctica. There is, so you can go sign them. If it's important to you, go sign those petitions. Go try and take the legal route. They're trying to open it up more for exploration. Go ahead. Sign the petitions. Get more involved if it's important to you, like Miggy said.
Yeah. There's ways to think about this in a way where it's not infringing on your specific liability. You're not going to go and put something on and just go completely blatantly against it. If you figure it out, like, hey, man, there's enough people that would want to do this, just like Conrad is saying, then there must be a means to do it legally. That's all I'm saying.
You're putting words in my mouth, because I never said anything about legally. I don't believe in that shit. That's a secular religion that I don't believe in, and yeah, that's not mine. So
okay, well then, do what you want to do, I guess, at this point, because there's rules and regulations to the world that obviously we can't disregard.
what you're saying is that there's people that are willing to hurt innocent people for trying to escape the plantation, right?
I don't know if you're.
Nobody said anything about a plantation.
You're definitely not saying you're definitely not saying that somebody is justified in hurting me for trying to traverse the Atlantic Ocean, right?
I don't think that's very justifiable at all, honestly, to hurt somebody for trying to do that. But they can. They can, so they're gonna.
Right. They can and they're gonna. They can and they're gonna. And I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I'm not disagreeing with their abilities. I am trying to express the reality, and that we have no obligation to abide by that.
An obligation to abide by what? The law or not the law?
Well, what is the law?
that you can't go everywhere you want freely. That's the law. Everybody knows this.
I don't know that. Who is everybody?
Well, okay, so you don't know that, but ignorance of the law is not meaning that it doesn't exist. Just because you say, "Well, hey man, I'm traveling the waters. I didn't know you couldn't come over." They're gonna be like, "Doesn't matter. This is the law. You can't be over here." It's not the fact that you don't know you're blissful of it. It's like you're going down the highway at 70 miles per hour in a 55-mile-per-hour zone. It's just because you're blissfully ignorant. I didn't know it was 55. Doesn't mean you're not going to get a ticket. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
so at what point does somebody else have a right to hurt you? I mean, that's what you're talking about. That's
At
really
what
what you're
point?
talking about.
Okay, so the boundaries exist, and
No,
so
no. Let me clarify my question. At what point does somebody else have a right to hurt you because you've taken this to a philosophy? You guys have taken this to philosophy, and
philosophy. I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, what I mean to say is that if you either abide by the rules and regulations that have been set forth, or you break them and do what you want and say, "Hey, man, why are you putting me in jail? Like, this is not right. You guys don't have the right to do this." And they're going to tell you, "Well, the rules are already out there. You should have known." Like, your blissful ignorance of the rules are not our fault. So this is the system of control that we're under. I'm expressing to you why things can't be done. I'm not saying that they're in the right because they're stopping you from going somewhere freely on the earth. What I'm saying is these are the rules that are set before us. And so if you want to go against them, there's repercussion. Now that's up to you. You make the decision if you want to do that or not, right? But I'm not saying that
well,
what you're doing
are the rules real?
it
Are they legitimate?
Chris,
Are the rules
that's
legitimate?
regardless. Listen, that's irregardless of the point. They're set up. If you want to take them down, then you're gonna have to go about it in a legal way. Now, you can't do things on the earth, like I said, because these systems are put in place to keep things in check. Now, whether or not you feel like they're right or wrong, that's like you can't argue that they're put in place, and a lot of people have backed them up. So a large number of consensus would say that I want this to be the thing. You know, I'm signing this and make it a law. And so once it does become something that you're governed by, then going against it has to take the equal or same amount of petition to take it down. But it's a process. Now, the thing that you're talking about is saying, nah, we don't got to worry about that point. I am a free human on this earth. I can do what I want. And that thinking can get you hurt because other people have set this law into place, the ones who maybe wanted to put it in place in the first place, then are the ones who are going to say, no, dude, you shouldn't be over there. And what are you doing over there? And I know that how you're thinking is like, I'm just a regular person. I'm not meaning to harm anyone. I just want to go see what's over there. But they're like, no, because we got to protect land and all this other thing would put something in place that would state like, if you cross this line, there could be force that is applied to prevent you from going there. And not, like I said, we don't like us here. We probably don't agree with that. We're like, dudes, like we're born into this world of captivity. And that's like, I understand what you mean by that, but it starts with the mental prison first of how we critically think about the things. And next, when you have a critical thinking mind, you're able to assess the situations around you. You're able to think, okay, so if I do, if I do this thing will happen. Like you have that critical thinking mind. You're not just going to say, now you know what, I'm going to act like I don't know what's going on in the world and just walk around like a free human being, because being ignorant of things doesn't give anyone the right to do whatever they want. That's ridiculous in any sense. So we have to at least be aware, conscious about what's around us or surroundings, and we have to know what's going on. So when we're actively conscious, we know, okay, these guys have set up this rule that I can't cross this line because X, Y, and Z, right? So you understand that. Not saying that it's right. It might be completely wrong for somebody to make a rule that says you can't do that certain thing, right? If you can hear what I'm saying, I'm not saying that it's right. They might be doing something for their best interest, right? But that's where we come in with a petition or some way that we can go against it. But doing it on your own, just blatantly stepping over the line, isn't going to make things easier for you. It's not going to justify you going to the place where you're not supposed to. In any instance, in anywhere in the world, in any instance, in anywhere in the world. So we have to be of a critical thinking mind and traverse this earth, understanding that there are things that have been set up. And when you do, then you can maybe approach it in a different manner. This isn't philosophical. This is reality. This is the reality of the situation we all are in right now. So hopefully that kind of awakens something in your mind and be like, oh, wait a minute, I need to stop and think. I can't just go everywhere I want because I think I'm a free human being on this earth. I was born free. No man can tell me I can't go to that place or not because I'm just going to go there anyway. But you know what? If some people feel that way, they just do it and see that the thing that they told you not to do will be met with resistance. And that's always the case, It's always the case. So if we're going to approach this in a way that we're going to be able to be able to go against it, we need to do it legally. There needs to be some form of petition against that ruling, and possibly if we have enough people that are fed up with this ruling, that we can overturn it. But if you feel like that's even garbage, the whole system is garbage, then I don't know what to do at that point. It's like, well, that's the way. We don't have the option to say we can't. We don't even want to play your game. We don't want to do that. Well, then you're left with like reality is. Then what else are you gonna do? Just blatantly go against it? Go ahead. I mean, there's people that were just waiting to take people like that down easily. Like I said, it's not fair. It's not the way it's supposed to be. But this is the reality of the world we live in, my friend.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see the voice chat. I tagged you. I posted a link. A Norwegian adventurer was arrested before he even got off the coast of South America. So, they're gonna know what your plans are before you even get close, dude. They know. You got all this technology. They're gonna know. So, go ahead, try it out. Have fun, but we don't care, honestly. I don't care. I don't know. I'm not speaking for anybody else. I don't care.
Don't say you don't care because you just helped me. Thank you. This is. I didn't show up to talk about this. I show up to talk about like flat Earth and fucking moon landings and shit. I didn't show up to talk about this. This is my own thing, and I'm very thankful that you guys have digressed with me to explore this with me.
Yeah, I told you. I told you I
Thank
was.
you.
But I mean, and that this is the side of critical thinking people in the server. Because, like I said before, Chris, we've been met with the same, different, not you, but different people that come in here and say the very same thing, but maybe even a bit more adamantly than you did. You were just speaking of as like this is a thought process that you're working out. But we've had others who come in here a bit more approaching the topic as in, all right, guys, we need to stop being in Discord because this isn't getting us anywhere. And we need to all jump on a boat and go down there and just figure this thing out because talking about it, talk is cheap, and so this whole mentality that we have had, it's a trend. There's been like people who say they're flat earthers and would come in here and would want to do that and either that or go to the north. It doesn't matter which one, but just to see the boundary or where it's at and why we can't go over there. And some people will be like, we gotta assess the situation. What is this? What is the cost factor here? What's it going to take for us to do such a campaign? And yeah, and that's all it is. Realizing that there is a form of like uh, rules and regulations that we have to abide by. Whether or not you think that's the reality, that's upon every individual, right? Because I'm gonna look at it from a critically thinking standpoint. Okay, what's it gonna cost? It's gonna take money. It's gonna take time. It's gonna take people, resources, all these sorts of things to get that particular campaign moving in the right direction. So I would do it. I would do it that way if I was to approach it. And do we have everything we need to get there and so on? But that would be me if I was to think about doing that. But I don't know. I think there's a lot more interesting topics, and Anyway, I just appreciate the topic was even brought up because sometimes people don't really know too much about that specific topic, and they'll get into it with like a mind of like, oh, I didn't know, that you can't do that. Or, we get into conversations with people about like traversing the earth freely. Well, why can't we just continue walking in one direction and just wind up in the same place? And that sort of thing, because people don't understand the world that they live in. It has boundaries. And so not Antarctica, but like, you can't just go anywhere you want on this earth. There's certain places that you can't walk over, and what do you want to call it? Like national treasures of countries that they'll protected lands. That this is a real thing. And hello everybody who's in the server right now. I just want to say hi.
Thanks, Maggie.
Yeah, no.
Hello.
Yeah, we got Kizaru. Who else is in here? Pyramid. Naomi? Did I say your name right?
Yo, what's going on, everybody?
What's up, dude? So yeah, no, we're just chatting. So yeah, I haven't met Pyramid and I haven't met Naomi. I spoke with Kizaru. Kizaru, what's up?
Hello, just listening. But yeah, good. Otherwise.
I have to risk myself on this. So what we're saying is that because we think that there's a naval fleet out there waiting for us, we have to make sure nobody tries. Like, is that what we're talking about?
No, that's not what
We're telling you to go for it and find out. See how it goes.
Okay, thank you. So you're not deterring me. You're encouraging me.
Oh no,
Like,
listen. No, I would say this, Chris. Assess the situation critically. Think about it with your mind and see if there's anything that could possibly help you to get there or stop you from getting there. Think about everything you can about your journey. Weigh out the cost factor of what it would take to get there. Is there something I need to know about for my trip, or is there nothing I need to know about? But think about that. That's all I'm saying. And if you do that, then you're doing right. But if you say that we're over here telling you, Chris, just go down there, man, have fun. Like, we're not doing that. We're not going to push you to do something that you're not going to think about first as to like how it's possible to do it.
I mean, I already showed you a guy that got arrested doing it. So I'm telling you to go just like do it, and that's gonna be your outcome. I'm already telling you. You'll get arrested. So if you want to go get arrested for trying to do it, go ahead. Maybe it'll bring some attention to this topic. Get more people talking, but I'm not going to make that risk. I already have assessed the situation, like Miggy has said, and I realize that it's dumb. It's not going to work, and it's most likely unsafe.
all right, thank you. I appreciate all your feedback. I just want to be clear on that. So thank you. I'll shut up now. And thank you.
What if we ninja rush Antarctica?
You're gonna lead the charge?
Nah, not me. I'm not that fast.
Okay, let's see what's going on here. You want me to lead the charge, Gemsy, Weasel?
I'll encourage you guys.
Jet skis.
You stream it, and I'll be in the chat like, go guys, you can do it.
Yeah, you're just an armchair warrior, dude. You want us to fight your battles, don't you? I see what's going on here. That's all right. I'll go. I'll do it, Gemsy. Just because you said so, man. I'll do it just because you even brought it up. I'm gonna go get my jet ski. Can I take a jet ski?
I mean, the naval fleets can't catch us, right? With the jet ski.
Yeah, jet ski can outrun anything, man. It's like a, It's what you need. Anyway, I'm being facetious, man. I'm not poking fun at you, Chris. I'm just me and Gemsy. We talk about stuff like that.
I was gonna say, Chris, it might be worth to look at other avenues. Like think about things more practically. Like I know they're always advertising for jobs in Antarctica. So like if you're really passionate and this is really something you want to do, like perhaps seek a job at Antarctica and sort of investigate within, sort of thing. Have a chat to people, network,
That's a
get
great
to know
idea.
Antarctica that way. Yeah, for sure.
You know what's crazy? I don't even want to live in the Midwest because it's so cold. Much less go to a place where it's completely frigid.
Dude,
Look,
I feel
hell,
that.
I don't even care if it's like it's great that I'll find a dome or something I can touch it and stuff. That's wonderful. But to be in the freezing cold weather, nah, man, that's not for me. Like I don't want to be there.
Yeah, for sure. The snow is fun for like one day. And
Yeah,
then that's it.
yeah. Reality is I don't like cold weather, and so like super cold. Well, it can be cold, like you said, for a little bit, and then it
Your
gets
snow is good.
what snowboard? Nah,
Snow is good.
snort is good.
Snow.
He's saying snow. Snow is
No,
good.
dude, you gotta. Yeah, brother. I'm sorry. Yeah,
What if I enjoy frozen toes and hair and frozen skin?
yeah,
If
because
I like the weather.
you're you like being punished, man. So some people like being punished. They want to look at their toes and not be able to move them in their hands. Oh, we got some new people in here though. Naomi, Open Minds, Pyramid. What do you guys think about the shape of the Earth? We were talking with Chris, but we want to speak to all the new people that come here. What you guys thinking? You guys just lurking? Just pop in here and see what everybody's talking about. It's all good. It's all good.
Everyone's gone quiet.
They're like, I ain't gonna be talking right now. Get shot down like my ideas. And
Well,
dude, like, go ahead.
can I provoke something? Like
Bro.
my greatest wonder, if I'm among friends, what is the moon?
Just check the NASA chat. What the hell is the Disney thing?
What new thing?
Like if you scroll down, then
What
you'll
chat?
see NASA chat. NASA, NASA.
Where are you seeing that chat at?
Wait, tell me your username, I'll just ping you. Hello?
My username? Are you on the? If you're on the computer, just click on my avatar. It'll tell you the details. My details.
Yeah.
It's Miggy. So MI9.
Yeah, I sent check Livestream voice text.
Okay.
Bro, check the second one. The one with the Google thumbnail.
Second one.
Is that supposed to be like a joke? Or is it?
Oh no, I
Or
don't
are
know.
you guys being serious?
What are you talking about, bruh? So not seeing where I'm looking through the chat here. Did you just post something? Cause
No, in the live stream voice text, I pinged you and I put the hashtag. I put
now.
the chat. Yeah, just
Oh,
click
okay.
on NASA.
So are you talking about the very last thing that's put in there?
Second last.
Second to the last. Let me see.
Yeah,
Resolve. Looks
the one with Google thumbnail.
Blue Marble. Yeah. Yep.
Is that supposed to be like is that a joke?
No, actually, it's not a joke. It's put into the.
Oh.
It's you can actually look it up. It's there. They're not hiding that, but they're gonna tell you that you're crazy to think that it even spells that. It's like looking down at your alphabet soup and saying that it spells your name or something. You know what I mean? Like they're just gonna say that it's just your mind playing tricks on you or something.
But why that word?
Man, that's something for them to tell you. Like, I don't know why they put sex in everything
What?
that.
Bro, and the second one, the Lion King one. That's literally a simulation. You can't control a simulation.
Shalom, guys.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's question for those guys.
How you
It's
guys
just
doing?
it is what it is. What's up, man?
What's up? What are you guys talking about? What simulation?
If you look at
This.
hashtag NASA in this server, and then
Yeah.
go second to the last thing that was posted. I think Resolve posted it. It's a
Last
vid,
thing.
huh?
Okay. So it's NASA really just Disney, right?
Yep. It's like the how they're putting the word sex into like the Blue Marble image and
Oh yeah.
Disney film.
That's typical for Disney. You know, it's not only with their fake NASA stuff. It's also with many Disney movies and comics. You can actually just look that up. You know, it's called subliminal messaging. It's a very interesting thing. It's it's nothing new. You know, and Disney is not just doing it for the fake NASA CGI images. It's also a thing in many old movies from Disney. Yeah, it's very wicked and disgusting. So yeah, it's definitely real. Just do some research on subliminal message. I can't really say that in English, but
Subliminal messaging. Yeah.
yeah, and especially in Disney movies, you're gonna find a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
what is the question? Was he saying that's like not true or
No, I don't know. He's just like, is this real? It's was his question. Is this real?
yeah,
So
sure enough. I think nothing on here is. This is all opposite. You know, we are trying to show real information and how reality is, and not hide things. You know,
Right.
Disney will tell you that sex is just coincidence in the clouds and so forth. It's always coincidence. You know.
It's just it's the art of controlling, right? How do you control someone to be docile and never to understand what's going on in the reality? Is you give them a different reality, a different
Right.
paradigm, and once you do accomplish the goal, and they're easily manageable, right? We're running out of resources. Stop doing that. Stop using up resources. And what we know on this earth is everything regenerates, everything replenishes. We know that this good earth is plentiful and it's good enough for everyone to live on and live comfortably. And there's no sense of like we're running out of things or like we're gonna not have water or most of the earth is covered in this stuff. Like what do you mean we're running out of it? Anyway, um, however, there is certain things you can do in your local area that could cause harm, you know. But as far as like the understanding that we're going to destroy the entire Earth, that's not going to happen.
Mm.
But you can do man-made chemicals that could destroy the human body in a way like it could deteriorate it faster. Like certain chemicals that you ingest via the things that are put out in like the foods you eat. The chemicals that you ingest every day by eating certain foods that are have these chemicals that are man-made stuff, like they put into the different foods, and then people wonder why there's all these illnesses. Oh, it's no wonder you're not eating whole foods. You're eating Twinkies and all this crazy stuff that was never meant to be in your body. Chemical compounds that over time deteriorate the body. So there's just a lot of stuff, right? It goes from subliminal messaging to like weakening your system and making you more docile overall.
Right. Yeah, Disney is certainly very, very wicked, and it's nothing a kid should actually watch.
I'd like to say though, is anybody else new to the topic of the shape of the earth? Because I know Pyramid, I've seen you here. Naomi, I don't know so much. And Open Minds, I could just say I've seen you here lurking before. But yeah, if you just get on the mic, man, if you want to talk about it, it's the best way that you can exercise what you know is just talk about it. It's also good for you too to see why you think the way you do.
I was in the shower.
Could I?
Give me a minute.
Sorry. Did she say a minute, or it's gonna be a minute? Like, at least that's what I heard. I don't know. It was pretty brief. How's your day going, Kizaru? Or night? Looks like around this time is pretty late for you.
Yeah, it's pretty late. It's doing all right. I sort of, yeah, I don't know. Like, Elliot, like, I've been talking to someone in another server for a while, and they seemed like they were kind of awake, and pretty smart, and, someone you could have pretty good convos with. And I saw that they were in this server as well. And so, I sort of asked them, like, I've been talking to them for a bit anyways, and I sort of finally asked, like, oh, hey, are you a flat earther? And they were like, no, I'm not a flat earther, like, I could, debunk the flat earthers or whatever. And I'm like, well, I'm a flat earther. It's like, well, you should go in there if,
You're breaking up.
It's kind of like, can you hear me?
You're breaking
No,
up. Just
you're breaking up.
Underwater.
Can you hear me now?
a little bit. It's a little bit. We still kind of sound like you're breaking up.
It's this microphone. It's not good.
You're underwater still.
No, still not good. You're moving away from me.
Why are you flat earther?
Who are you asking? Her? Me?
Everybody.
Okay. That's easy enough. All right. Why are we a flat earther? Have you ever questioned the reality that you live in? That it could not be the thing that you think that it is? So if they told you ever since you were young that the earth is a globe, how can you realize that it's a globe for real? Using your critical mind. What can you do to make it a known reality to you that you live in a globe?
What can you do to make it a known reality for you to know that, like, you live on a flat earth?
Okay. So in order for that to happen, we need to look at the question in a way that could challenge the globe earth, right? So I asked you, but it's great that you're asking me, because I think what happens is you want to know how we do it. And it's very simple. We look at the way that they've come around giving us the information that it's a globe, meaning that they've given us the metrics, right? So the radius, the diameter, and the circumference of the Earth. Now, these metrics are important, and they can't change. They can't be bigger. The Earth can't be smaller. It has to be the exact size that they have told us. So the radius, diameter, and circumference. You can Google that right now.
Why does it need to be the exact size?
Because if it's not the exact size, then you can't know the distance to planets. You can't have rockets doing parabolic movements out to leave the Earth's atmosphere. Everything that they have figured out for everything.
Why?
I'm sorry?
Why?
Why? Because this is the math formula for everything. When they put R in every formula, the R is the radius in that formula. Okay, so when they're figuring out the formula of how big the Earth is, you'll see the little letter R in every formula, and R stands for the radius. So it is the known calculation that they've come up with for the size of the Earth, and they apply this math to everything, including telemetry data for rockets, satellites, rovers to Mars, everything. It's everything that they use for the understanding of what the size of the Earth is, so that they can leave the Earth if they're going to in a rocket. And so, like, this is the calculation that they use. So, telling us why they came up with this, and this information came from long ago, it kind of denotes that you don't understand if you actually know that you live on the Earth being a globe or not. So, I would say, because you're asking all these questions and you're not informed, that you don't know if you live on a globe Earth or not. You just think you do at this point. Would that be fair to say, Mr. Improved FIR?
Yep.
Okay. It's fair to say that because a lot of people might have the same assumption that you do, that they just think that the Earth is a globe. It's a foregone conclusion. We figured this thing out like a long time ago. So, we don't have to look into it. We just have to say the word science. That's how I know. And that's not good enough, right? Because we're telling you the numbers that they've given us for the shape and the size of the Earth don't line up with what we would look at on the Earth physically. If I'm going to tell you, okay, so go to like let's take a distance, right? Point A is the beginning part of your distance, and point B would be like, let's say, 20 miles or even 10, 15 miles, whatever you choose. But over that distance, there has to be a curvature drop rate at the curve of the Earth would adhere to. So the curve of the Earth, 8 inches per mile squared, would be adherence to the how the drop rate actually would work out, right? So if you were to like say go from point A to point B over that distance and measure like the curvature drop rate, then you'd be able to say, okay, with all assurance, the Earth did conform to the metrics that they claim that it is. Now, if I say that the Earth didn't conform to those metrics, I can't then therefore say that the Earth is bigger. Well, it must be a bigger ball that we're on. That's why we can't measure it. No, 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 no. You can't use that. Because if you say that it's bigger, then you throw everything else that they figured out of whack. That means the telemetry data for rockets to leave, the size or the distance to the sun, everything is thrown off because you start making up your own cosmology, which doesn't even exist. You start making up your own cosmology. So it's not that you think that the Earth could be bigger; it's that it can't be bigger. Because if it was bigger, then you'd have to devise your own cosmology in which you knew the distance to everything, in which you knew the size of the Earth, in which like there's a lot that comes with it. So, that being said, we take the information they've given us, right, which is the set size of dimensions that the Earth is, and we apply it to practical use on the Earth and see if we can measure the curvature. And we cannot do such a thing because when people actually do it, they find out that there is no curvature because there's a thing called line of sight. And if I have if I have a laser or a target, or if I can know water is level on its surface, over a distance, let's say, of about 5 miles, if I can actually know this, and the water doesn't bend or curve in any way to conform to the exterior of the sphere, then I know assuredly that even if I scale up and I go past that, water isn't going to start bending at a larger distance, because it should adhere to the ball Earth at a small distance, even just a little bit, even a slight bit. It should adhere to it. So, by way of measurement, we can also know that we don't live on a globe Earth, because this number that they've given us does not adhere to the shape of the Earth anywhere on Earth. Now, and the reason I'm saying this is because we can say this and tell people. We can say, okay, you live in Africa, you live in Germany, I live in America. Let's go out wherever we are and go test this thing out. Go wherever you can. Find a stretch of land that you can look at, and or water. I would say water would probably be the best thing you can do. Go over a body of water and get a known distance, and measure from point A to point B, and see if you can't see with line of sight, that distance that should be there. And if you can, then that would also state that the curvature of the Earth is non-existent, because there has to be, right, curvature. That you can't, that the Earth is a ball. It has to be a ball no matter what. So there should be a hump of Earth that's in between you and I from point A to point B. And that is not there. That's how we know, going back to your question, that's how we know that the Earth isn't a globe. I've just answered your question, by the way. Improved FIR. Does that make sense? I'm trying to keep it short. Improved FIR, are you there?
Well, yeah,
Did you listen to what I just said?
little.
Okay, so you're not paying attention. And is there any reason why you wanted me to go into an explanation and now you're not paying attention? Because
I
that's
just wanted to
honestly
ask you. I didn't wanna hear like a 1 hour documentary on why the Earth is
improved
flat.
FIR. Here's the issue that we're having here. If you want to know something, then you would pay attention. If you don't want to know something, then you're wasting everybody's time. I'm being very blunt and very forward, because it's very rude to ask somebody to tell you how you
Just
know
one question.
and then ignore them. So please,
Circumnavigation.
I would ask this. If you listen to anything that I said, because it was important, right? It was important, the things that I said. Now, if you're going to disregard what I said and then only say what you want, I won't accept it. So if you want to have a good discussion, however, we can do that. We can have a good discussion. So is there anything that you need to know about how we know that the Earth...
Circumnavigation.
No, sir. No, sir. That's not what I'm talking about. I specifically told you how we know that the Earth doesn't conform to the curvature.
Can you explain the circumnavigation, please?
Okay. Improved FIR. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
What did I say? Please repeat what I said to you.
The Earth is flat.
No, I did not
And
say.
you just explained how the Earth is not curved.
There you go. It's not a globe, right? I didn't just tell you it was flat. I explained to you how it wasn't a globe, and that's the reasoning why it's flat.
Yeah.
So specifically, I told you how it's not a globe, right? And how did I tell you it's not a globe? If you're listening,
some radius stuff.
And so this radius stuff that you're saying is not important to you. And why is that?
Bro,
Go ahead.
I am a high schooler. How would I understand that stuff?
Okay. So here's the thing, and it doesn't matter what level of education you have. What I'm doing right now, hopefully, is I'm challenging your mind. So I'm showing you a way to think about this improved FIR. So you don't have to know everything, but you can challenge the idea. Okay. So what it's doing to you is giving you a way to challenge the idea. I'm not saying you got to know it, but you can at least challenge it. Somebody's saying that the Earth is a globe, and they give you these metrics, right? They tell you the radius and the diameter and circumference. You can look that up. You can go to Google, punch in what is the radius of the Earth, and it's going to tell you specifically what is the radius, what is the diameter, what is the circumference, all of these things. It'll tell you that information. So you don't have to know them; they're already there. So when you go in and find out what they are, then you take those numbers, right, and you measure the Earth, and then it's going to tell you whether or not that it is a globe because you measured curvature or you did not measure it. You understand?
Okay.
So that's it. I listen. You're a high schooler. That's fine. I will agree that some people don't have the knowledge at hand to challenge it. But what I will say is the knowledge is there for you to look up. It's as easy as anyone just going to the library or
Okay.
even your own phone or
I
the.
just
Go ahead.
what
Go
I
ahead.
what I want to ask is, what about circumnavigations?
Okay, so we haven't addressed the issue though. The issue is you're going to a different topic. I would love to talk about that, but if we go back to the original topic that needs to be understood, it has to either be measured or not measured, and that this is the important part. If it is measured, then we are to assuredly know that the Earth is a globe. We can talk about circumnavigation. We can talk about Coriolis, gravity, anything you want to talk about. But what needs to be understood, if it's been measured, then we can assuredly say that we're standing on some kind of globe, right? Oblate spheroid, or however they uh, give us the information on what it is. But at least we have that information, right? So if we
Yeah.
don't have that information, however, and go to another topic, we have misinformation. We don't have a complete understanding of what the next topic is going to be. I can't tell you about circumnavigation if you still think we live on a globe. Improved FIR. Do you understand? Because
Okay.
if we go to circumnavigation and we talk about that, you're going to be like, "Nah, dude, it's a globe." And I'm going to be like, "Wait, we didn't even cover the fact that we couldn't even measure curvature." And that's a problem. That is a big problem. So we have to address that situation first. And once we do, that's why I was saying you weren't paying attention to anything I said. And you're like, no, some radius stuff. And like the radius stuff that you're disregarding is ultimately the most important thing that you need to know, because they use it for everything that applies to the globe. Everything. The radius is absolutely necessary. When they say refraction, it's within the formula for refraction. When they say they've traveled to the moon, it's in the formula for telemetry data for the rockets to leave the Earth. To actually, they say the rocket goes like 2 or 3 times around the Earth and then leaves the Earth to go to the moon.
Wait,
But
why is the radius needed to go to moon?
it's needed for everything, not just that.
Yeah.
But because they need to know
Just
that they take a parabolic curve off. The rockets don't go straight up. I hope you know that they don't go straight up and out up into outer space. They don't do that. They have to actually, low Earth orbit. You know how satellites get to low Earth orbit, or as they refer to it as LEO. They have to actually go along the radius of the Earth. They follow the curve, I guess, if you want to call it that. This is a little propaganda, I'm telling you, because this I
yeah.
know. So the rockets have to go ahead. Go ahead.
As far as I know, rocket go into the outer space, and then they, uh, because of like the gravity of the Earth, then they like go around the Earth a couple of times,
Oh
and
yeah,
then they leave. So
yeah.
the radius of the Earth doesn't matter. What matters is how far they are from Earth, and multiplied by the radius, or like added. Yeah, whatever.
Multiply by you just said
Added.
yeah, but
Yeah,
you
added.
contradicted. Improved. You contradicted yourself. You said it doesn't matter, but yet it does matter because they calculated. So you see how you're contradicting yourself. You can't use that it doesn't matter in a sentence and then at the very
Yeah,
next breath say that it did matter because they used it in their calculations. So it does matter.
yeah, but but it's not just the
Oh,
radius. There's also like the how long, how far away it is from the Earth's surface. You also have to take that into consideration.
okay. So the elevation.
And the radius, is it like the radius of the atmosphere, or is it like just the radius of the land?
Okay, so if they don't have if they don't have the radius of the Earth, then they would immediately not know how far above the Earth's surface they are. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
Okay. So we're at an understanding. They need to know the radius in order for them to know how high above the ground they need to be for them to
But
actually. Yeah. Go ahead.
like, why?
What do you mean?
Like,
Why?
if they are just going up in a straight line, they don't need the curvature.
No, 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 no,
If
no,
they are
no,
like
no, 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 no. Go.
going around it, then
That's a
they
misconception. That's a misconception. You need to go back and see how rockets leave the Earth, because you think they're going straight up, and sir, they don't do that. They don't go
they
straight
go
up.
straight up into the space and then they orbit.
No,
They
no,
don't
they don't.
start orbiting while in the atmosphere.
No, no, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't.
That is such a-
Yeah, go. Please look that up, because I think that's a big hole of misinformation you have right now. So go look that up, because I think you're trying to put a shoehorn a conversation that you don't have no knowledge of, and I think that's going to be very difficult for you to talk about. So, anyways, like I was telling you, I'm not even going to get to that part, but I'm telling you the reason why radius is important, or the metrics they give us important, because they need to have this information. It's vital. It's not something we can say, well, that possibly the reason why we don't measure curvature is because the Earth is way too big. You understand? Like, that doesn't work, because then you're designing your own cosmology. So you can't say the Earth is bigger. That's not. It's not even a question that we need to entertain. But so I've given you the tools, right? Because now you can look at this.
Wait, do satellites start orbiting while in the atmosphere?
No, we can't even. We
Wait,
can't. Listen.
satellites don't fall from the sky because they are orbiting Earth. Even when satellites are
Improved.
thousands of miles away,
Improved.
that is in space.
Improved. You're only talking about propaganda at this point. You don't know. Okay, so you're right now. You're standing on a point of not knowing anything, and the reason why I'm saying that
But
with all assurance, listen to me. You just finished saying, "I'm a high schooler. How should I know?" These are your words, not mine. You said this in the live stream. I'm a high schooler. How should I know? Everybody heard you say that. You can rewind the tape. It's gonna say the very same.
yeah,
Right.
and
There we go. So, because of that fact, you're a high schooler. You don't know much, right? I'm showing you what to do to figure out if you can measure the curvature. So, the reasoning behind what you're trying to say, it holds no bearing right now, because you're telling me propaganda that you've learned, and I'm like, I don't want to hear propaganda. I need to hear you tell me how you know the curvature of the Earth was measured, so therefore you can ascertain the information
bro,
that it is indeed a ball with curvature.
okay. I don't know about the curvature of the Earth. I haven't learned, but what I can talk about is I can talk about what I have learned, and that's what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, and I agree that you want to speak about the things you've learned, but it's not relevant. It's not relevant to the point, because here's the thing. You can say, I know the full story about space and planets, and I'm going to be like, that doesn't matter. And you're going to be like, why? I'm going to tell you why. Because everything they told you past the point of telling you that you can know the shape of the Earth in which you're standing on right now is irrelevant. I could hand wave dismiss the whole entire cosmology that you're going to tell me. Well, you don't know how satellites fly. I don't care, because they haven't told me how I can measure curvature, which is the most important thing. Because once I measure curvature, I can tell you with all assurance that I live on a globe. If I don't
Yeah.
measure curvature, I don't live on a globe. And therefore, if the Earth is not a globe, then what else is wrong? Are they talking about how I can exit with a rocket and satellites and whatever into the Earth not using radius? Like, that's not possible, because everything that they talk about has the Earth being a globe. So the Earth has to be a globe for me to know the distance to the planets, for me to know like everything, the whole cosmology. Everything has to
Okay.
be tied to the radius. So
Forget about
that
the cosmology. I'm not talking about like outer space stuff. I'm just talking about like circumnavigation. Just tell me, how do circumnavigations work?
how do you know the Earth is a globe for you to have circumnavigation? I go back to the very first point, and
Okay. Let's say Earth is flat. Then how do you go from North Pole to South Pole and then to North Pole again?
okay, who's done this? Who's done?
There have been 19 pole-to-pole circumnavigations, including 1977 Pan American Airlines 50th anniversary.
Okay, and I've been to the North Pole and it's flat, and I've been to the South Pole and it's flat.
Yeah.
How? Okay, so there it is. Now challenge their idea for what you just read to what I just said. How are you going to challenge it? Go ahead.
What?
Okay, you just read something, right? You
Yeah.
just read something. Okay, that's fine. That information was given to you. Now I just told you I went to the North Pole and I went to the South Pole and it's all flat from point to point. How are you going to challenge what you just read and what I just said?
Bro, do you have footage of you going there, and do you have like thousands of people who have seen you take off, and do you have thousands of people who
Yeah,
have
I
seen
got people.
you in the air, and do you have like satellite footages of everything?
Easy. It's as easy as this. It's as easy as this. I can have people that can vouch for me that actually seen me go on a journey somewhere. Now what? Because I can cover all your bases that you're asking for, but that doesn't provide evidence that I've actually done the thing that I said. It was just a story. It's a story you're reading. Now, if somebody's saying that they have all this evidence, I got pictures, I got videos, I got so what? So what? What does that have to do with the fact that the earth that I stand on is of a particular size? I'm traversing over a globe.
Okay,
So
okay,
you're
let's say you did a circumnavigation around the flat earth. How would that work?
It works like it works now. Okay, when you listen, when you go from if you hop in a boat, where do you go like when you start going on the boat, where do you leave from? You leave from a harbor, right? Just answer what I'm saying, yes or no. You leave from a harbor,
Yep.
right? When you land somewhere, you land in a harbor, right?
Yep.
Okay. So essentially, you're going from harbor to harbor. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. It's, conversely, for an airplane, when you get in an airplane, you go from airport to airport, right?
Yep.
Okay. Knowing this information, how is it going from harbor to harbor, airport to airport? Is that going to tell me what the shape of the Earth is?
Yeah, if you go in a straight line, and if you like start out from a harbor and then reach that harbor again
Okay.
while
So
still
now,
going in a straight
yeah, now
line.
the straight line, I've heard you. So now I'm going to challenge you. How can you know that you're going in a straight line if you're at sea? You're talking about this straight line as it being a point that you're not going to deviate from, like dead reckoning. Like you're just
Yeah.
going straight and you're not. There's no movement. But that's unrealistic.
Yeah, that's unrealistic in sea because there's waves and stuff, but in air there's no
Yeah.
freaking waves. And even if there's wind,
Okay.
but it's not
Uh,
strong enough to like change the whole path
Uh,
of an airplane.
okay, first of all, you have no understanding of from being a sailor or from being a pilot. All right. So we've had many pilots come in here and sailors and them talking about like what you just said. Now you're going around the idea that it's not possible, which I'm trying to tell you it's not because you have militarized zones, you have waves, you have like different weather situations where it would make it impossible for you to do the thing that you're talking about. You mean like a beeline, you know? A beeline is just like, a direct dead reckoning path from one point to the next, which like everybody uses a compass, right? Otherwise, you would just know, hey man, just point your finger right there and just go straight over there. And that doesn't happen in reality. We use navigational tools, don't we?
Yeah, and
Oh. Right. So because of the fact that you can't go in this magical straight line that you're talking about, it's not possible to traverse the earth in large distances in that way.
why
It can't.
not? There's
It can't.
there's
Listen.
freaking compasses.
Listen. It has never happened on the surface of the earth that people have traversed the earth in a manner in which you speak of. Like in a short distance. Like if you were standing like a few yards away from me and I could see you, that does work because I'm seeing the line. We could even draw a line, but in a large distances, like you can't use that same logic. It doesn't work that way. Otherwise, nobody would travel this earth using navigational tools, and that's
Have
preposterous for
you
us to believe.
have you heard of a compass?
Okay, so we're getting far off. We're getting far off. Listen, we're getting far off
You
into how.
know,
Yeah, approved FIR. I have to redirect you because what you're doing here essentially is escaping the fact that you're working off of the presupposition that the Earth is already a globe, sir. and you're giving me ideas as to how we can know it's a globe without actually knowing it's a globe. You're telling me, well, just, travel across the earth and you can know it's a globe. And I'm like, no, you can't. That doesn't give me any information as to I know that the earth is curving underneath me. That's not even close. Like, I can traverse the earth in any way, over a plane, over a boat, but that's not going to tell me that the shape of the earth that I'm on is curving underneath me. That's not going to say any of that. It just means I'm going from one place to the next. And whatever navigational tools I use still isn't going to give me that fact, because
I
I'm not measuring the curvature of the earth. Improved FIR. I'm going to say it again.
okay.
I am
I
not
don't.
measuring the curvature of the earth when I travel across the surface. You understand? Like, this is
I
important.
I I don't think I can convince somebody who thinks NASA is owned by
No, no,
Disney.
no, 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 no. Don't go to another topic. Stay on this one. Stay on this topic. Did you leave?
Yes, he left as usual.
Anyway, all right, Kizaru, you're next.
I don't know how you do it, Midgie. Like, I commend your efforts, though.
Yeah, I know. I just these poor souls, man. They're everywhere on the earth, and they can't. They haven't been challenged, and I know he didn't know too much, and at least I could put a seed of like him trying to challenge it in some sort of way that could make some sense to him. But for him to actually still be on the earth and continue to think that it's a globe because of his information, thinking this is how they go about the topic. They just look at it like, well, I can circumnavigate the earth and I know it's a globe because I can. You're not measuring anything. You're just traveling from the place.
Yeah.
At
I
no
feel like
point,
sometimes these conversations just go around in circles, don't they? Really?
pun intended, yeah.
Like,
Yep, they do. But I always have to redirecting is important for me because I think it gets the mind to realize, oh, I veered off course. I'm not even paying attention. And can you see how like I launched into like an explanation, a monologue, so to speak, but he wasn't willing to listen to that. He was just chomping at the bit, waiting to tell me about how circumnavigation was a reality on the earth and how we can go how we can, if it was possible to travel on the earth in a straight line, then we would know we live on the earth as a globe. And it's like that's not the standard of understanding. Like, you can't use that and pit it against like how we know we live on a globe or not. Circumnavigation doesn't give us the information we need to ascertain if the earth is a globe. We need to know measurements of the curvature. Like, that's direly important.
yeah, but it kind of seemed like he came in here already with his like topic points, you know what I mean? Like what he was going to discuss, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's hard. It's hard.
it's globe because globe.
Because globe. Good morning to everybody. Daj, we have Elijah in here. Gemzy, Julius
Morning.
J. How you doing, guys?
Good, man. I think the smarter you are, or the smarter you think you are, and the more you understand the quote unquote science, I think the more resistant you are to anyone suggesting different, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's almost like you can't. I mean, I mentioned this obviously, but you can't introduce the topic until the person is willing to go like, all right, maybe I'm not the smartest person in the world. Like, maybe I'm actually stupid. I don't know. And then maybe there's a chance.
I find out that the more I know, the more I know I don't know.
Well, there's that too. I agree.
They say that
No.
as the more I know, the more I learn, the less I know.
Well, the issue here was he did exclaim in the conversation that he's because I repeated it. I was like, you just said you were a high schooler and didn't know too much. Yet you're going off and telling me something that you've heard and think that is true. So What is it? Do you know or don't you? It's like we can't go off of what you say. The understanding of him trying to tell me that he knows you live on a globe, or the what do you call evidence that he's bringing forward is circumnavigation. I mean, that's the best that you can come up with, because it would only make sense if you're on a flat Earth that you'd have like this dead reckoning straight line of thing where there's nothing interrupting me from going in a straight walk line, from point A to point B, and that's not no nothing. Nobody ever uses that idea. Otherwise, we wouldn't need navigational tools. We just point in one direction and say, just go that way. You wind up in Japan. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, think about a high school kid that contemplate, me as a high school kid, and there's a difference between like admitting like I don't know. Like he'd be like, well, no, I don't know some aspect of math, right? That's next year. I learned that next year. But as far as knowing his reality, I think he believes that he knows everything, right? When you're a high school kid, you think you're at the pinnacle of understanding about the world around you, right? And then, as time goes, you realize, oh, I know less about the world than I thought I did 2 years ago. And then in 2 more years, the same, right?
Yep.
Well, to put you on the spot, Dodge, I mean, is that true? Like, are you
I
more
mean, for me, it
ignorant
was. I
than
mean,
him?
for me, it is. Like, I'm 18 years old. I think I believe that I comprehend the people around me, and I understand where I stand in these people around me. And then, maybe I'm in my mid 20s, and I'm like, well, geez, I look at an 18-year-older, and then I think about myself as an 18-year-older. No, of course I had no. I know more. I've got more information now, but I don't. It's a Dunning-Kruger effect that for me, I don't know what I don't know, right?
Well, it sounds like we have to be careful we don't project.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, sure, fair enough. But I
Like,
mean, I'm open to
let's
the
not.
idea that he knows everything.
Yeah, let's not project our weaknesses onto other people.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
That's what I'm
Fair
hearing.
enough.
I mean, really, I'm serious.
Uh, okay.
Yeah, let's
I,
say this, right? That someone is a complete expert in everything, right? They're just plugged into the internet and they can tell you everything. But the problem is they can't. They just can't do it for some reason. And maybe it's your fault or someone else's fault, or there's a glitch in their decision making matrix. But for whatever reason, they know everything. They are omniscient, but they can't even explain how to tie their shoes. What good is it then? What purpose would it be for them to go on and on about all the information they have when they're not able to share it, and can't, and physically, psychologically, or mentally cannot share what they know?
Wow, that's deep. Okay, so essentially, like you're trying to imply that there's some way that we can derive meaning from somebody else's meaning in that sense.
Yeah, or like answers, if you will. So if some person has questions and another person has answers, you would expect the person to offer answers. But what if there was somebody out there who knew all the answers, but could only frame their answers in the form of a question? I would say that that's pretty worthless because you'll never get to the answer at that point because it's always going to be some sort of reflective experience. You would ask them, hey, how do you tie your shoes? And they respond back, how do you tie your shoes? And you're like, wait, that didn't help, right? I mean, you ask them, hey, do I put one lace over the other one and make a twist? and they tell you to find a twist. See, they might think like these globalists are helping you, but they're not helping Flat Earth at all. They can't even help themselves. How are they going to offer help for somebody else? They can't even get to an answer on their own and then explain that answer at some level of proficiency to even pass, like, say, a level 100 astronomy class. They'll get the definition of astronomy wrong right off the bat when all they got to do is Google it and read it. They'll tell you, hey, they'll ask you a question. Explain this in the flat Earth. Certainly, Toby. What flat Earth are you looking at right now? And they'll be like, I'm looking at your flat Earth. I go, which is what? What information have I given you to go off of that you've subscribed to me a flat Earth that you're asking a question about? And they can't answer that. They have no idea. They said, you haven't given me anything. I'm like, well, there you go, right? You're asking me a question based in the position of complete ignorance and then stumped by the answer. All you did was showcase you don't know what you're talking about, and you didn't from the very beginning.
Well said. Thank you for sharing. That was fabulous. But how's that shared?
Say again?
Well, how do we share that? Like, you know, that mentality, like the mentality you talked about. Like, really, we can't be fooled. We can't be fooled by thinking, oh, this is comfort, right? We're domesticated humans, really, but we can't be fooled, and that's what we're really talking about, I think, right? Uh, Am I mistaken?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. So what you're looking at here is a thing called the overview effect. Have you heard about that before?
The overview effect. No, I haven't specifically heard of it. No.
Okay, what's been talked about by a few people, mostly, some of the astronauts and stuff, that they say when you view Earth from afar, it's a psychological paradigm shift in how they view the Earth, what it means. And
Okay,
also,
you're talking in a paradigm that I am so skeptical to even fathom when you say that this is the astronauts' perspective.
yeah,
It was
can you
really nice.
empathize? Are you able to empathize with that at all?
I guess so, because you really did corner it. You really did corner it really well. You made it all about them, and all it's saying is it's all about them. So
Yeah, here, look at this image I just posted in the live stream. They're telling you that is Earth taken from Voyager.
And I can literally make a close-up picture of my window with some dirt on it, and they're gonna interpret something from space.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of more to the point too, right? You could.
I'm sorry,
This.
I'm in the wrong room. Like which chat is this
Oh
in?
yeah, right above this voice, the voice chat. There's a live stream voice text.
And I don't want to know what weird thing they have zoomed on and
Okay.
made a space image out of it. You know, who knows?
Yeah, I'm saying if you give it to them, just for the sake of argument, that this is their photo representing their model, done by a spaceship that is using the principles of astronomy. to look back at Earth and make a claim.
Yeah,
So you're
that's like a picture of our galaxy or something, right? Or sun system.
Yeah, this is Earth.
Solar system.
No, this is still Earth here. This is the
Oh,
pale blue
okay.
dot.
Isn't there like a picture where you see a little dot and they say that's the solar system from some kind of very far satellite?
Yeah, I'm not sure the whole solar system, but this one here is that one pixel
Yeah,
is
it's retarded.
supposedly supposed to be Earth.
Let me quickly do something in Paint right here. Let's see. Frying pan. Oh no, I use Photoshop. Okay. Old dirty frying pan. Old dirty frying pan.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've got those too. But they talk about the surface, right?
Yeah. Okay. Photoshop.
Yeah, like this right here.
Is this a digression or is this a progression?
It's a progression, my point of view, because I'm looking at what they're saying and showing them that just because you understand the heliocentric model doesn't mean you accept it. And even more so, if one believes in the heliocentric model, they sometimes reject it themselves because they don't follow that claim to its full logical conclusion. They'll look at the small dot and be like, that is Earth, and they in a full stop, abruptly stop, and then worry about what other people are doing.
Okay, fair enough. Please respect my question. So yeah, thank you. This is valuable information.
Yeah, and the principle is called overview effect. And there's also another thing with Carl Sagan did like a speech, like a pale blue dot, where he basically talked about that how fragile Earth is, and you can't leave Earth. That you need to respect your neighbor, because hey, if you destroy the Earth, that's it. There's no place else to go. The rest of the universe is completely inhospitable.
Well, Bill Nye said that too, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. Bill Nye's got a really
it's a closed system. We need you to understand it's a closed system. That's what there's a video of him saying.
Yeah, he also did like he sucks. There's some Bill Nye's like a gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there. The
Gross.
Earth is a closed system. You cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
I don't believe it. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. No
Yeah,
one
look at
hears that shit.
look at this one. His I suck speech. I'm insignificant. I am just another speck of sand. And the Earth really is in the cosmic scheme of things just another speck. And the sun is an unremarkable star. Nothing special about the sun. The sun is another speck. The galaxy is a speck. And in a speck of speck orbiting a speck, among other specks, among all still other specks, in the middle of specklessness. I suck. This is supposedly a science
Sorry,
teacher. Yeah, that
I led you to this digression. You were going somewhere.
no,
And
this is where I'm going with, right? Because this Bill Nye is a true believer in the heliocentric model, like a true. I mean, this guy is 100% all in. I mean, he will go down with the ship as the heliocentric model gets debunked. And his full logical conclusion is the heliocentric model drove him to a position where he's even devalued his own life to a speck of sand. He isn't able to realize that if the heliocentric model is true, life is even more precious than what flat earthers claim. In the heliocentric model, in the known universe, there is nothing else even close to what Earth is described to be. They call this the rare Earth hypothesis, that they don't know why in astronomy. Why is Earth so unique? They can't figure it out. So they just say Earth breaks the model so spectacularly. They say there's some other variable here that they don't know what it is that creates life. And he uses that.
Hollywood creates life. They got 10,000 movies to do it and to reaffirm it. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be an apologist.
No, jump in whenever you want.
No, I'm just trying to say that's how they fuck us, man. Is like with the Hollywood, you know. The inescapable. Well, I guess it's not inescapable, but it's prevalent. It's everywhere prevalent. The Hollywood. And I guess I just mean to say that I believe we're probably on the same page in that dynamic.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, fire away.
Who?
Me.
Who are you asking a question toward?
Oh, just you guys' general opinion. Do you guys believe in other planets then? And if so, like how? What do you guys think about that?
I hate to steal the thunder here, but I don't believe in planets.
No, you're not stealing the thunder. I'm like just curious of what you guys think because I've been in the server like a long time, but I've never really heard anyone talk about planets. So I'm just curious.
What you need to
I have to
understand,
shut up then because I'm not the person to talk about it.
yeah.
So
So what you need to understand is the very question of where we're living on, is the Earth a planet, right? So just talking about lights in the sky, first of all, doesn't make the ground beneath you going 360 degrees in every direction curving. Okay, that's the first thing. And the other thing is that's basically the question: are we living on a planet? And the answer is no. And the problem is what you have in mind probably is or what they show you once you research flat Earth today in this sensor tube. Okay, you're gonna be shown pictures of a flat disk in a heliocentric model, which just completely destroys the understanding of what the main question is. The main question is, are we living in a geocentric model, which then would say that the Earth is not a planet, but the center of everything that was created. Okay? So talking about planets, and I can certainly say, no, I do not believe that there are other planets. I believe that there are lights in the sky, and that's what we observe. What we observe is twinkling lights, different colors, very interesting shapes, but we never observe these fake CGI Disney globes that they call planets. The planets that you can observe with some great telescope or camera will always look completely opposite from what you have been shown or told. But again, back to the main question, are we living on a planet? That's the main question. And the answer is no. We're living in a geocentric, stationary topographical plane. And you are the center of basically everything which was created. Where you're living on. And the sky circles above you.
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that? That you are created? Repeat that.
I can tell you are created and you are the center of this creation. Okay? Where you're living on, it's the center of everything. Besides that, we don't know if there's more to this creation, but I can definitely tell you there's not an ever expanding universe and space where you can just go out in. That is complete nonsense. Just look at the perfection of this terrarium that you're living in. That alone would make you question, everything is perfectly made for human beings. You don't have some weird kind of creature that throughout this fake evolution that they have been taught you, walks around and at night eats some people or something like that. It doesn't exist. Everything is perfectly made for human beings to live in this terrarium. Okay, so let's start understanding that. And I think are you still there, the guy who asked about the planets?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. So, let me just quickly show you a picture, what stars or even planets actually look like. 1 second. and not the fake CGI that that we have been presented by NASA. So, where is it? Yeah, in the meantime, you can, maybe follow up on what I've just said. Did you get what I'm trying to say? That the whole. Mhm.
Yeah, I did. It's more similar to religious understandings of the world, right?
No, not actually. We can even. I mean, if you want to keep it even more, let's say, scientism in a certain way is also religion these days a lot. I mean, the heliocentric model is religion because you just base your understanding on believing the things you have been presented. So predigested information, people just accept that predigested information. But what we flat earthers want to get out as a message is you can literally take a camera or telescope or some binoculars, go out onto the sea, look at the horizon and see ships appearing again because the physical horizon doesn't exist, which you have been taught through the heliocentric model telling you that the Earth is literally curving 360 degrees around you in every direction. Just keep that in mind. You do not experience it, you don't feel it, you don't see it, but they tell you the Earth is 360 degrees in every direction, curving downwards from where you're standing. Okay? You really need to realize that to understand the ridiculous claim on what you're living. They tell you you're shooting through space. They tell you the stars never change, but you're still shooting through space. They tell you that Earth curves 360 degrees around you, even though water is always level. That's why we have water levels, right? That's why back in the ancient times we used basically water all the time to measure things flat. Okay, that's the reason why all the highest ancient civilization knew that the Earth was flat, because there was not some deceptive heliocentric religion around, filling people's minds up with CGI and Hollywood movies and fake pictures, But let's really go back to reality,
Yeah,
right?
I understand.
Go back
Okay.
to reality and there goes gravity, right? Famous quote.
think
Snap
I
back to reality.
I think I said religious instead of ancient, like civilization's understanding of the world.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I meant.
So
Sorry.
yeah, no, all good. I really appreciate your you being very interested in the topic. And trust me, man, if you are honest to yourself and you want to seek truth and you want to, understand what reality is, then you, first of all, we are not claiming things outside of what we can experience or redo as experiments or claim. We do not, we as flat earthers, we do not claim, for example, oh yeah, that star is 318 billion light years away and blah 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 and blah 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 this, but you will never find it out because you can only accept what we are telling you, right? We don't claim what is deeper than the deepest hole that was ever dug, or bored. We do not claim what is deeper than what has been found in the deepest parts of the ocean, and yet we have not, and yet we're just still at realizing what is down there. We have not yet seen everything on this earth, but we already have claims about how far the sun is away and this and that, ridiculous numbers, but still we don't even have researched the very own creation that we're living in or the place that we're living in. Okay, so just thinking about that fact is pretty weird, right? That we know what is, I don't know, trillions of kilometers away, but we do not know what is in the deepest part of our oceans. Like, think about that for a minute. Another thing is, what I always try to, put people in mind is, they say that the Earth is not perfectly spherical shaped. Okay, they say it's either an ellipsoid. So if you type in "is the Earth spherical?" okay, and you end up at some Wikipedia article. Wikipedia, for example, will tell you that the Earth is an ellipse, oblate ellipsoid. Okay, so somehow, if I don't know why, but that's what Wikipedia claims for being a spherical Earth. Then you have some other guys saying it is pear-shaped. Then they say it's oblate spheroid. So what is it then? But the weird thing is, okay, they have all these different claims of it not being a perfect sphere, but why are all the pictures for them as being presented as proof for being the Earth all in a perfect 360-degree perfect shape, round? Even though just, ignoring the fact that all the other space agencies have different kind of somehow colors and ways of depicting the Earth, as if they are all shooting different pictures of different Earths. If that's the right English term. It's not, but excuse me for that. But anyways, isn't that something strange, Nomi? Just all these coincidence or these inconsistencies with this alleged heliocentric model? Isn't that weird? I find it weird.
Another
Very
thing
weird.
weird is how NASA kind of just told us that they've monopolized information on space. So, like, we have no chance but to just take their word for it. Right?
That's exactly what I'm saying. But we as flat earthers, who actually do their own experiments, who do not claim on basis that we cannot prove to anyone else in a certain frame, okay? We are being ridiculed as being crazy and stupid, even though we're giving people the chance to find things out for themselves, right? Because they can actually do experiments and do things to prove for themselves that the Earth is stationary, flat, non-rotating, and so forth. Okay. So who is then what is more to trust? The ones who have already came up a line a lot of times, like there is a lot of times NASA lied, about the Van Allen belt, or astronauts on strings, or bubbles in space, and all these stupid inconsistencies, like changing the shape of the Earth once they said it's oblate spheroid, and then they say it's a oblate ellipsoid or oblate spheroid, whatever, all these stupid claims suddenly after someone has another question. So it is weird when you need to jump to so many different, almost, what is the term, excuses to verify or to make people believe something or keep them in that belief system. It's almost like a certain religion that just, it is a religion. It just tries to keep you in the indoctrination, in the programming. Okay.
In a specific pattern of thinking.
Right. Even though the easiest way to just unplug from it is just doing your own research, just doing your own experiments, and proving to yourself that the stars are never changing, that everything above you, the sky is rotating like a clock, perfectly made, that the sun is the light for the day, and the moon is the light for the night. Have you ever looked at a full moon? Do you think that's a piece of rock being reflecting sunlight? Like, I mean, really, that's really a thing I can highly recommend to you. If there's a full moon and there is a clear sky at some night, please take a look at it, observe it, and think about what they are telling you and what you're observing. Okay, it's really important, to do observations, and it's so easy because you're living within the thing that is your reality. We're living within this creation, so you're free to do all the observations you need to do. And if you're honest with yourself, you're gonna end up understanding that the Earth is indeed not a ball shooting through space. Another thing I ask some people, and I know I'm skipping a lot of things here, but I really want to make you question these things yourself, because that's why I'm jumping these topics. Another question I ask people is, have you ever seen, for example, a shooting star going from below the horizon upwards? And I bet, there is no person who ever recorded this or either saw this, because there is no shooting star going to go upwards from the horizon, because there is not a globe. They will always just look like they're coming downwards, okay? These lights, whatever they are, it is really just crazy. When you really dig deep, you just think it's how crazy it was to think that you're actually living on a spinning ball, wobbling and spinning around the sun and shooting through outer space, while the stars never change, while the ISS has never been hit by anything, even though they claim to have. Wait, how much trash is traveling around the Earth? Even though they claim that there's 128 million pieces of debris smaller than 1 centimeter shooting around the Earth, never hit any satellite that is active, never hits the ISS, which would completely destroy it, like just even if it's just a fingernail of debris, it would just completely go through it, and everyone inside would be dead in like under 1 second, probably, or like 1 second. So it's all BS. Just think about, like, even having this pressurized can in a vacuum, which every experiment in a very imperfect vacuum that you do on Earth will show you that every pressurized system will explode within the vacuum. How can the ISS even exist? They also claim that they have been going to the moon with something that was 2 times thinner, I think, than a sheet of aluminium. Or like, no, it was as thin as 2 sheets of aluminium. Like, think about it, like literally mocking you. They're mocking you in a way that they know it's all just BS, but people believe it because they have been so heavily indoctrinated with Star Wars, Hollywood movies, pictures, and everything. Like, it is crazy. It is actually sad, because it's like a prison system that you can only escape once you start researching and thinking for yourself, Like, look at this. If you go on Wikipedia and you type in space debris, this is what they show you. This is the 128 million particles revolving around Earth. Does this look, first of all, like 128 million? And does this picture look real? No. And on the other hand, have you ever seen any particle, shooting in front of the moon? No. Have you ever seen any of these 6,600 something satellites that are supposed to be active shooting in front of the moon? The only lights you have ever seen are these fake settle balloons by Elon Musk or whatever they are, supposedly shining like bright stars going over you. That's the only thing it can show you. So if these bright shining satellites from SpaceX are visible because of the sun hitting it, why are the 6,000 something satellites that are active right now never visible? You never see them. You never see them in front of the moon. You never see them as a light shooting above you. The only thing you see is airplanes. What is this whole thing? It's all a belief system. It's all inconsistent. There is no consistency within this model. So rather than believing in inconsistent, retarded model, and sorry if I need to say it like this, but it is literally retarded. If you get to question just the easiest and stupidest questions and you don't get any straight answer, it is better to go back to reality and drop gravity and understand that when you do your own observations of what you're actually living on, and you're free to do this still, okay, do it. Just don't believe me, don't believe anything I just said, just research it again, ask questions yourself. Try to debunk me, for example, if you're very curious about this inconsistent model. I don't care if you believe me or not. I don't care if you don't want to do observations or not. But I highly suggest it. Because once you receive this truth, you will go even deeper. You want to find out, okay, if they lied about the whole shape of the very thing that I have been born onto and living on, what else are they hiding? And trust me, you will end up at very interesting things. And it might be scary at first to let go of an old version of yourself, but it will be very much setting you free from this satanic matrix, which always tries to keep you in fear. They always try to tell you, it could happen that there's a meteorite hitting the earth at this point, or it could happen that we collide with this, or maybe the sun just is going to disappear, or what utterly different nonsense they will come up with. It's ridiculous. Oh yeah, the news thing, the alien attacks. That's the new scare method, alien attacks, or a nuclear war, even though that's another rabbit hole. Nuclear weapons are also just ridiculously fake, okay? And trust me, there is things you can it sounds crazy, yes, I can totally understand. I thought people who claim, nuclear weapons are fake, I thought they're also crazy. But no, once you do your own research, you come up with some guy who, has been working in the atomic plants as a security officer, and has eaten uranium live in front of people several times, claiming that the whole scare method of suddenly saying that nuclear that uranium and all that stuff is very scary for your health, it's going to kill you and cause cancer. Isn't that interesting? I think his name is Garen Winsler. Let me just see. But going back to flat Earth, I'm just gonna post this guy if you're very curious and want to look into it. He has a lot of lectures where he talks about how it's all a scam with the nuclear fear and so forth. But anyways, to go back, see, the thing is with flat Earth, it is the mother of all conspiracies. That's why they try to that's why they try to suppress this information so much, because they know once you understand this, you're not going to stop just saying, okay, I know they lied about the shape of the earth, now I know that they lied about this. You're going to start saying, wow, if they can lie about such a huge thing, how much more have there been lies put out into my mind in order to keep me in a system where I just need to be a good worker and not a thinker. Okay? And don't be angry at us, if you still maybe say, okay, still it sounds crazy, but don't be angry at us, It's not about being angry at us, be angry at the people who lied to you, That's the important thing, and be honest to yourself, There are many people in here that will listen to conversations 6 years, and still they're gonna not understand it at the end of the day. They come back after 6 years and still, think that the earth is a spinning, wobbling ball because they can't be honest to themselves. So, Naomi, let me ask you something after I was talking for such a long time. Have you ever experienced the earth spinning? Have you ever experienced anything that would suggest that you're living on a ball, curving 360 degrees around you, wobbling, and so forth? So what's your standing point, literally? Like, where do you stand on, my friend? Literally and metaphorically. Because you seem very curious.
You talking to me?
No, not Naomi. I hope he was still listening to me, but I can understand if it was too much, I tend to speak a lot of things.
There was one question and you took your time to answer that long?
Yeah, no, I went out far, but I tried to plant these certain questions within himself, maybe trying to get him to a point where he thinks, okay, if there's really these inconsistencies, maybe let me research it for myself.
So what was the first question? Is it the lie or what?
No, he asked. I think his first question was he asked if we believe that there are other planets.
Believe. Okay.
Yeah, or think if there are other planets. Sorry if I misquoted it.
No, I mean that's usually what they say. Believe. That's the first thing they come up with.
Right.
They don't know, but they believe.
But he seems very generous, and I highly respect that. I didn't feel like so far that he, was mocking anything or so forth. I guess he's very interested in the topic, and I just give him these pieces of things he may start working with. Just thinking about the inconsistencies first of all with the whole model itself. Why we as flat earthers we do not have any inconsistency. If there's anyone in here that can tell me one inconsistency with what we claim, go on. I'm very interested to hear that. But I'm not saying that there aren't flat earthers, or let's say, some. They also put out some fishy guys who claim to be flat earthers, and they just come up with retarded things that we would never say. But just keeping the eye on the people that are in here most of the time and speaking things within this Discord, there's nothing we claim that is actually, inconsistent.
Okay. So does he have another question or?
Yeah, I'm gonna be quiet now. Just whoever
I'd like
wants
to hear more of his
say
thoughts. Is it a he or a she? I thought I heard a girl's voice before. I'm not sure.
think he.
Oh. My bad.
Yeah, I'm a girl.
You're a girl?
Oh,
How old
never
are you?
mind, sorry.
21.
Jesus. Okay.
Oh wow, you're same. Oh no, I'm 22 now.
Yeah, so what about the moon?
What about it?
What is it?
Light in the sky? What is it? What do
Yeah.
you observe? What do you observe that we don't observe? The same thing in the sky when we look up?
Yeah. Like, of course, we look at the same thing, but
So what do you think is the moon? For example, let me ask you this: do you think the moon, the craters of the moon, are caused by some meteorites hitting it?
Yeah, there's an easy answer to this. Naomi, nobody knows. Nobody knows.
right.
We don't know what the
except what
properties.
NASA has been telling you, but we can't go by NASA. Since
the physical properties of the moon have not been discovered.
Yeah.
Everything that we say stems back from an original question. As you may or may not have heard me having discussions with people in here, the most important question is, how do we ascertain the Earth is of a particular globular shape, right? Geometric shape that they claim it is. If you understand that the Earth is a globe, because you know it is by way of measurement, then a lot of the questions that you might have start to come into play as to like how they've been telling us the truth the whole time. Or if it doesn't measure to be a globe, then there's a lot more questions as to like, then what is it, right? But either way, like for the people who say that it's not a globe, like us who are claiming that because it doesn't have measurable curvature, everything that we could say that we can't get to would be a mystery. So the moon, the sun, the stars, ideas of like what's beyond that, like galaxies and all these other things, these are unverifiable things that people claim in the pseudoscience realm, where they tend to say like, this is what we know because we've gathered information and we know what Jupiter's made of and all these other things. They don't know these things. They're telling you a story along the lines of what the paradigm in which you believe you exist in are. So it, like I said, it all stems back from the original question: do you know you live on a globe Earth? Yes or no? Like that's. I kind of put it a bit rhetorical because it's like, I want you to think about that question. If you challenge yourself, then you'd be able to come up with the answer easily. Yes, I know it's a globe. These are the reasons why. No, I don't know it's a globe. Maybe the scientist knows. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's the way you challenge your mind. And if you ask, what is this and what is that, we're going to come back with the same answer. Nobody knows. If somebody says, I know what the moon's made of. We're going to turn back and tell them, how do you know? It doesn't matter if it's somebody here on this server or NASA or whoever. If somebody's making a claim, the burden of proof lies on those who make the claim. It's as simple as that, right?
True.
Naomi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. To be completely honest with you, I'm not exactly like a scientist.
Sure.
So I don't claim to know anything. That's kind of like one of the reasons I'm here. And just general suspicion of authority in the government and that kind of stuff.
So let's
Yeah.
put it.
Very good.
That's an honest opinion. That's good.
Yes.
What could a scientist here on Earth know about the moon?
Well, hold on.
In your mind, how could a scientist get that information of what they could know what the moon is, like what it's consisted of, the properties?
Well, no, hold on. Let's.
Yeah. Hey,
Please.
Chris, please put yourself on mute. I want her to really think about this. This is an important part of our discussion.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
No problem, bro. So if I was a scientist standing on Earth and I was looking up at the moon, what do you think that guy who is a scientist could give us information about the moon? Just in your opinion, Naomi, like what do you think we could learn from a guy looking up at the moon and telling us what it's consisted of?
There is no yes or no, like right or wrong answer. You can just say what you think.
Just say what do you think that guy could tell you that you don't know?
Right.
Are you thinking about the answer? I don't know if you're thinking about the answer, or maybe you're not there.
I don't think it's an easy question, Jamal.
Yeah,
it's not easy.
It's something to think about because let's say we don't have the like you just claimed, we don't have all the knowledge, right? And that's fine. But if somebody claims that they have the knowledge, or if it's in a book somewhere that you've read, right? It's like, I read that the moon is, a particular type of rock and this and that, then of course it has these physical properties. Now, how were the physical properties attained and who attained them? And on top of that, is that verifiable by other people? Can we all verify that the consistent ideology of what the moon is made of can be followed up by falsifiable, verifiable information? Like, it has to be able to be. If not, it goes into the realm of, those guys have said that, but if you can't verify it yourself, then we're just really believing a story. That's what it really falls down to. So it's not that they know more than you do, it's that they were taught that it is something, and then they're telling you what it is, as in maybe part of their curriculum, or a way that they can tell you that, this is what I've been taught and this is what we all should know that it is, because X, Y, and Z, this person went there and checked it out and came back and told us what it is. And that's.
Hey, can I say something real quick, Miggy?
Yep.
So think about this, Naomi. If you could look at something and tell its composition, why don't the police just go to crime scenes and take a photograph and and they'll be able to tell everything that's in the room and what all the shit is made out of? Think about that for a second. Nobody does this on Earth. No one is like analyzing the light of objects on Earth to tell what their composition is. Otherwise, the police would be using it to solve crimes, right? They could just go take pictures. Oh, there's this substance on the floor, and this is this over here, and this is that over there. But they don't do that, right? They got to take it. They got to take it to a lab, take a sample, take it to the lab, put it in something called a gas chromatograph spectrometer, right? So they actually have a sample. They vaporize it, turn it into a plasma. They use X-rays to figure out, and all they can tell you is the constituent atoms that are inside of it. But they can't tell you what it originally was, right? They can't tell you the molecules that compose that object. They can only tell you the atoms that were originally in it. But they don't know how those were arranged together.
So there might be a question that you might ask. Well,
And they haven't. But the point is, they have an actual sample, right? They have physical access to the thing they're trying to analyze. These guys are saying, I can just look at it and know what it's made of. They don't use any of this so-called techniques or technology in the real world, right, where it matters, where any of it can be verified.
Exactly.
Yeah, there might be some pieces of information that you've gotten from a specific idea that they went there and then took core samples of the moon, like, actual people stepping on the surface of the moon. But then that all stems back from the knowledge that this Earth is what they say it is, and they actually left the Earth, which what they say it is, to get to the moon. So everything ties back to like how we understand that the Earth is a globe, floating around in space, and they can understand how to get to the moon because of using the radius formula to exit the Earth to actually get to that place. There's a lot that ties back into the shape of the Earth, because if they don't have that, they can't get there. So it's one thing leads to the next. So you can't have, let's say, I'll give you an example. You can't have a flat Earth and get to the moon, because that wouldn't work in the formulas that they figured out for their data to actually achieve what they would consider escape velocity to leave the Earth's gravitational pull. And I'm going into a lot of propaganda here, but this is something that they need. They need the radius. It's absolutely essential for them in order for them to even consider going on a rocket ship, going to the moon, landing there, getting core samples, bringing them back to Earth, and doing all these things. So even if that was the thing that you're thinking of, well, we have checked to see what the moon's composition is because people have been there to go grab samples. But then you have to always think about, in order for them to get there, it's like you have to understand that the thing that they're on is a globe, in order for them to know that they're using the right calculations for their rockets to actually get where they're going. So it always stems back to like, how did they even figure out it was a globe in the first place to even wander off and go somewhere else, or even consider, that could be even feasible. So if there is no idea that the core understanding of our knowledge of the Earth is even a globe, then that's not even possible. The thought of it being what they're saying it is, it couldn't even be thought of. So it just stems back from like the knowledge from like the ground that we stand on. If it measures to be a curved Earth like they say it is, then everything works. Like their ideas and all that, their corny way that they're showing us how things are, then it seems like that could probably be reasonable, but it's not, because there is no measured curvature. There's nothing that we can do to give that idea credibility unless we actually measured some curvature, and then we could say, oh, these guys are onto something now. Like there's no curve, there's no globe, there's no cosmology, there's no distance to the planets, they don't got nothing. It really destroys their entire cosmology. And I guess it's a bit to chew on if you're still listening, but yeah, it is.
Maybe we should ask her what would make her consider or reconsider that the Earth is not a globe, so to say. We need to, we need to hear more from. We're doing all the talks, but we need to figure out where she stand and at what point will she reconsider what she been indoctrinated with since, I don't know, since birth or whatever. She got introduced the globe and whatever, the space, NASA, and all those.
But I would still say though, if somebody was to, and she would probably come up with like maybe the edge, or something that would.
Yeah, but we start somewhere. We start somewhere. We need to figure out when we set up the points from there, and we lead her.
I understand.
Otherwise, just talks. We need to talk. She needs to explain. Tell us her points, basically.
Yeah, she doesn't figure out.
Okay, I have another question before I run out of battery because my phone is about to die. So
sounds like my life.
Batteries.
So kind of like only believe in the things you can observe, kind of thing. That's kind of what you believe in.
Nope.
Not really.
Nope.
No.
Yeah,
No,
that's what I said. I
like
said
we have a
100%.
line. It depends on how fantastic the claim is, right? So if someone says, "Yeah, there's an island in the ocean," I don't have to go there. I know islands exist, right? It's not crazy. But when you start saying, it rains diamonds on Jupiter, and that you went to the moon, which is 300,000 miles away, those claims are outlandish compared to normal human experience. So,
Exactly.
you got to have some boundary of credibility of what you believe. Like Carl Sagan said, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and I think that's kind of where at least I stand.
So atoms are still
Atoms are what?
atoms are observable, right? Not by the naked eye, but we can prove that they're a thing, right?
Can you? Can you?
I want to go down that road.
Yeah, I think. See, this is what happens. I think.
There's never been a single atom observed. Let's put it that way. They always are observed in some molecular form. They have to be bound to either another of the same thing. So the smallest you'll ever find, I think the smallest like individual particle they've ever found is 40 gold atoms, like in a single thing. You can only we know atoms exist as constituent parts, but like whether one's been isolated or not, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think
Not a single atom.
I think she's asking, what do we accept what reality is? If we can dismiss the claims, these outlandish claims, how are then we're going to dismiss things like atoms, or she's going to probably launch into another explanation of what we consider reality is or what's real, and then pit that against to like what we're talking about. So,
Well, things about atoms, those are models, right? So there's multiple models for the atom, right? Chemistry uses one model, like you could use particle physics uses another model. So those are just models, and you don't have to believe anything to take the equations and get some practical result. You don't have to believe in them or not. So you do the math, you get a result. I want to create some compound. I know if I mix these and use the atomic numbers and the work function, I'll get something else out. Right? It's not like that. A thing that people come in here and say is like, "Oh, you can't see your own brain. You know you have one." Like, yeah, great.
So that's dumb because you can die a human. That's
Yeah, exactly. We can cut somebody open and see they have a brain, and we have a good idea that we're the same people are the same.
Go ahead, Noemi.
this stuff. I actually have a bit of talent for psychology, actually. So you've kind
Oh
of.
my God, hang around.
Yeah,
seriously, hang around. You're gonna see the most craziest psychotic breakdowns you've ever seen in your life if you hang around here. People come in here and we give them information, and you can watch their mental state just go down and down and down and down until they're just swearing at us, just for giving them information. That's it. It's pretty nuts.
I just want to say this though, like I know Quetz was asking you that in a sense of being a bit empathetic with your position, like coming at it like from not knowing anything, and what would you accept as being a catalyst for you to understand that the Earth isn't what they told you it is. And the reason why I disagree with that is because if we give you something to think about, that how you would perceive in your paradigm what would be the thing that would cause that would then be the thing that you hinge on for your entry into this. And so I'll give you an example. If you were to say, well, the thing for me that would do it, if I would reach the edge, once I reach the edge, I would know that it's a flat earth. So there's these unrealistic maybe possibilities that somebody could say in a standpoint of what would make it real to you. So I think that we have to have a standard of understanding what the globe proposition is, and then assess that to okay, they're telling us the metrics, right? We have all of that information. It's easily attainable. You can go to Google and find it out, right? The radius, diameter, circumference. And then pit that against let's test this out to see if the claim is true. Now, I'm not saying that you believe it, right? But if it's true, then it would stand to reason that the information given to us would then be verifiable. Now, if this information is not, however, verifiable, then we have an issue with the claim. And so that becomes the standard for examining the position of whether it is a globe or not. So then it's not what you think or what I think, it's what is given to us as what we should know our reality is, and whether or not it's true or not. You understand? So it has to be something we can all agree with, that we say, okay, if the standard for understanding our known reality would be getting the thing that they told us and then measuring it against if it actually is known to be this or not, then that would give us an indication, okay, it's not a globe. You understand? Versus what you might claim to think would be the catalyst for you, it would not be the actual way that we can pit the information that they've given us, the claim, to the known reality in which you and I exist.
Yeah, it's got to be testable.
Yep.
The definition of pseudoscience are claims or theories that are not falsifiable by experiment. And if they're making a claim that the Earth's a ball, we should be able to test it given the dimensions they've given us, because they've said the Earth is a radius of 3,959 miles. And if you do the math and geometry, it is easily, and I'm not exaggerating. Often people say, oh, the Earth is too big. But if you look at the actual numbers, the curvature of the Earth is an easily testable quantity. Easily. So in 10 miles, there's supposed to be 66 feet of drop. Okay. That's easily, I mean, it's easy to measure 66 feet. It's easy to measure 10 miles. It's not, these aren't difficult tasks.
Yeah, curvature should be extremely pronounced in an Earth in which we live on that measures to be with the radius, diameter, and circumference that they tell us, like easily.
Yeah, these are our numbers, man.
Yeah, simple algebra to be able to reveal this. It's not something very difficult that a person with a PhD should have to examine. It should be something you and I can actually verify for ourselves. You know, it's just anyone on Earth.
Yeah, the problem isn't like, oh, the claims they make are just like too complex. You need super crazy machinery to figure it out. That's not it. It's like, well, from what they say, it should be easy to find. From what they say, 3,959 miles. The horizon should be in a certain place, right? 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the horizon distance, right? So that's a simple formula. It predicts the distance to the horizon from any elevation. So that's easy to test. So the visual distance. If you can take an object, right, at some known distance away, like an oil rig, right? An oil rig in water, right? So you know how far you are away from the oil rig, and you can simply observe if the horizon is, where it's supposed to be relative to that oil rig. It's supposed to be in front of it. It's supposed to be behind it. These are like simple tests that anyone can do. I think that's part of the propaganda is telling you you're too smart to figure it out, or you're not smart enough to figure it out. You have to be a genius. You got to be Newton or Einstein. But then on the other hand, some Greek with a couple sticks and shadows figured it out 2,000 years ago. You moron.
That, right? we got Aristotle looking up at the moon saying, well, the moon has an eclipse happening, so therefore the Earth is a globe. Ta-da! It's like, and it's not even to say like these characters actually even were who they say they were. If they're not propped up by some other type of propaganda, like that's even another topic, right? But just the information itself on its face, like how could one then tell the masses for consumption that this information is what reality dictates? And without even being challenged, like how? I don't know. It does seem outlandish to even consider that extraordinary.
Yeah, the contradiction, the simultaneous thing of you're not smart enough to figure it out, and you're too stupid if you don't believe it.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, we live in that paradigm, and so it is with like the the hierarchy of like educated people, so to speak, in academia. That just look down on people. You're like, yeah, what's your credentials anyway? What are you?
Well,
Do
not
you?
only said it herself that she said I'm not a scientist. I
Mm.
mean, she's already at that. Like, I mean, I shouldn't say. We all used to believe in the globe, so don't get us wrong. We all used to believe it. We all got sucked into it, so we're not like special in any way. We believed it, right? With the difference between us and maybe any other globers, we went out and tested it ourselves, which isn't much of a difference. You know, it's just is it important enough for you to go do it? You know, to just actually go test it because it's not a difficult proposition to do it, but things like composition of the moon, stars, sun, like what all those are derivative arguments, as Miggy was making out. They're all derivative arguments of the Earth's a ball of a radius of 3,959 miles. You got to prove the ball first, the ball part, because none of that other stuff works at all. Right? The entire cosmic distance ladder, distance to the sun, distance to the moon, size of planets, mass of planets, orbits, all that stuff. Without a measured radius, then none of those theoretical ideas, they don't work at all.
Already gone.
She's gone. Yeah.
Yeah. I knew she was bailing. This is too much for her. I could tell.
It's definitely a lot. I mean, it does happen.
Well, she said her phone was going to die, so maybe she's
Yeah,
charging.
right.
Yeah.
Was there ever anyone in here actually who was very honest and got it right away, or?
Occasionally, there was a person like 10 days ago that came in, and they were like, because they were already, I don't know how to describe it. Well, I mean, like this person actually, they knew how to think, so we didn't have to all we had to do was give the information, and it was pretty easy with him. You know what I mean? He knew how to critically think, so once we gave the information, like he would have figured it out himself. He basically didn't have what we had, right? We had to go research it ourselves. Basically, he got to take a shortcut, right? Because we already have all the information. All we had to do was give it to him, and he was like, "Oh, thanks."
Not everybody has video in their pocket, man. Like pull the information.
Yeah, man, we had to work at this, man, because we're kind of like front runners, so
Nice.
But that's what we're here for, right? Is to make it a little effortless, so the task of trying to test the globe isn't so difficult.
Yeah, being a student of psychology and what she was, I think she can she can resonate anyway. I could say with the idea that it is a very difficult topic to come to and be like, you guys are right, because obviously pride is a real thing, right? So it's going to stop you from, you don't ask the specific thing that could actually debunk the thing that which you're really wanting to know, right? Then you start asking derivative arguments, or ideas that stem from the idea. Okay, so let's just say, for example, that the Earth is flat. How would the sun work on a flatter? That's, you haven't really given the idea a thought, because now you're just wanting to know that. Let's just take, for example, the globe. I'm going to put that aside. I'm still thinking about it. I just want to put it aside, and you tell me how you think everything works then. Kind of an idea. And then when we say, well, we don't know what the moon is or the sun, we don't make any claims to as to what they are. Aha, you see? You ain't got nothing. This guy's over here been telling me what the moon and the sun is, so I'm going to go with those guys because they give me an explanation. You guys don't. So that's what makes it difficult when they can't reconcile the fact that there is no evidence for the Earth being a globe versus an idea where we're going to talk about these derivative topics, and it's not going to yield fruit. It's not going to give them the challenge anyway. It's just going to give them more fuel to keep spinning the wheels, Well, what is gravity?
And the derivative topics are not even testable. Like the composition of the moon. How do you even verify that? Oh, we got to fly to the moon. Okay, what's the radius? Oh, we don't know.
It always stems back to the original position.
So Quetzalcoatl, remember Spangle?
Spangle, I don't remember that character.
There was a guy in here named Spangle. Oh my god. So he was the guy. I think he was Australian or New Zealand. I made another podcast, and that was one of the episodes. This was like April 6th. So this guy Sponga was in here. You talked to him, like you actually had to ask him if he was like having like a mental breakdown.
Did I tell him that?
No, it was Gospel Bearer, Quetzalcoatl. There was a bunch of people, but he kept saying the horizon was simultaneously in front of the oil rig and behind it, and in between them.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I remember now. Yeah.
Oh my God, oh my God.
Yeah.
He
You have to hear that. Sometimes you just have to, dude. I have to hear this, man. You got to tell me. You know what I'm. Sometimes you got to ask. You got to tell him. Okay, you're gonna have to launch into a full explanation as to how this is even possible, because
Dude, they were walking us through them step by step. Like, okay, so the horizon's in front of the oil rig, right? Blocking that one, yes. So it's also blocking the one behind it, yes. But there's water past that one. Dude, it was crazy. Like, he was really having a mental breakdown trying to make, like, oh my God. Yeah, it's just crazy. He was here for a while, too, like 3 hours. So I actually had to cut it short because it was so long.
You made a clip out of his mental breakdown.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a whole. I took like basically from him the point of him coming in to like I ended it like at you asking him, "Are you having a mental breakdown?" But it's like I don't think it's like 2 hours and 45 minutes. But they spent like a good like 30 or 40 minutes just talking about like where the horizon was. You guys are just like, dude, like.
Yeah, I mean, how long is it going to take to understand a simple horizon line and where the sky meets the ground or the waters in this case?
3 hours.
But it's like everybody that was in the chat each tried it, and they each said it like 4 different ways. Like, you know what I mean? To explain this simple idea, right? The horizon's has to block the object, but the horizon's behind the object. Like, he was just like, it got to the point where like they would ask a question. He was like, yeah, like he was totally.
His brain was pouring out of his ears, huh? It was just melting.
Exactly. There was like fluid pouring right out of his ears, man.
Like, dude, you need to check your ears, man. There might be some fluid.
I think that was his first time honestly in his life he had actually to think for his own at that moment. You know?
Yeah. And,
I mean,
like, I don't know how to describe it. I'm going to post a link to it because it's so funny.
Yeah, let me hear that. But yeah, I don't know. Even though you keep saying you only have one horizon. You don't have multiple horizons. I mean, you have apparent horizons, sure. That can be a different,
No, man. I've had a guy who told me there's multiple horizons.
Yeah.
Even more than 3, like multiple. I'm like, dude, because I told him when we were talking, it was Frost, by the way, if you remember who Frost is.
Yeah.
He was saying that there's multiple horizons, and he said it like, a very calm voice. And I'm like, dude, Brenda's saying there's 4 horizons, right? And do you think there's more than 4 or less? He's like, oh, no, there's more. There's multiple. I'm like, no kidding. I was like, can you explain? Because this is interesting. And he had the black swan the image, right? And he's like, and he drew lines, bro, like on the image, like multiple lines all the way across. Like, this was like, I didn't even know how to respond, dude. I'm like, wow. Like, I mean, how do you respond to that?
Maybe that's how he sees reality. I mean, who am I to say? Maybe you see the Earth meeting the sky in multiple places. You might want to like check your food. Somebody might be drugging you.
Yeah, it was crazy because he had the black swan or the the oil rigs, but he drew a bunch of lines like on his computer, like all the way across. So we're just like little lines going all the way up until the horizon. And I'm like,
I think I seen that one. Didn't he post it in the chat? Was this in the arena or was it in the regular voice?
I want to say it was in a regular voice. It might have been arena. I don't think it was arena because we weren't in like a heavy debate. Maybe it's been a while, but I know that he was in here. It was like everybody was kind of like flabbergasted, dude. They were just like, wow, like just wow, man. Like, yeah, he was like, no, this is, this is how it is. But how do you get from what you can perceive, everybody can look out and see the horizon, to that? Like, that is levels, dude, beyond like what anybody can. Not even Brenda was, like these other anti-flat earthers, they don't even go there. Right? And so how they achieve this kind of enlightenment, it's beyond me, man. Like, you'd have to really just make up your own cosmology at that point as to like how the world works and all that based upon you, like, yeah, it's just some people saying like, well, the ball is bigger, that's why we can't measure the curvature. It's just so massive. Hey, dudes, you can't do that. You can't. You're throwing the whole baby in the bathwater idea. You can't get rid of everything because now there's no standard of how you understand reality as to per the claim. Per the claim is what we use. That's the standard. They're proposing this claim is real, and we're saying it's not. How do we know that? Well, there's a measurement that they've given us, and we've checked it out. It doesn't work. It doesn't flow like the way they say it does, 8 inches per mile squared. You can't measure the curvature. I think at some point, Indio, they were saying too that that's even incorrect how they measure the curvature. Do you remember there was a point in time in our discussions with these guys? They were saying, they got it wrong. Like that's not how you should be doing it, or some other. They were saying that 8 inches per mile squared has been made up by flat Earth. I think they were even starting to say that at some point in our journey through this whole discussion. As it we're doing it wrong.
Yeah, occasionally they'll throw out the parabola thing.
Mm-hmm.
But that's such a red herring. It's so silly to me. When they say the parabola thing, I've talked to Dandelion about this, and she's a math teacher. Anyone that knows math knows that, like, listen, because they think they're trying to, like, you're doing your math wrong.
Yeah.
And like when someone says, yeah, technically it's not a parabola, but a parabola approximates a sphere for a certain distance, right, along the parabola. And for the distance we're talking about, it's good enough because you can't actually measure the difference between a perfect sphere and the parabola line. So, like, if the difference is, at 300 miles is 400 feet, you can't even make that out in an image. Like, what is that, 1 pixel? You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, and that's another one. The 1 pixel thing. It's an oblate spheroid, but you can't see it as an oblate spheroid. It looks like a sphere, but it is by 1 pixel. Dude, 1 pixel has always been this like line of determination whether what they're claiming is holding true to their claim. Like, you show them the blue marble, they're like, yeah, it's an oblate spheroid by 1 pixel. Like, what does
I
that
don't
even?
think it is even, but I don't think the picture. I think people have measured it. I think it is a perfect sphere, though. I don't even think it is 1 pixel off. Seriously, I think someone. I remember this back in the beginning of Flat Earth that someone said that it was exact. It's not 1 pixel off, but it would be off by 1 pixel. They're images. They are perfect circles.
Well, I mean, I don't know what argument that was actually trying to settle, because I mean that was still whether it's an oblate spheroid or a perfect sphere.
That's their argument.
Well,
Like because people
can I
say,
step in? Can I step in?
oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you're talking about a perfect circle. I would like
a theoretically perfect circle. No, a perfect circle doesn't exist. It's an idea.
Can we have any evidence of a straight line? Like, we're talking about a perfect circle. Let's start with a straight line.
A straight line. Well, this is how a straight line is defined. So if you have a line, right, and a point that's not on the line that runs through that point and does not intersect that other line is a straight line, right? Because those lines are going to be parallel. They're never going to intersect.
Yep.
This is a Euclid's parallel postulate. Never been actually proven, but
So
you know,
so your Euclidean geometry, like, is it, like,
yeah, Euclidean and listen, Euclid's parallel process. It's actually never been proven. So you could probably call it a theorem or something. It's never been actually proven. But in reality, things are made up of discrete parts, right? Usually, in like, there is no such thing as a straight line. Even if you take, the straightest thing you can possibly imagine, it's going to be made of atoms, and they have a surface, and that's not completely flat. Atoms aren't little flat pieces. They're supposed to be little balls too.
all right.
Everything,
So
everything's a ball.
I just raised the concept of straight lines, and you just corrected yourself on that. So thank you.
Yeah, we're talking about approximations. It's approximately straight. Right? So the whole thing, parabola versus circle, approximately a circle. But they're saying there's a physical object that is approximately an oblate spheroid. They're not saying it's a perfect circle. They're not saying it's a perfect sphere. They're saying it's not a perfect sphere. But their images are closer to a perfect sphere than an oblate spheroid, because their images, if you take a picture of them, they're not off by 1 pixel.
Has anybody read Terrence Deshaun Howard's book? Anybody? Like, this is so
What's his
odd.
title?
I would pay $1,000 to find anybody that could find any trace of this book. I found it under the title of Fake Math. But the title is 1 times 1 equal, like, does 1 times 1 equal 2? It's by Deshaun Howard, and he's like an actor. I did not expect to find this information from like a Hollywood actor.
Be surprised who's really good at mathematics but aren't mathematicians.
Well, no, yeah, I'm surprised that he challenged it like we're doing right now. We're challenging each other, right?
Well, I mean, we're reasoning. And, like, that's how, like, in the modern day, it's been kind of, like, devalued. Two people reasoning together, communicating to reach conclusions. It's really, we're supposed to have knee-jerk reactions to everything. Soundbite versus soundbite, blurb versus blurb, and then we reach a conclusion based upon our feelings. And that's instead of reasoning through problems, coming to conclusions through critical thinking together as people. You have your ideas, I have my ideas. We synthesize our ideas together, find out what's true, and then we both reach a conclusion of, hey, here's your information, here's my information. From our both viewpoints, we could say these things are true between both of us. We can both agree upon these two truths. It's very underestimated. We really stopped doing that as people.
And things that fall in that category are like math, things that we can teach, like languages and stuff. Like, we can agree that this particular thing means this one thing. That's reasoning together. That's what we say. Like, yeah, we're talking about colors. We reasoned together and said that this is what we consider yellow to be. It's been something that's agreed upon, right?
Well, and this is why I brought up Terrence Howard. I found a book, and I understand that if my credibility is questionable on this topic, in the sense that I can't find this book online anywhere. I'm not sure how I came across it. It's the challenge of Euclidean math, which was just brought up, right? And just brought up as like an assertion of truth. And there's a challenge to the Euclidean geometry, mathematics, right? Physics. I believe we're misled, but don't listen to me.
Yeah, Chris, you're saying that we're misled and we're not understanding something, but I haven't heard you state a point. What is like? This person, did he give a viewpoint that was opposing that you thought was provocative? Like, did he propose something and you're like, hey, that makes sense? What did he say?
Yes.
Like, what
Okay.
did he say? Like,
Okay. Let me just pose it Socratically. Okay. What is the square root of 2? Do you have the answer for that? I'm not trying.
It's 2. It's 2. The square root of 2 is 2.
So what's the square root of 4?
Now, so listen, this is a known problem in mathematics. It's called the infinite staircase problem. So arithmetically, square root of 2 is like 1.6136, blah, 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 blah. But geometrically, right, if you can actually divide a square, a 1 by 1 square, or a 2, yeah, 1 by 1 square is 2, right? So that's the area of the square is 2. You can divide, and if you take the square root of that square, you can actually divide it, and that area that's divided is actually also. So it has a different result. It's a known so-called paradox that the geometric solution is different than the arithmetical solution. I'll post a video about it. It's actually pretty cool.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're saying. Like, you're either saying that
it has to be demonstrated. It's hard to visualize just from talking about it. When you see the video, you'll understand instantly.
I understand the implications. I understand the implications of what you're saying, but I don't understand the how or the why, like how it comes to that. I understand the implications for sure.
Because we don't actually use Euclidean geometry. We use something like Euclidean geometry, but it's not exactly like. The Greeks didn't use numbers. They didn't have units, so they didn't measure lengths, right? They didn't say, "Oh, this line is 4 inches long, 2 cubits long, 4 like what." They didn't measure lengths like that. In their geometry, they measured They would the length of a line to the length of a line without breaking it into numbers, right? So I can take a stick and compare it to another stick and say, hey, this stick is 2 times longer than that stick, just by comparing the two, but I don't need the numbers. This is how they came out with like fractions, right? I mean, it's more complicated than that. A good channel that you can get like a background on this. This guy's considered a crank by mainstream academics. He's got a YouTube channel. His name is John Gabriel. Kind of a douchebag, but doesn't mean his information is incorrect.
Oh, thank you for that. I guess.
Yeah. I mean, listen. I mean, what you're raising valid questions. Other people have raised them before. I'm not. Why reinvent the wheel? Other people have explored this. So, if you want to develop your own ideas and knowledge about it, I'm just giving you a handy reference for a starting point.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that, and I am taking notes. Starting to. Like the Euclidean idea. Well, sorry, I'm not going to start sound like I know anything about it. But it seems like we've been misled with numbers and words. And it's really hard to.
You have been misled. They've given you a false impression about what they are, the historical record, things like that. Their exactness is really, people really been given a false impression. So I'll give you, for instance, pi. Do you think pi is a number? A lot of people think pi is actually an actual number. Pi is not a number. Pi is a comparison between the circumference of a circle and its radius, right? So it's not an actual number. because you can never get to the end of it, right? It's an infinite sequence. So you can talk about pi as a number, but it's not actually a number, because a number has a finite value. And pi does not have a finite value, so it can't be a number. So they've given a funny little word, which they call, this is a transcendental number, which is metaphysical, right? So, you got to say get into the, lotus position and meditate to figure out if pi is a number.
No, you're getting the woo. You're getting the woo in there. Okay.
But this is mathematics, right? There's a lot of woo in mathematics. Like, this is what I'm trying to tell you, man. There's some woo there.
Well, I consider mathematics a priorism, and I think we discovered some revelations of a priorism tonight. For instance, a priorism is the belief in numbers, like we're talking about, right? But you have to see it twice. You really have to see it twice, and we don't have that. And I'm just so ecstatic to have an audience or have a interlocutor that I can learn from and grow from.
Hey, what's up, Gospel Bear? Good morning.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, yo, Boriqua. What's going on, brother?
Chilling, man. What's going on? Just coming to listen in.
Thomas Scherther, what's up? I'm just saying hi to everybody because, I don't know, I just like to greet everyone. You guys been here for a while, so. Conrad's been here. He's usually falling asleep around this time, if he's not already. Clay Under Seal, he's here.
Yes. What's up?
Nothing much, man.
Sorry, I was not listening for a second there.
Oh, you missed it. The Earth's a globe, man. We're all gonna delete the server and go back.
How did it go with the other fellas that was here earlier on? The globe questioners, so to say.
Oh yeah, the Earth is the globe. That's right. Yeah, you know why? I know why. Because I have watched some videos and have you ever seen that gravity?
Yeah, I see it all the time, man. Stuff falls to the ground.
Yeah, that's the Earth is a globe, because flat earthers, they like, I have heard that they believe that the Earth is just flying upwards, That's totally stupid. I think the ball is real and gravity is proof.
Hey, when Clay's trying to be sarcastic, you can't tell because of his monotone, so it makes it difficult. You're like, wait a minute, I thought Clay was. Should we talk to Clay?
Wait, dude, you think that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, he's got that skill of doing dry humor and monotone. I tried the same thing.
Yeah, but
it's kind of hard to discern at some time when you're not, like, whatever topic you're speaking and you say it in a monotone. Mine's like, I know he's joking, but is he?
It can hijack the mind a little bit. It's pretty interesting.
You think I'm joking? Like, yeah. I mean,
put it
it's
that
so
way.
obvious. It's so obvious that gravity, and I mean, we have scientists and stuff. Like, what are you all on about, man? Like, what's going on here, man? Let's be real. So
The body
easy.
science.
Yeah, I think I could be a good actor indeed. Yeah, like I can.
Well, I don't know about good, but
Yeah, maybe, but I could be an actor definitely. Like I can switch between states of like it's hard to show this via Discord, but I'm pretty good at keeping my facial expression and stuff like that. And sometimes it's pretty actually it's a pretty good thing to have this control over your facial expressions, especially when you're dealing with people who are screaming at you and stuff.
damn, dude, you got people screaming at you.
I don't know. Sometimes happens. Not like scream at you, but insulting you for talking about the truth.
You live with a woman?
Oh,
No. I mean, by the grace of God, I hope that someday I'm gonna meet the woman that is the woman of my life, because I wanna leave something here, which is ultimately a child. Because I mean that's actually the only thing I can do, which is multiply. And on the other hand, I'm also happy to not have a girlfriend, because everything has its positives and negatives, and I think it would, if I would have chosen to go with just disregarding the way that I pursue truth, and I would just try to ignore that really part of my personality, who is just someone who likes to have deep conversations. I would have had a lot of girlfriends, but I just dismissed most of it because I don't want to have a girlfriend just of having the advantage of pleasures fulfilled or anything like that, or just having a girlfriend. I mean, some people just have a girlfriend as a status and whatnot, but I really want to have a woman at my side that would at least have the capabilities of understanding the same topics, not that they know the things one to one as I do, but at least be able to have a conversation about it, And I just did not come across anyone yet here especially in the region where I live and so forth. So I'm just gonna, rely on
What
Huh?
region is that? Earth?
Yeah, no, here in Germany, but I'm just gonna put it
Yeah,
in,
no,
in the hands of the God, and
I'm being sarcastic.
just gonna he knows who is the right person to come into my life and marry and so forth. I'm just gonna trust in that. But for now, I'm gonna say I'm actually pretty happy even without a girlfriend or a wife or whatever. But yeah, no, and regarding the screaming thing, sometimes it's like people get very upset, especially in school. Like when I talk about certain things, they don't want to hear it, and I respect that. Like if there's a certain point where I feel like okay, maybe I should just maybe leave them alone because there's no sense in it anyways. But some people just do not get out of their rage, and even if you say okay, calm down, man, it makes no sense of you just wasting your energy, just freaking out. You can be calm, just de-escalate. But some people just they're so in their thing. I don't know what it is in their negativity, rage, whatever, that they can't stop. Then it's a good thing to actually know how you can control yourself to just keep calm and wait until it's over.
I say it's all Lou's fault. Lunatic? Yeah, that guy? What's up, Lou?
Hello.
Hey, good morning.
Morning or
Ready
evening for me.
to start the day?
Nah. It's day night doesn't matter right now. We're good. Sitting here with the cracked ribs, just resting. So.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I forgot, man, dude. Yeah, hope you get better, dude. That takes a while, doesn't it? Like a couple weeks of healing.
Um. Yeah, from what I'm reading, yeah, the first week or whatever is like the worst, and then you start to recover pretty good. After a couple of weeks, you're pretty mobile, but it takes a couple of months, up to a couple of months for them to heal completely. But I'm noticing improvement the last couple of days, so I'm hoping by Monday I'll be, even though I won't be very helpful at work, I'll be able to go back in. Hopefully.
You got insurance?
I got health insurance, but not using it right now. I didn't go into the doctor for it. There's nothing they can do for ribs other than give you some painkillers or whatever.
They start looking at each other when you're in there, and be like, doctor, what does he have? Well, it looks to me from his chart, COVID. I better, I better not say that. Dude.
You got COVID ribs. COVID ribs.
Ribs. Damn, dude. At that time, you'd probably use the little the wheels on the bed. You know, probably to wheel yourself out somehow.
I'll remove the rib and stab him in the neck with
it. Yes. I've reluctantly endorsed this.
All right, guys. Thanks for all the conversations. I'll be back later. See you later, everybody.
Have a good one.
You too, man.
Oh, you could hang around here more than sounds like. Well, for a couple days anyway.
Yeah, I've been lingering around a lot, but typically, because yeah, I did get some painkillers, even though I didn't go into the doctor. So,
you flying high?
Well, not too much, but yeah, I mean, like you sit around in the same spot in bed and on some painkillers, like, yeah, I'm pretty much falling asleep half the time, so
yeah,
not really paying all that much attention usually.
The phone just drops to the floor, and then you wake up. You're like, "How the hell did that get there?"
No, it can't land on the floor. If it lands on the floor, it's staying there for like another week.
Yeah, but that's when you got to get one of those little alligator, things with a, you like a trigger.
Yeah, trust me, I've been wishing I had one of those things around here.
Where you at, bro? I'm gonna take you the one I got. I got one in the room. I'm gonna take it to you. I'm like, all right,
I bet you're 12 to 14 hours apart based on what I know about. Maybe only 10. Maybe only 10 out, somewhere between 10 and 12 hours.
I think we actually checked it out. I think he's like 8-hour drive or something like that.
Oh,
I think you and I live close to each other.
we used to.
Oh, you moved. That's right. You're up north now.
Yeah. It was a 12-hour drive to get from Radcliffe, Iowa to where I live now.
Not what is it, like 5 hours, Lou? Maybe 6.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'd have to check it out again. I forget exactly. But yeah, I remember it was probably like 6 or 8 hours, somewhere in there. Maybe it's less. I forget exactly where you are.
As the crow flies, it'd probably be shorter, but
that good old crow.
Yeah, that's because crows fly in a straight line. They don't deviate.
In a straight curved path or just a straight path?
Well, when I'm talking about straight, I mean level. And level by what I mean is I mean curve. So over the level straight surface of the earth, and all of that's relative. Depends on what you think the Earth is. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I have no clue what you just said.
I know. That's what we feel like when we were listening to Globers. You're like, huh?
How am I supposed to fucking respond to that?
Got Z though. Z just entered the chat. Z, can you weigh in on this?
Yo, what's up? What's up?
What's going on, man?
Not a lot, man. Just listening.
Now, do you think that level is curved?
Level is curve.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? No, I think it's straight.
So level doesn't mean curve. Level means like a straight line.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And dude, like I haven't met you, so are you new to the server, or sorry if I
Yeah.
ask you questions?
I joined yesterday.
Oh, okay. What's your opinion on the topic of the shape of the Earth? Because
I'm convinced it's flat now.
you're convinced.
Yeah.
And what was the convincing argument that put it over the top for you?
A lot to do with like the government hiding stuff, and I always doubted the moon landing and stuff because the original video just doesn't look right to me. And like the equipment and stuff, that's a big thing. And then the Antarctica, like there's a lot.
Who were you speaking to yesterday? You remember that person, or was not that it really
Yeah, I was
the
speaking to a
content?
few people. Gregory.
Oh,
I was speaking to him. Jason, I was speaking to for a bit. Yeah.
What did you think about after the conversation? Did you challenge yourself? Did you look stuff up? Did you?
Yeah, I looked up a lot of stuff. They sent me some videos and some other stuff.
You were already leaning towards the idea that the governments of the world were lying to everyone, right? Is that kind of the mindset you had before looking into this? Like they
Yeah,
already.
because of coronavirus. That's what made me doubt the government. It was kind of obvious. Well, yeah, it was kind of obvious to me. But yeah.
Cool, man. Well, welcome to the server, and
Yeah, thanks.
if you got any questions or whatever, man, you can ask any questions you want. Because it seems like you've already started looking into this. So
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. But I think the thing that intrigues me the most is like the Antarctica thing.
no kidding. What about it?
Like I don't know, it just intrigues me the most.
Yeah,
Like
but what about
why
Antarctica?
why no one can go there, what they hide in, like, you know.
Mhm. You don't say.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing, isn't it, Maggie? There's this highly contagious question that keeps on floating around the internet where each and every day somebody's coming in here just confounded by what cannot be known about Antarctica, and they keep on asking these same
Oh,
questions. It's almost as if it's a contagion of curiosity about, again, what cannot be known.
gospel! You'll never guess, dude. Right before Z entered the chat, the guy who was in here, Chris, that was his. He was on about that in the beginning. If
Oh,
Conrad is
I'll
here, he
guess
can
it.
vouch. Yeah.
I
So Conrad and Flatty checked him in to the server, and upon his being checked in, that was the thing that he was like. He wasn't claiming that he was trying to rabble rouse, right? That hey, you guys need to go with me to Antarctica. He was just more of like,
I know.
what's that?
I
Interested
know.
about the question.
And last night it was OS.
Yeah, dude, like, and I even said it. I was like, dude, this is it's peculiar, right? Where are these guys coming? And not that Z's already convinced. I think more along the lines that he might be asking questions, but Why is it that one particular question above all the others, right, is the one that's highlighted right now?
Patterns like that
Because that's
become
like,
very suspicious.
I feel like they would answer a lot of things, like,
okay,
because if you go there and there's nothing there, then it's like, okay, they're not hiding anything. But
oh well, it seems easy enough, right? I mean, we just go over there, see what's over there, and we're like, okay, something's here, something's not here. End of story. Earth is flat.
you can't go there. You can't go there.
No. I'm saying the idea of us actually
Yeah.
going
Oh
there.
yeah, the idea seems it's possible, like, but
Well, not just that it's possible, but that it would resolve the issue of why somebody would think the Earth is flat or not. Going to
yeah,
that place, then getting there, examining the place, and
it's the
saying, okay,
answer.
right, is the answer, right? That seems to be like what a lot of people have in their mind just recently, that they come into the server and are saying, if you would only just go to Antarctica and just go there, examine the place, and then if of course you find the edge or whatever, then you could be satisfied to tell everybody, okay, guys, I went to Antarctica. I'm come back from Antarctica. I can assure you guys that the Earth is flat. What is you think that would be the standard of evidence in which we can rely on, that we can all agree upon as far as the flat Earth community, to say that the Earth is flat? Do you agree with that? What I just said?
Wait, sorry, say that again. It was cutting
Oh,
out. My
okay,
internet's
so
not that good.
if I was to go to Antarctica and I go examine Antarctica, I come back from Antarctica and I tell everybody in this room right now, guys, I just went to Antarctica and I can tell you the Earth is flat. I was at the edge. Do you
Yeah.
think that that's going to be a convincing argument for the case of the Earth being flat or not?
No, you need proof. You need proof.
What type of proof?
Video, picture, evidence.
Okay, okay. I'll even take it that step. I'll agree with you. I took a video camera, 4K, 8K, whatever, highest definition that we got possible today. Took that information, and now I'm bringing it back. You have all that data. I got videos. I got graphs. I could whatever information. I lay it down to you on a table, and then on top of that, I got a personal anecdotal story about how my experience was when I was there. Would that be enough information for you to believe that the Earth is flat?
It it's hard to say because
Well,
a
no,
lot of people.
I'm sorry.
For me,
I'm really trying to show you the standard at which we can know or not know, and you have to agree. Either we can use this information to know that the Earth is flat because we've been to Antarctica, or I've been actually, not you, but I've been to Antarctica, and I'm coming back with a story, be it anecdotal, and telling you guys what my experience was, and you're using that as the standard of how you can assess that the Earth that you stand on is of a curvature or non-curvature nature.
not necessarily about the curvature.
Okay. So what are we doing then in Antarctica if it's not giving us the absolute information or objective information that the Earth is of a globular nature or not? What are we doing there?
To see what they're hiding.
Okay. And so you come back and you say there's nothing there. What's good after that? What's good? They're not hiding anything. There's nothing there. It's void. It's just barren. It's a barren land. There's nothing. Just ice. Maybe some mountains.
Then what? So it'll be ice forever. Then the Earth is not.
Okay, ice forever. Now think about what you just said. Ice forever. How can you quantify forever? Are you gonna
Okay,
check?
but not forever, but like, so you're saying it's a barren land, but if you think that the Earth is flat, then surely you'd get past Antarctica and you'd keep
Why
going.
surely?
Yeah, why surely?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either.
You don't know.
So how about this picture I put in the chat? Picture 2x4s. My question is, does the end grain tell you how straight the 2x4 is?
Wait, what chat did you put it?
The only chat we use for communication from the VC. It's called Livestream voice text.
Wait. No, it doesn't.
Yeah. So I'll ask it one more time for dramatic effect. Does the end grain of a 2x4 tell you how straight 2x4 is?
No.
Okay.
Can you see the reasoning behind why we can't just go there and it's going to provide evidence that the Earth is flat or globe?
Yeah.
Okay. Then it's particularly, as we would look at it, not essential for that. That information that we need for the understanding if what the Earth we're on right now is either a globe or not. We don't need to go to a physical location to ascertain that information, as in like Antarctica or the Arctic.
No, but there's maybe different information to gain.
Right. So now that you propose that, what different information do you think we can gain?
If there's more land, or if they're hiding something, or
Okay,
whatever.
I'll go back because it's getting circular now. I'll go back to it. What do you think they're hiding? Go ahead. What do
Like
you think
more
they're hiding?
land, more land.
Okay. You see more land. How much more land do you need to see to make it valuable?
No, I don't. It's just the feeling of if we're like trapped or not.
Okay, so trapped as in
Like we can't go there. Like it's like we have no freedom.
okay. So now you're switching off from accessing more land to like now being inside of a prison, where you can't access certain areas of the earth, certain regions of the earth.
Yeah.
So now let's get back to that point. Can you access every region on this earth freely?
No.
Okay, why not?
Like you can't go to North Korea.
Okay, why not?
Because their country, their rules.
But you're a free person on the earth. You can go anywhere you want. Why would they restrict?
No, but I don't think that we're free because you need permission to do everything.
Oh, okay. So there is restrictions then on the earth where you can't go to certain places.
Yeah.
Okay, that's logical, right? Because you didn't put these rules there. That's just the way it is, right? These laws already set up. So your non-understanding or not knowing of these laws don't make them invalid. Just because you say this, and the reasoning behind this is because I want you to apply that to Antarctica. Okay,
Yeah.
same thing. If there's a protected land in which we cannot traverse because there are some laws set up to not go there, then would you then really understand that because they've set up these rules and you can actually look them up? There's not like I'm saying this to tell you that. Look the information up and it'll then kick back to you as to why. And then also weigh out the cost factor. What would it cost for me to actually make such a campaign a reality? Right? And upon all of that, doing all that research, because it'll be quite a bit, right? Then come back and say the reasoning for or against it. Because right now it almost sounds like a lot of people are coming into this server and saying, if we would only go to Antarctica, and then I come back to tell them, what does that provide you information for? Like, is it going to tell you something else that you didn't know before? Or is it going to be some kind of like magical thing that's going to open your eyes to what reality is? Because I can tell you, my friend, where you're at right now in your location, you can still understand if the earth is curving away from you or not. You don't need to go all the way to Antarctica for
I
this.
understand, but that wouldn't be the reason why I'd want to go there.
And what would be the reason? Just to go explore?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go explore Korea then. If it's, you know what I'm saying? It's the same. It's the same.
No, it's different. That's completely different.
It's not, because it's a protected land.
But I found something else.
That's completely different. There's pictures of Korea, like there's videos of people in Korea.
North Korea, I think, is what he's referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah. North Korea.
And you have to be your any visit to North Korea is completely controlled.
I know you're on a tour guide. I know. Mm.
Okay. Well, I mean, we've reached the understanding that it's not going to provide evidence of anything. Not anything that you're going to be compelled to be like, oh, okay, this is it right here. Because if it was that interesting that people were so like curious about, then there would be ways that we would already be devising on how we can go against the treaty that all the countries that signed, we're going to be trying to figure out, maybe petition to go against it, or overrule the law that's already put in place. Because it takes a large amount of people to actually be thinking about this the way you're probably thinking about, to actually go against such a law, to maybe overturn the ruling on it. And countries have to reevaluate the treaty, and there's a lot of it involved if you're going about it the right way. If you just want to Truman show the thing and take a boat and see how far you go, that's totally different, though. You're going to be going against what the ruling is, which is you can't go there because it's a protected land.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know. I'd feel like how do you know that there's nothing of interest there? How do you know?
And that's not that wasn't the point of the issue. Is if you want to be someone who advocates for truth, then you have to be also a person who understands your known reality as it stands now. So you can't be just someone who's just blissfully unaware of like how things operate on this earth. There's things that are set up, such as laws, that you have to abide by. Agree?
Yeah.
Okay. And on that basis, then you have to do things either by the law or against them. Depending on how you proceed will then determine the outcome.
Okay, but let's say like everyone is trapped and there is like more land outside, so you wouldn't break the law to have like actual true freedom.
True freedom?
Yeah.
That is, I don't know if Z, a lot of people want to put this on us. It's almost like it feels like lawyers are being sent in here to get us to say, yeah, we want to march. You know what, guys? Yeah, this guy's correct. Let's march against the treaty. Like, dudes, I don't care if there's 100,000 people coming in to say, why wouldn't you be interested to see what's in Antarctica? I don't care. Now go run back and tell the other guys, whatever forum you came from, that we don't care. It's not
I never came from a forum. I don't know what you think this like.
I'm speaking to the people listening on the live stream, and anyone who would come in to challenge us about why are we not interested to see what's out there.
This is a trend, and that's why it's very, very suspicious.
Oh, I see.
And we just dealt with a guy who just came in here and was saying, well, I'm just saying, man, just having normal conversation. Just like, why are you putting something on me? Like I'm saying, I want you guys to be, because it's the fact that you want minds in here to think that that's going to be an actual revelation that we're going to have. Like, oh my gosh, man, like 5 or 6 people have come in here. This is so crazy. We got to do something, guys. It's starting to become like people are worrying about, they're concerned. And it's illogical, number one. No matter how many times 1,000 people can come in here and say, man, but Antarctica, we're going to be saying the very same thing until something has been overturned in let's say the treaty and the ruling behind it. Then it's a fruitless endeavor. It's like at that point you're going against the established treaty, which at that turn it becomes a violation of that, and you could get in trouble. Okay, and nobody here wants to be on the side of just willful, putting yourself at risk in harm's way for an idea like that. There has to be certain ways that this is met legally and overturned legally. Otherwise, it's not going to be able to be dealt with in a kind of a rebel manner. Let's gather together, guys. Get your pitchforks, and I'll get my torches, and we'll go march down there. We'll take like 100 ships. Well, somebody will make it, right? No, dude, that's not.
Yeah, back when they actually used to have to send people, to the towns, before the WWW existed, like in the 90s, with the Gulf War. I met them in Missoula. When we were doing the anti-Gulf War protests, they would say the same thing. I met the guy. Never seen him before in town among the alternative people. Never saw him again after that day. He came up to us because we had camped out with our tents on the courthouse lawn. Because, it's public land, so you can camp there if you want. Protesting the Gulf War, getting the ROTC guys throwing stuff at us on a regular basis, and so on. He came up to me, he's like, I think he talked to me for maybe 2 minutes, prelude. Gosh, he really shouldn't have gotten paid that day because he should have spent a little more time gaining our trust. Anyway, he's like, I think what we should do tomorrow morning is go sit in at that bank over there, and protest the war over there in that bank. And I'm like, oh, yeah? Well, why would that be? That's private property. Like, why would we want to do that? Go get arrested? Because we were there, protesting day after day on public land. And like, because that's the way to do it. Show them this war's all about oil, all about money. We got to go over there and do this and that. And he was only talking to me maybe 5 minutes. Like, well, I really think you're a federal agent sent in here to get us all arrested, and so on. He did not answer me. He just looked at me with this really weird look. Didn't say yes, didn't say no.
How dare you identify me as an agent?
Yeah, exactly. He was probably back to San Francisco, the next day or whatever. And because at that time there were protests being staged in all the major towns, huge ones. Now, of course, nobody protests anything, really, not really, because they've gotten better. And I admit they've gotten better. They don't even let them get to the point of
Well, the
natural
Occupy thing was pretty good, I think.
Oh, come on. That was controlled from the get-go. You
I was
guys, I'm
kidding, I
sorry,
was
but you guys
kidding.
were not around back when we had real movements. You guys have none anymore. But anyway, my point being now, they can just have dudes come in here on the internet and do it. Like, how much easier is that? And they don't even have to get people to do anything. They just have to get their mindset into that prison mindset of, if only we could do this thing or that thing, everything would be different. I mean, now they got people's minds in prison where they don't actually do anything in the real world anyway. So, they don't even have to hardly work. They practically just press a button. You know what I mean?
You got a good point.
I gotta say real quick, guys. I gotta say real quick. Dandelion! I haven't seen you in a minute. What's up?
I was thinking, it's so funny, Miggy. Yeah, I was thinking when I came in here, I was just kind of on a whim. I'm like, wow, this is just like the old days. I come in, Miggy's in here. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I haven't talked to you, I don't think, since you kind of been, I don't know if you've been back or not. You must be back because you're here. So, yeah, good to see you.
It was a hype. No, I come back and it's always a trend, right? Like we go through little phases, little seasons, and like what's new, what's hot in the realm of the anti-flat Earth, and then now I guess, and Gospel can probably be a witness to this. We've had people come in here, and it's almost like, okay, because of the argument has been destroyed, it's like the rubble, right, of the destruction. You got like this phoenix trying to rise up from the ashes and come like, all right, if you can't beat them, join them, right? So I'm a flat earther now. Okay, so now I'm the flat earther. I'm on your side, guys. I'm with you. I'm like, yeah, Earth is flat. Okay, but you know what? Got this idea. Let's check out Antarctica. Yeah, let's do that thing, right? Because that sounds like if we go there, you never know. We might find some more land. Think about it, guys. You really got to think, man. And we're like, dude, that has no bearing on what the shape of the Earth is. No geometrical foundation as to like we're gonna ascertain what the Earth is. Like that's not. Yeah. I know, but isn't it curious that if you would just, if we could just get there. Like, come on, think about it. If we could just get there and we can see more land. If we know that there was, what are they hiding? Come on, they got to be hiding something. And then people's minds in here like, you know what? That seems like a great idea. Why haven't we thought about that? No, it's never going to happen. And as many people who pretend to be flat earthers and then come in here and then rabble rouse and try to get people's minds of thinking of it, no, it's not going to happen. You can't overturn a critical thinking mind. We're set free
Yes,
from the
good
oppression.
point.
We've been
Yep.
set free from that.
That
So,
is beautiful, Miggy. Beautiful.
yeah.
Keep going. Preach it.
Yeah, we dude, I'm saying, like, it seems to me that because they can't beat us, they're trying to join us, and then with be the agent within, kind of like the provocateur, if you will.
Agent Smith, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, it doesn't matter, like, this particular person, whoever the hell you were talking to, Z, it doesn't matter if he's doing it because he has a conscious plan or he's following the pattern. I mean, this pattern's been going on for years, right? Like, it's a virus that spreads. That's why, these people who say, like, oh, are you identifying this person as an agent, that person? Who the hell cares? It's a mind virus. Doesn't matter if they caught it from somebody else or they are the originator of it. It doesn't really matter. It's a thing that's in there that people try to get away with, and they don't get away with it too well here. Although they are better, I have to say, going back to my original, when they started this COINTELPRO stuff, more aggressively, back then, I told you that guy didn't spend enough time in any way to gain our trust. Like, they have him hanging around here a lot longer, actually acting like normal people. I'm talking about the long-term people, not guys like this Z guy you're talking to. But they are getting better with their strategies, but still, because the strategies are based on deception and, like you said, not based on logic, critical thinking, and so on, they're bound to succeed with people who are operating by that method. People who are not operating in that way and who actually care about critical thinking, evidence, logic, and so on, they're going to fail. It's just inevitable. I guess for them, they don't care as long as in their little dragnet, they get enough people in there to keep the kind of the main trend going in the same direction. I guess that's good enough for them. I mean, what else do they have at this point, right? They don't have the facts. They don't have reason. They don't have logic. They don't have truth on their side. So they just have to act in whatever dastardly ways they can, just like the Laugh Olympics team, that can't win the race the right way, so they throw, spikes in the road and all those things. They're those guys. Did you ever watch the Laugh Olympics, Miggy?
I've never seen
You know
that.
what I'm talking about? Oh my gosh, that was a great cartoon. I don't know why they took that off the air. It was really good.
Wait, yeah, we it's a trend for sure.
Yeah, and that is why I went ahead and just made the Antarcticades roll. So
Excellent. I am totally in favor of making new random rolls anytime you feel like it. Even though they threaten to take them away, they never actually do. Have you noticed that? I mean, sometimes they do quietly, but most of the time they just let them slide. I'm going to use that roll to keep it alive.
Only because it's trending. So may as well have a roll for something that's growing applicability.
All the Globers, go down to Antarctica. We're arranging a trip for you. Pick up your tickets.
I would agree. I would agree, so long as we don't have white knights in here that are going to be like, guys, just talk about why can't he continue to. This is the point. As long as we don't have our usuals in here going along with this, I'm Gucci. It's like it's all good because
there has been some white knighting.
Oh no, that's not
Maybe these people coming in talking about trying to get people to go to Antarctica, the kind of COINTELPRO types. Maybe a role could be called Snow Intel Pro instead of COINTELPRO.
I like that too, because half the people won't even bother to Google to figure out what COINTELPRO means. They'll be like, I wonder what that means.
Or
oh,
Antarctic.
Well, back to the patch. I'll take another toke. I don't know what it is. So Snow Intel Pro, even another. They'd have to not only know what COINTELPRO is or Google it, they'd have to actually figure out a pun too. That's way too much work, Napalm. I think that's a great idea. Absolutely. We should make that too. I love it. I'm going to make that today anyway. Yes, absolutely. Great idea. Was that Napalm that came up with that idea?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
How you doing, Maribel? Good to hear from you.
I'm doing good, yeah.
Or you could do Antarctic COINTELPRO. It's longer. More letters used.
I liked Antarcticades, but I like your idea. It is a little bit longer.
Well, I think they're slightly different. You know what? I think they're slightly different ideas, but the Antarctic AIDS kind of gets at the mind virus idea. I do like that idea, like I was talking about. The Snow and Tell Pro is more like, I think if we were so, intuitive or mind reading that we could figure out if they were the originators or just the followers, we give the originals the Snow and Tell Pro and the followers the Antarctic AIDS. But we aren't that clairvoyant, I don't think.
We can have we can ask Indio. Indio, you ready to go to Antarctica?
Yeah, that'll solve everything.
Oh yeah, that'll solve everything. Hey, back to that website I found yesterday. Maybe a lot of people already knew about it, but I definitely did not. When you look up COINTELPRO on that website, govinfo.gov, there's 365 records, documents you can read on that subject. So there's plenty of from the horse's mouth documents about COINTELPRO. So anyway, I did the search yesterday for flat Earth on there, and so technically there's more flat Earth material on there than COINTELPRO. Go figure. Anyway,
but the
Maybe
Antarctic,
somebody should define it so that way we all know what you're talking about.
the Antarctic conversation has been brought up already once again, and it's being surfaced as in, hey, I'm a flat earther. I'm with you guys, but check it out. We just need to go to Antarctica, and we can discover more lands. We don't know what's over there. What do you guys think about that? And so it's almost like it's repetitive. There's a pattern. There's people still coming in talking about that, whether intentionally or not. It seems to be trending, because it's already a week and we've had like at least 5 people that would, say that would be the thing. Oh, no. I'm a flat earther. I agree with you guys. But let's go to Antarctica because I think, that would dispel a lot of the ideas of which we could really know, like
Because of that plane guy and his stupid video about the flight that he even said this isn't the flight we're actually even going to take. Just give me the $1.3 million or whatever.
I don't know what plane guy that is. Some plane guy says he's going to take the flight.
Bird.
What? Do you want to tell her?
Well, the guy.
Talking about the plane truth.
I thought the bird guy.
No, the pilot. So some pilot put out he had back and forth with Goldbusters about flat Earth and about how flights don't go over Antarctica, and he had some reasons. Whatever, it's not economic. Whatever reasons he gave. Well, they responded to him, and he responded back, "Oh, so flat earthers want to prove the Earth's a globe. Give me $1.1 million, and I'll pilot the flight across Antarctica." And yeah, and then he showed a route across Antarctica. He's like, "But we're not going to actually be taking that route, and you can't take any instruments with you." So yeah, basically, just being a jerk, clickbait or something. I don't know.
Gotcha.
I think this all happened because the text chat went down on the live stream, man. These guys are overflow. They're coming from that.
Yeah, well, that's good. We need more entertainment around here, so I'm glad we shut it down because the people on that text chat and live stream are just so obnoxious. And they never come in here and just there and spew their nonsense all day long. So I think that was a great move. I totally support it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
they want to talk
what
to us,
happened is they jumped into Roger's chat. They were like, "Oh, we'll just go into Roger's chat." So Roger shut his off too.
Yeah, but now it's not like live stream, I guess. But PMAC he's got his, or not PMAC, sorry. Freaking, where can I think of the other Irish man? Somebody else's channel, whatever. He's got comments on now.
Yeah, I think it's funny the guys that come in here like Hollywood used to, like, why don't we do this and why aren't you doing that? It's like some random dude on the internet coming in and confronting other people for not doing stuff. It's like, hey, why don't you just go do it? Send us a postcard. Like, it's not that hard. If you actually decided to do it, you could save up your money, buy a boat, go do whatever the hell it is you're saying other people should do. Just go do it. Don't be coming in here telling other people it should be done. Just do it. Let us know how it turns out. We'll be here when you get back.
Yeah, they underestimate how difficult it is. I mean, if you just want a preliminary idea, go to the State Department's website, right? So they have, they give out passports, permits, all that stuff. Go look at their Antarctica permit to go to Antarctica, and there's a big, like, I don't know how many words, 1,000 words of all the stuff you have to do before you should even fill out the permit. You got to have like an EPA assessment. Like, that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know how, like, when you want to build something, but like you have to have an EPA assessment because it's a water land, right? So it's marshland, and you have to make sure it's not going to kill some rare species of bird. So the EPA has to go in and assess whether whatever project you're doing is going to kill them. So they do the same thing. If you want to go to Antarctica, you need to go to the Environmental Protection Agency and give them your plan, and then they're going to assess it, whether it's going to do environmental damage to Antarctica. They don't do that for free. That's not.
Oh yeah, you're talking about people who want to actually do it legally. Yeah, you'd have to be like extremely wealthy. I thought these people were advocating just being renegades, going and buying a boat, taking sailing lessons, and so on. So yeah, I mean, I was expecting them to get arrested, not to do it the legal way.
Oh, you're just trying to get them arrested.
Well, I don't want them on here telling other people to get arrested. They should go get arrested themselves first.
Yeah, you first. You be the trailblazer, buddy. Go for it.
I mean, to do it illegally, yeah, all you need, it's a decent sailboat that can go down there. I don't know. There was one for sale here for about $13,000. If you have save your McDonald's money for a few years, you should be able to buy one of those and then take some sailing lessons, go down there.
So here's the reasoning and how they approached it. The guy, Chris, whatever his name was before, that was in here that you were talking about math.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was approaching it in that way. Well, we gotta escape the plantation, is what he said. So his excuse for saying that we need to go there is we're on a plantation. Kind of, using the analogy, like a long time ago, people who were slaves were had servitude on a plantation, and the plantation owner would dictate what they would do and such, and equating that to how we are saying we don't want to be heading down to Antarctica or doing any such thing. And that mindset, he said, is kind of like you want to live on the plantation, you're comfortable here, like why won't you want to escape it? And it's such a
that ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
You gotta think of something better than that.
I called it rabble rouse because that's what it is. You're rabble rousing. You want others to be like, yeah, you're right. Like, no, dude, it's not a noble cause of what you're saying. You want people to do stupid things like you are proposing, and that's not going to happen. People here have critical thinking minds, and they're going to assess what you're saying and then critically think about it and be like, dude, you're nuts. Like, nobody's going to. If you do this thing, there's repercussions. If you're just going to go on Truman Show it, you're going to get caught. They're going to pull you over and you can't go past this certain place. Or they might even let you go at all, But anyways, they will know that you're heading down there. I say down there, loosely. I don't mean like literally.
We should look out for the low intelligence people who would. Obviously, history has shown that they are capable of doing this. That's all they ever do. That's like what I told you about during the Gulf War. They did that. That's why Ruby Ridge even happened, because there was an agent, egging that guy on. That's the whole, the Earth First activist that got arrested in Arizona for trying to take down cut the power lines to the nuclear power plant. That was all started by an agent. Every one of these things is started by one of them. No normal person thinks that's a good idea. That's some agent that keeps nagging some retard until they finally do the thing that they're nagging them about, or just, puts an operation on them to try to get them to commit a crime. Because that's why we have justice and law enforcement in America, right? Is to entice stupid people to do crimes by being a criminal mastermind ourselves, then get them arrested, and the agent and provocateur walks away scot-free, right? That's why we pay the big bucks around here for law enforcement, right? Is to entice stupid people to commit crimes they never do on their own, and then arrest them for it, so that the American public thinks you're keeping them safe.
That happened where you live in Michigan with the so-called assassination plot to kill the governor.
Exactly. It
It
happens all
turned
the
out that
time.
like there was 8 people involved and 7 of them were FBI agents.
Of course.
Well,
Yes,
what was
yes.
that thing
That's
that
That's
all
they
not
they
like
did
an
ever
where they
do.
exaggerated
put
number
bricks?
either. Like
They
every
moved
single
bricks
one of them
outside the
was an
building.
FBI agent except for one. And the same
Yeah,
thing with us. The
absolutely.
original Silk Road, every
Mm.
single person was an FBI agent except for the guy running it. And he's the one who ended up going to jail. Granted, he
No
did do something
surprise.
stupid. He tried to solicit someone to murder somebody, but he didn't actually have
Yeah,
to be
that's what
entrapped for that.
the agents out there, for Ruby Ridge, they said. I mean, the guy even admits it in some of the documentation. After Randy Weaver ended up getting millions of dollars out of that after they slaughtered his wife,
The plan.
and baby, and slaughtered his son while he was running away. They said, yeah, we'd have these supposed, white supremacist meeting. It'd be like a meeting of agents with like one person in it. That's what they were doing out there. And Idaho was just trying to entice people to commit crimes so they could arrest them for it. Oh, and bonus, we got to slaughter innocent children and mothers with infant babies in it. And the American public just said, no problem. Yep, keep slaughtering them because those dangerous extremists, we got to get rid of them. Definitely got to kill their children.
I think one of those snipers did suffer consequences, though. He was, I think he was convicted of perjury.
Yeah, but
I think you're right. I
perjury.
think
But he never.
yeah.
But nobody
He's
ever told
convicted of
anybody
perjury
about
for,
it. And
for lying about shooting someone in cold blood.
Right, because the wound was in the back, and they killed the dog too.
So the instance and how this occurs is really simple. It doesn't take much. So you rabble rouse, you get everybody on media. Look, guys, we're going to have to march. That's the only way that things are going to get done. They'll hear our voices when we march. You got people marching, and it's so easy. Send in a few provocateurs, and Bob's your uncle, right? Because like that's all you really need. You gotta rouse the community. You gotta get them fighting for a cause, and in between that righteous cause or the noble cause, you insert said provocateur, at which point their noble cause becomes a like a criminal act. It's a mob now. And
Well,
so
yeah. So, plus, I should add this. I know on Reddit, I'm not sure about Discord, but it's against the terms of service to do calls to action. Like to, say, hey, let's all go do this or go do that. It's against the terms of service. So, and plus, they're going to start with, yeah, we're going to go to Antarctica. We're like, oh, yeah, now we need to bring guns. Now we need to bring bazookas. And,
Yep.
Yeah, that's real smart.
Yeah, it's how the plan unfolds. You first start off with a noble cause. Dudes, we're just gonna go all we're gonna do is we're just gonna be on our little ships and we're gonna be going down there, see what's down there. Next thing you know, insert provocateur. Guy comes in and like, dudes, you know what? Let's take some machine guns, man. We gotta be armed to the teeth if we're gonna do this thing right. And then you got the crowd be like, yeah, since we're already going over there, we might as well do the said thing. And next thing you know, you got a militia, you got and people get hurt. It's stupid. But the origin, it starts with the.
Yeah, Miggy, you're on it. Like, that's exactly what happened here in the U.S. a couple summers ago. Well, actually, all over Earth, this same thing happened.
Area
Something
51 thing.
supposedly a noble cause. Then they send in the bricks.
Talking about Area 51 thing.
Bricks? No.
let me tell you about a little sneaky
cities.
thing I found out about.
Oh, that other thing. Sorry. Yeah.
So
all over the U.S.
They just released this Russian pilot. He was convicted of smuggling drugs, but he wasn't even going to smuggle drugs into the United States. He was gonna, but he didn't know they were drugs. He was just told to, we're bringing something from somewhere else, but it was supposed to be in 2 other countries. But someone in the room, so everybody's the agent except for him. But someone that was like on the other side of the room, because the room's all bugged, mumbled, "Yeah, I'm going to get rid of mine in New York." And because he referenced the United States, that was enough to give the United States jurisdiction to convict him. Even though, like, the guy was all the way, like, on the other side of the room, and the person, the guy that was pilot said he didn't even hear him say that. So that gave the United States jurisdiction because of the guy saying, "I'm going to enter the United States to get rid of these drugs." So there's so many little dirty tricks, right? So you can say, let's go to Antarctica, and we're going to take a ship, and some banned thing, it could be anything. Say it's like, say you're not allowed to bring, plastic bags with you to Antarctica. That one thing alone is enough to destroy everything. Even though it's completely innocent, you have to know everything that every single person is doing just to not violate the law. Otherwise, you'll be held responsible for organizing it. It's a dumb idea anyway. It wouldn't prove anything. Even if you circumnavigated Antarctica, it wouldn't even prove the Earth is a ball. Even that wouldn't do it.
Nope. It'd just get you in trouble.
It would
Yeah, you go to the
just
North
prove
Pole,
there's an island
you might
somewhere.
prove something.
And what's the point? I mean, we already know there's no ball. Show us the proof of curvature. Show us any kind of positive evidence for this ball whatsoever, which they don't have. So we don't need to go to any
Here's
effort.
the proof right here. When you fly an aircraft,
prove it first, and then we'll talk about countering that. They have no proof, so we don't have to bother.
You notice they're trying to give us the hardest task too, right? The hardest possible task is the one that'll prove it. Not the easiest one, not the one just to do a simple measurement. No, don't do that. Do the hardest possible task.
Yeah, show us some proof of curvature, and then we'll talk. It's like that's why I know you like some people who don't have to do like science and math stuff all day long, for work. Like I know some of you guys, like I appreciate and admire like that people sit here and get into the weeds with these guys about the math and the science. Kind of like I'm just kind of like half the time I'm like, unless you're gonna pay me, I'm not gonna sit here and wade through your 10 pages of equations to show why you're wrong. Show me the proof of curvature or any evidence that's credible whatsoever, and then we'll talk. Or unless you're going to pay me to tutor you on your obvious failure of basic logic and proof. I mean, come on.
Well, Emerald Monkey says it great. Like, regardless of your equations, you need a measurement to stick into one of those, right? You need something in the real world to stick into your equation. Where's that? Where's your measurement?
I already got the proof anyway. Here's the proof. You take a flight from Los Angeles to Hong Kong. Does the plane get into level flight? Is that a physical thing? Level flight? I think it is. That means you're horizontal. You're parallel to the horizontal surface. You fly all the way there. If the nose didn't dip down 2,790 feet per minute, then guess what? All the water you flew over is level, just like your flight was. Have a nice flight.
Well, it's even simpler than that. Grab a cup of water. Okay. Look at a cup of water.
Yes, the cup of water on your little table there, is it tilting? It should be the whole time.
Well, I mean, the point I'm trying to make is everybody knows the surface of water is flat. Somebody's coming around and saying, no, the surface of water is not flat. It's actually curving. There isn't a shred of evidence for this in forever, right?
Yeah.
So why do we even have to go beyond that?
Right, exactly.
At what point does this water start curving?
Just show us that. We don't need to go travel. That's going to cost millions of dollars, and you can't do anything. Can't have a plastic bag,
Oh man, that's even you probably can't have. You got to poop in a brown paper bag and cart it out.
You have to carry it with you too. Oh, by the way, when you go there, no internal combustion engines, and you can't have fuel. So, Globers, when are you setting up your trip to Antarctica? I can't wait to see it. I mean, that would be the greatest proof ever for you. Go ahead and go down to Antarctica, Globers.
They'll just die. They'll just die. That's all there is to it. They'll just die.
Lou says we're being mean. Lou says we're being too mean to poor Z. Z, do you feel picked on and shamed? Z, speak up or forever hold your peace. I think you should be proud. You're the first person to have 2 new roles on the server. How many people can say that? Not too many. Maybe India, a couple others.
I don't give a I don't really give a shit.
Thank you, Z, because Lou's trying to make me feel bad. Lou, did you hear that? He doesn't give a poop about it.
People that are here spend hours and hours on the server.
I wasn't trying to rally up a fucking thing to go to Antarctica. I don't give it. I don't give a shit.
Well, let me ask you.
Power, you speak up now, Z. You're the pioneer for all the future Antarcticades and Snow Intel Pro members of the future.
I want to ask him a question though. So Z,
yeah.
If you could do anything you wanted in Antarctica, anything at all, you have an infinite budget, infinite ability, infinite. Just as a matter of logic, how could going to Antarctica prove the Earth's a ball?
But this is why I go in a circle, because I don't really give a shit to prove the Earth is a ball. Like, there's enough research here for people to prove that themselves anyway.
Well, but
Like,
my point
that's
is,
not why.
even as just as a matter of sheer logic, it can't prove the Earth's a ball. It's
I
not going
know,
to prove the shape
and
of the
that's
Earth.
not
And
what
I'm
I
like,
was.
so why people bring it up is beyond me. You could bring up literally any random place and
Because
say,
it's
let's go there.
interesting. I brought it up because it's interesting. Like, what the fuck?
I mean,
It's it intrigued me. That's it. Literally it. Like,
I mean, it intrigues me to a degree, but if you go like, so the U.S. Navy has done flights across Antarctica. They did this in the 40s, and they take pictures with an aerial with a plane, right? This is what they do. So I got to pick a camera that points down and one that points out. You know that they took something like 40,000 pictures. There's a website, there's a government website they're on. I haven't looked at it in a long time, and I went through over 1,000 images. Every single image just shows white. Every single image.
yeah.
I mean, just white. You don't even see a horizon. All you see is white. It's literally like they took the camera and stuck it like half an inch from a white sheet of paper. That's what every single image looks like. You know, if you want to go there and just see like a white sheet of paper, go for it.
It's impossible
And
to
there's
get there
nothing
anyway.
interesting there. That's the point. I mean,
I'm pretty sure the Navy would just they would just shoot your boat. Like you can't go there anyway.
Oh, have you heard of
But what
Jarl
I wanted to do,
Anderhoy?
I just find it interesting. I wanted to learn more about it.
So look up Jarl Anderhoy. He tried to go without permission.
What's his
Yeah, I'll
name?
give you a video. I'll put it in the live stream voice chat.
Yeah, I'll
One
post
moment.
it. Didn't end well for him either time. Yeah, 3 people died. Put it that way.
And the boat was disappeared.
Yeah, it supposedly sunk during a storm with the 3 people on it, but like it just vanished. Actually,
Can I chime in for a second?
yeah. I want to cover one more thing. So in the 70s, there was a flight from New Zealand where they were gonna. It's a tourist flight, so they fly really close to Antarctica, right? So they hit the tallest mountain in Antarctica because it's actually on the coast. It's not even actually in the Antarctic Circle. It's near McMurdo Station. The crash was 5 miles away from McMurdo Station. That's where the mountain is. This is why they don't supposedly fly over Antarctica, because of this plane crash. It took them 20 hours just to reach somewhere 5 miles away. Okay? Think of that for a second. 20 hours to go 5 miles.
That's because of the the climate and stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
So the point is, it's just not like a place you want to go. Like, it's just not like let's go visit the insides of a volcano. Let's go do that next.
It would be the same amount of proof for anything. Going into the middle of a volcano would be just as much proof of Earth's condition as going to Antarctica. None.
Can I chime in?
Sure.
Yeah.
I find it fascinating that people just want to go be cold, extremely cold for a week or 2 or 3 or how long it takes. That they just want. I mean, when they tell you on the weather forecast that if you go outside when the wind chill is 10 to 20 degrees below zero, you can get frostbite within 10 minutes. So people want to do that times 1,000. And it's even colder than that. Plus the fact that the 60th parallel starts at about 400 to 900 miles away from the ice wall. So you have 400 to 900 miles that you have to navigate before they come get you. And I just tell people, if you want to prove anything, go to, I know not everybody lives in the United States, obviously. But just go to Lake Michigan, go to Chicago, enjoy their pizza, go to the beach, and then go down to Chesterton, Indiana Dunes. Start there. You'll see Chicago about 22, 25 miles to your left. hop on Route 12, go up to Michigan City, hop on 94, go up to Benton Harbor, Michigan, which is 54 nautical miles away from Chicago. If you have young eyes, look, take pictures. If you have a telescope, awesome. And that proves right there that we live on a horizontal plane and not a spinning watery ball, because you can't hide 1,800 feet of curvature. You just can't.
Beautiful.
Yeah, but
Beautiful, Jim.
I wanted to chime in.
Absolutely. That is
I just,
gorgeous. Go ahead, Sonny. I got something to say about that. It's so funny you brought up Chicago, because I was just going to bring Chicago up about his first part, and then he went on and took us right to Chicago. Go ahead, Sonny.
I was just going to say before it gets too far off the track. Yeah, they don't just want anyone to go where it's cold. They want us to go. And
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah,
and I
that
was
would be
gonna
handy for them if all flat earthers. Yeah, let's just charter a cruise and
wait a
take
minute.
all of them
Wait a
there.
minute. I wasn't done.
Absolutely.
Hold on. I wasn't done. And speaking of Chicago, what they need to do is go down to the lakeshore when it's like 20 below.
Oh
With
my gosh, you guys
a
are reading my mind.
transfer,
I
like
was
net
there yesterday.
waves,
I was there
and
yesterday, and it was freezing cold. I could barely stand
four,
it, Sonny,
4
because it
feet.
was 50 degrees here, 40 degrees there with the wind blowing. I didn't bring a coat because I didn't want to carry it around the museums. And I was so cold. Yeah, do not take me to Antarctica.
Do just a little expedition down there in Chicago. Yeah, actually, I sailed
It's
across
absolutely
Chicago.
horrible.
I
He was gonna
sailed
send me
across the lake.
the video.
I sailed across the lake when I was little, like 10 years old, with my family, with my father, brother, and sister, across from Benton Harbor to Chicago. I wish I was only a little kid. This is a long time ago. So, like, I can imagine how much I actually saw during that trip that I don't remember because it's more than 50 years ago. But anybody could do this today over and over.
Way
I'm sorry.
easier than going to
I
Antarctica.
ramble.
We remember this, Sonny. Every time or anybody else who here is here, yeah. Anytime they've been at Antarctica, just explain it to them just the way Jim did and just the way you did. Like you don't, and you can do it. You can do the boat trip. You don't have to be freezing cold. I mean, you can be freezing cold to prove to yourself that you can't handle Antarctica. But yeah, you could do it in the summer, just like Rob Skiba did, and you can prove to yourself, like Jim said, you don't need to prove to yourself it's not a mirage, only if you're a glober who has trouble using logic and reason. Do you need to prove that to yourself? I mean, refraction doesn't work that way, and so on and so forth, as we all know. But if you are, if you have trouble using your brain, if you don't trust your reason, which, is not surprising because people are raised not to trust their reason and logic, right? Then you could rent a boat like Rob Skiba did, have it in your view in Michigan, then keep it in your view all the way across. It's still there, never disappeared, never was a mirage. It's really there, guys. I know it's hard for some people to believe because using your human given gift of logic, reason, and will to make logical deductions is like, I know it's challenging. You want to stay at that animal level because that's what they keep telling you to do out there in the mass media, but you are capable of using logic to make deductions. You don't have to prove everything to yourself, but if you must, I understand why. It's just like the first graders, when I used to teach them, you had the blocks, they need the concrete blocks to learn addition, right? You have 6 blocks. You add 1. Nope. Instead of just saying, what's the number after 6? 7. We have to go back to the beginning, count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you're still at that stage, then you are welcome to rent a boat, go to Chicago, and see that it's there, just like it appears to be, because we live on a flat and stationary plane, just as it appears. Yep. You don't need to let the tricksters fool you into thinking it's totally something different than what you experience. You don't need to go to Antarctica either. Thank you, Jim and Sonny, for highlighting that fact.
I think with Tom Combs, the Mirage guy, Tom is under 40. He's a meteorologist, weather guy for ABC affiliate 57 in South Bend, Indiana. If you take Notre Dame out of South Bend, Indiana, you have about 30% unemployment. And basically, when you're in a small market, which South Bend is a very small market, to be a weather guy, you want to get to a big market. Well, how do you get to a big market? Well, you do something like say that it's a mirage when you're looking across, and Chicago should be underneath the curve or the bend, and then your bosses at ABC News in Chicago or in New York or whatever go, "Hey, we like this Tom guy. He'll lie for us," And Tom goes, I want to get out of here. I want to make more money. I want to take my family somewhere. and it's so obvious what he's doing. I mean, he's just sucking up to his bosses, but everybody, he's famous. Of course, he's probably more famous in the flat Earth community and the horizontal plane community that he is in the Glober community, because he just made a fool of himself. And it's so fun. I talked to him a little bit, not talked to him, but texted back and forth 3 or 4 days on Facebook. And he did, at the very end, when I showed him the Apollo 11, because NASA gave us about 20 photos of Apollo 11, especially showing the lunar lander, that top part, the silver part that was in about 20 pieces that was put together before a science fair the night before. He did say that Apollo 11 was fake, so he did give me that. But he wouldn't give me any curvature. He wouldn't, nothing like that. Thanks.
Yeehaw. Mhm.
How's everyone doing?
So I asked the young lady if she's still here when she taught first grade. Is she still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. When you taught first grade, were you a flat earther or a glober at the time?
Well, actually, I still teach first grade today because I'm homeschooling my children, but my normal job is teaching high school math and science. But at that time, I was substitute teaching because I was looking for a full-time job, and my daughter was actually, full disclosure, I was substitute teaching in the elementary school where my daughter was going to school because I just moved here, to spy on them and find out what kind of school it was really like, because they don't tell the parents. You don't get to get the inside scoop. So that was actually my real purpose for being there, teaching. And I did find out a lot. Oh my gosh. One of the first times I came in there, the police were there with this third grader, had him up against the wall for something. It was like, oh my gosh, what have I gotten my daughter into? Eventually I was able to get her out of that school. But the point is, back then I was a globe earther. Yeah. Well, that's a long time ago. I'm talking about when I was doing that particular. But the first time that's the first time that I realized, because I used to teach high schoolers, that I'd had to experience having to deal with the concrete operational stage as a teacher, because I didn't teach. I started out wanting to teach elementary, so I had taught them before. But that particular time with the blogs was the first time I realized that. I still deal with it today, but it doesn't upset me like it used to. Like I used to be like, why can't this kid get it? We just have to add one. He knows how to count to 10, but he can't just add one. He does not believe there's 7 blocks there. If you just add one, he just counted the 6. Why can't he get this? But now I'm like, okay, I get it. That's just how they are. They have to go back to the beginning. They don't believe that just adding one's going to make 7. I kind of get it, because I can vaguely remember being like that when I was a child. It's like, they tell you can do these tricks with math, but I'm going to count these blocks anyway and just make sure. And so, yeah, I think some people don't really get that far out of that stage, even though they're adults. I mean, you have to be trained to get to that abstract thinking, because they mess kids up, children. I know somebody's going to come on here and scream at me for using unauthorized words if I call them kids. If you, these children, if you push abstract, concepts on them, then when they're at that age, it actually messes up them being able to figure out abstract thinking later, because they don't trust themselves. Why should they? Yeah, you tell them 1 more block makes 7, and then they count and they confirm, okay, that makes sense. But then you tell them, even though you've never experienced curvature or rotation of any kind, even though this world seems totally flat and stationary, you're actually on a spinning ball going through space at, millions of miles an hour. Of course they don't trust themselves to use abstract logic, thinking or logic after that, or rational deduction, because you just showed them something that can never be confirmed, and you just messed them up for life. But we know they can be fixed, right? It's just a long, painful process.
Yeah, it's just interesting. I think if obviously I wasn't, and my wife wasn't, and my parents weren't, but it'd be interesting if you had a couple of parents that were flat Earth believers, and the 12-year-old or 11-year-old who went to school was a flat Earth believer. And every single science classroom that you ever walk into, there's this little, not maybe even a big thing, that's on a teacher's desk or by a teacher's desk that's tilted just a little bit, that spins around and has the majority of blue on it for water, and then that they take quizzes and tests on that thing that has water and a little bit of land on it. And as a flat earther, you're supposed to answer the questions according to the globe model, and it's just like, poor 12-year-old, poor 11-year-old, it's just like, it's like answering, if you're a flat earther, answering questions about planets, about what's the third planet from the, from the sun, or the fifth planet from the sun. It's like, you just want to leave that answer blank. It's just like, or say none of the above, or NA, or whatever you want to say. But unfortunately, our educational and entertainment systems are not lined up for the truth. They're lined up for propaganda purposes only.
Yeah, I would like to see more people like fight that kind of thing. Like one time on Jeopardy, they had a thing about James Earl Ray being the alleged assassin of Martin Luther King, even though a court of law found that, in a civil court of law, his family, of course, went James Earl Ray clear him. Civil court of law did award the family and did conclude that the U.S. government was complicit in the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. and James Earl Ray was nothing but a patsy. So even though that's been proven in a court of law, you still got Jeopardy claiming that he's the assassin of MLK. So I was thinking, gosh, somebody got that wrong on Jeopardy. Of course, they must have them sign something where they say that, they can't fight stuff, because they never actually do, even though half the stuff they have on there, you could easily show that was not actually documented to be true. Like if I was on there and the final Jeopardy was, who was the assassin of Martin Luther King or whatever, and the answer's supposed to be who was James Earl Ray, I'd be like, gosh, am I going to write this down? Because I know this isn't true. I guess you could write it down and then have press release afterwards to explain how. No, come on, guys. This has been proven in the court of law. The U.S. government was the assassin of James Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah, just who is the United States government? They're like, that is incorrect.
Do you by chance have a copy of that information? Because I'd like to look it over.
I will find you the link. It's kind of hard to find, Rookie. Yeah, but I will find it for you. I think I've got it bookmarked. Yep.
I would love to add that to my collection.
Good idea.
I know we're segueing away from flat Earth, but I find it fascinating living here in Dallas that the Warren Commission, basically said it was a single shooter. Lee Harvey Oswald, which was, if you look at, was actually impossible. But then on the Warren Commission, you had this person from Michigan, congressman, probably pretty young at the time. And how did they select the Warren Commission? The people to look into JFK, and one of the people was from Michigan, congressman named Gerald Ford. And so Gerald Ford signed off on it. That it was a single gunman, but Gerald Ford happened to be picked to take over for Spiro Agnew, who resigned. And become VP for Nixon, who resigned, who became president or puppet of the United States of America. And I just find it fascinating how these people all reward each other for playing along with these hoaxes, with these lies, with these fabrications.
Yeah. Pretty amazing. Hey, Dandelion. Oh,
yeah, I'm here. I was just looking for that link for, I think it was Ricky that wanted it.
Off topic. How's your garden?
Well, the tulips have bloomed. My son and I planted some tulips and garlic in the fall, and the tulips are already blooming, so that's pretty cool. The roses made it winter, even though I put 4 rose cones on my 4 best roses, because I only had 4. And then 2 of them blew off, and I never got them back on there, but they all survived, luckily. And yeah, stuff's, budding. It's not really like there's not much coming up. I was tempted. I didn't start any seeds.
It's still a little cool, though.
Yeah, that's because I was tempted. They had tomato starts in the store the other day, but I would have had to keep them inside probably, because we'd at least last week, I think it still was getting to freezing at night. This week it has not shown that it's going to, and our last frost date's supposed to be May 15th. So Yeah, it'll be safe soon. I can probably go out and get it. If you don't get them soon,
nice.
You can't get the ones you want. Like cherry tomatoes are the hardest darts to find. And
I find that
trouble.
I find that people that have gardens are quite lively, and you are definitely lively, Dandelion. It's a pleasure to listen to you. And I apologize if I sometimes try to get in when you're on it. I apologize for that. But I was going to ask Dandelion, couldn't someone like Z that lives in the UK, couldn't Z just go to the cliffs of Dover on a nice clear day and go look, and you can see all the way to Calais, right? Couldn't he do that?
Can't see. Yeah, plus they have a public transportation system over there. As far as I can tell, people can like take trains places. Yeah, we don't have that over here. It's like very difficult. You have to walk like many miles or days to get to a train. Apparently, over there they can like go places fairly easily, which must be nice. Hey Z, have you been to the White Cliffs of Dover?
I can confirm it's very easy to get to.
There you go. Z must be AFK.
Yeah, well, if he comes back, ask him if he's been to Dover and tell him, remind him he can see France. What is Z's position anyway? Because I came in the middle of it when we were talking about Antarctica, which I'm actually happy, even though I was giving you time about it. I'm glad we have someone in here to defend people and make sure they don't get piled on, even though Z, but it's because he's British. He doesn't care.
I think it
secretly care, but he's
possibly
not allowed to show his
overreacting.
feelings. He's not allowed to show his feelings. Even if he does care, he's not allowed to say it. So that's nice of you to speak up for him.
I think you're possibly overreacting to what I said there. I mean, he literally just said that he'd like to go to Antarctica.
How could you
and then all
possibly
of a sudden
accuse me of overreacting? I never do that, Lou. You know that. I'm sorry. Continue.
You're right.
What were you saying?
Yeah, no. It's good. I don't have the breath to argue. Sitting here with broken ribs, so I'm just gonna go back on mute.
What the heck, Lou?
What do you? No, you cannot just get by with a comment like that. You've got broken ribs without telling us more.
Skateboard. It's a pretty simple story.
He explained it already.
Oh, I missed it. That's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that. I'll try to be kinder to you.
Did you say skateboarding, Lou?
Yeah.
Lou, guess what? The only time I had a shoulder surgery after skateboarding with my sons. I was going down a ramp and I missed the angle, and when I was going down, I was never very good at that, and I rolled forward. I rolled because I know how to roll. I rolled. I had to have surgery on that shoulder a few months later. The only surgery I've ever had.
Yikes.
Yeah. Now that's
it was similar.
The other shoulder difficulties.
I landed on my whole left side, like came down evenly on my shoulder, hip, and ribs, and knocked the wind clean out of me for a good minute. There was one other kid there besides my daughter. He's like, "Do you need me to call an ambulance?" I'm like, no, just need a minute. Like,
poor guy.
And
dang.
But yeah, I was wearing all kinds of pads, but nothing for my ribs.
Yeah, and you know how much they can do with ribs. All they can do is wrap you. That's it. Like,
well, they don't even do that anymore. They don't even suggest like a chest wrap anymore because it restricts your breathing. It makes it even harder yet to take deep breaths. And when you can't take deep breaths, if you're taking a lot of shallow breaths, then they think that they're worried that you might catch pneumonia. Because you're not clearing your lungs and stuff like that.
I heard that. What does that mean?
What do you mean? Pneumonia?
Since when do you get pneumonia from not breathing deep? I never heard of such thing.
Yeah. Well,
clean your lungs out.
It's not just shallow breathing. It's a number of things happening at the same time. Inflammation leads to fluid development, and then the fluid development, if you're not taking deep breaths, can lead to pneumonia. That pneumonia exacerbates inflammation, which exacerbates fluid development. So it's a chain reaction.
Mm-hmm.
I see. So there's more to it than just that.
Yeah. Shallow breathing will at least cause anxiety and even panic attacks as well. I broke my back, and I was only able to shallow breathe for a while, and I was getting bad anxiety, and I had to reteach
No, I'm not saying there's nothing to it. I'm just
myself
saying I've
to
never heard
breathe.
of it. I was just curious, like,
Breathe deep.
why I've never heard of such a thing. That's just kind of strange. It doesn't prove anything except that I'm just ignorant, but just saying.
But yeah, I get it. Like with certain people, like I mentioned in the text chat, like Hollywood, that dude, every time he freaking comes in, every time he gets unbanned, it's what the fuck is everybody doing here? You're not doing shit talking on Discord. We need to get up and we need to go to Antarctica right now. Like we need to get 50
Oh my
ships.
gosh.
Like, yeah, that dude
Those kind of
deserves
people are Asian.
that dude deserves the pylon, Like
Yeah, we are
Yeah.
kind of taking out our frustrations over
So
Hollywood
Dandelion
on poor
mentioned.
Z. So yeah, right. We need to get Hollywood back in here so we can take it out on him instead. Good idea.
Well,
Hold
we
on,
should
though.
let ET back then too.
My curiosity, though, look, does it not strike you as curious that there seems to be a trend?
A trend of.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to talk about the pilot. It
Yeah.
kind of correlates to that video.
What, did it get a lot of views?
Hold on. There's a lot of comments. I know that. Hold on. Let me see how many views.
Yep.
We're at 256,000 views.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent number.
And the guy only has 871,000 subs.
737,000 views on the second video. So, I mean, I guess that is a decent number of views. But what, this guy talks about Antarctica and stuff?
He says, no, he said it. He posted that first video about Flat Earth, and then, Globebusters had some stuff to say. So I guess this is his rebuttal. Give me a bunch of money and I'll fly the flight. But somewhere, I haven't watched the video, but Globebusters covered it again, and they said he wasn't going to actually fly the route anyway that goes over Antarctica. He was just going to take the money.
Yeah. Well, this specific trend of, well, I know it won't prove anything. I'm just curious about what they're hiding. And like this, it's like this exact, almost as if it's being read off of a website, a very particular set of ideas that are being conveyed by a variety of different people. It was OS last night. It was somebody else a couple of days before that.
Maybe there is a website. Maybe they're getting it from somewhere, and they're all just parroting it.
The Meltology guy is another example of somebody that's talking about Antarctica a whole lot. What was his name? Mind Sobriety. I think his actual name is Mind Fornication, but I changed it to Sobriety.
I think Percent was talking about that before. He's done some rabble rousing too. He's come in and said, we can all agree as flat earthers that the horizon does not rise with the observer. Right, guys? That's
this is interesting.
What?
The little blurb.
And he's a flat earther, and I got scolded for muting him because someone said that well-known flat earther here. I actually, now the flat earther that was defending this guy is someone I respect here, and it's confusing, but this guy's still around. Like I think I banned him once for that kind of shit, and then he got unbanned.
Yeah, Percent's been banned and unbanned multiple times.
Yeah, I don't know what his issue is. I've banned him once.
He's just an intellectual provocateur contrarian. That's really all it is. He's just a radical contrarian.
That's a trend.
What were you going to say, Indio?
They changed the blurb from Wikipedia to show, or the blurb on YouTube that they show at the bottom of videos about Flat Earth.
I wondered about that. I just saw. I didn't pay too close attention, but it looks shorter.
I gotta post it. Now it says the Flat Earth model is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of Earth's shape or as a plane or disk.
Yeah.
It didn't.
Wow, we got to see. Where's the scientific disproof?
Where's
I need to see
the
that.
evidence that they're talking about? Yeah, I want to know why that's not up there. Let's demand it.
Can we request that proof, please?
Hold on. Here's my
They made a claim.
question, Andio. Do you have a screenshot of the old version?
Well, it shows whatever's on Wikipedia. So yeah, I'll just look at the. You can see the Wikipedia edits, view history. Let me see when it was changed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to scientifically disprove it, all you have to do is change the meaning of science and change the meaning of proof, right?
Change
That's
the
all you
words.
have to do.
That's
Yeah.
right. Change the words, and then change the words in all the books too, right? Dandelion. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
I
Very
did
easy
that
to do. Yeah.
Chris Guy.
Doesn't mean you
I did that
actually
Chris
have.
Guy last
Come
earlier.
on.
So
You
hey,
wouldn't
I'm
have.
reading the edit, right? So it
Yeah,
says
yeah. Thank you.
add disproven to lead. They spelled lead wrong. They spelled lead LEDE. Oh my god. Anyway, because obviously it has been disproven comprehensively by many scientific experiments and observations.
Which
Ping
one?
me in top page if you decide to remove it. Add scientific because these people reject it, except the scientific community.
Okay,
So
where's the
this
proof
edit
then?
was in November 25th, 2021.
And so
That's
India,
weird because I never saw it before.
they don't have to provide a source for this proof.
No, and listen,
No.
I guarantee that
Don't you know how this
page
works? Like,
is
they don't have to
seriously.
do anything.
So certain certain wiki pages just get taken over by an editor. So basically, they control that page absolutely like a dictator. And if you
Yeah.
change it, they'll just change it back automatically.
So where the hell is this proof at?
They have no accountability. That's the thing. There's literally zero accountability for Wikipedia.
So you might as well just take it and go like, okay, they're full of shit. Everything they say is full of shit.
Yeah, pretty much. It's not rocket science. Right?
Someone should change it and take out the part that says scientifically disproven, change it to science doesn't prove things. And take it out and then add a comment, add science doesn't prove things. And then cite Vsauce.
Site Vsauce.
Nice.
Fantastic.
Yeah, because these globe representatives, apparently that's what they are globe representatives that come on here telling us things like that, and all those lame ass videos that don't prove anything but their idiocy and their lack of knowledge of any kind in any subject. You know, they so their representatives are here. Why are they allowing these people that are such idiots come on here to say something like that? Science doesn't prove things. So they're saying something is scientifically disproven. So why are they allowing these idiots coming on the internet saying these things that science doesn't prove anything? It's obviously their representatives.
So I just did the Wayback Machine, and apparently this iteration has existed since 2020.
Yeah. Since 2020. I've never seen the scientifically part. I never saw that before.
Yeah.
It was always there. I think it was just the way it was worded or the way the paragraph ended up laying and just didn't notice it. Maybe, I don't know, because I've always noticed
maybe.
it.
Oh yeah, maybe. It didn't like show the full thing. It went like half that.
Maybe it was broke off at the bottom or something. Yeah, something like that.
So this is kind of funny. So I just found this looking at the talk page. So modern flat Earth beliefs. Listen to this. Flat Earth advocates are classified by experts in philosophy and physics as science deniers. So you look at the citations. Fighting the Flat Earth Theory, which is a Physics World article, and I'm going to read that. The second one is Newsweek. Newsweek is their citation of experts in philosophy and physics published in Newsweek. And it's who wrote that? Lee McIntyre. In the quotation is, you don't convince someone who has already rejected thousands of years of scientific evidence by showing them more evidence. That's what they cited from Newsweek.
Thousands
These people are so weak. Like weak.
Thousands of years of flat Earth knowledge.
No, they're not weak. They're retarded, bro. Like, what other way do you explain it?
Can't we have the 35 documents linked in there? Can't someone put that in there so then the source, like we could put a source for their Wikipedia page that links them to the 35 documents that are stating flat and stationary. Someone needs to hack that. No one's
We
trying
just
to say hack
show them
anything,
all those
but,
documents we have that say the Earth's flat, and then we'll see who comes up with the truth.
Hack the Wikipedia and put links in there.
I mean, so do you guys think people really even pay attention to that little wiki thing at the bottom of the videos?
Mm-mm.
I think they know. I think they notice it.
I only noticed
they click on the article. I think that they notice and probably subconsciously go, "Oh yeah, I can dismiss everything that this is about to say." Then.
Yeah, remember the sheep filling up
That's exactly what it is.
Why wouldn't you?
Because I saw something on the internet. It shows ships falling off the edge.
Well, I mean,
really, is that?
Yeah, I mean, you see that thing there, but like people click it and then read that instead, or
no, I mean, I don't think so, but I guess. Oh, there's a way to find out. Alexa, not the Amazon device, but Alexa web results. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Mm-mm.
Alexa web popularity. There's a website that'll tell you how many times a link has been clicked, so that you could actually look up the link and see just how popular it is.
Yeah.
So
link that so I can check that out.
Oh crap! What? We retired Alexa.com on May 1st, 2022. After more than 2 decades of helping you find, reach, and convert your digital audience.
Wow. It's been hijacked. We'll bring something else on that's linked directly to our intelligence groups.
Literally 5 days ago, you could have done this.
Knew you were coming.
Okay, so I just read that modern flat Earth belief to you. Flat Earth advocates are classified by experts in philosophy and physics as science deniers. And the citation was Rachel Brazil fighting flat Earth theories, right? So I look up her expertise. She is a communications manager. She has a degree in chemistry. So I looked at her article, and who does she cite? Oh, she cites the person that's in the second citation, right? Who has a degree in philosophy from Boston College. So she didn't even cite any physicists.
You should go visit that.
So I'm just saying this is an example of Wikipedia. You have to look at the citations. If you just read any of this stuff, right, that you can't go by that. You can't go by what Wikipedia says. It's a great place to find citations. Case in point, the citations don't comport to what it says.
Yeah, and it's funny because these people who like even claim to be believers in, degrees and all that, even though those people clearly are unqualified and have been misrepresented in what they're qualified for in the case of being sources for this information, even when they are those kind of people, I don't know, I'm sure you guys have seen it before, they'll say, where's the flat earth scientists? Are there any PhDs? Then you give them Dr. John D., PhD, and his, website and his videos and his information and all that's kind of like, oh, well, what about the big system space? It's like they don't really respect that stuff. They just want any excuse that will maintain the status quo. They don't even believe, because, like more people flat earthers could get PhDs.
So they don't have to defend it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really so they don't have to defend their argument, or so they don't have to present any proof. They can just go, oh, he's an expert. I don't have to present any proof. He has the proof. Okay, what's his proof? I don't know. Go ask him. Then we go ask him. Oh, I'm an expert. I have a degree in philosophy. Flat Earth believers are deniers of science. Okay, Mr. Degree in philosophy. What science and what tests have you ever done to confirm the science you believe in? I don't know.
That's the
It's got to exist somewhere. Hold on, let me Google. 6 months later.
Google. I know, but let me Google it.
I'm really, really disappointed about this, and anybody that's into the dead internet needs to add this to their list. Maybe you guys never used this service, but I used to use this service all of the time, and this is no less significant than if they were to delete the Wayback Machine. Like,
or archive.org or something. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
what the Wayback Machine is.
Coming, don't worry.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, they're one and the same. Like, this is really significant, and I'm scratching my head at May 1st, 2022. Why now? Why after 2 decades? This was a very,
Because they're shutting it down.
Tying off the loose end.
They're
I know.
shutting
You know
down
what?
the
And
internet.
actually, I could be wrong about this, but I thought I heard on it was some YouTube channel. It might have been Days of Noah or something. But I'd heard that they're talking about they're ending archive.org too, the Wayback Machine. That's I thought I heard that a little while ago, and it's still there. So maybe that
well,
changed.
yeah, they're allegedly independently funded. By the way, if you're into, well, that's really peculiar sort of things. The Wayback Machine, do you know where all their servers are?
Pentagon.
In an Amazon warehouse.
They're in a church. Petabytes and petabytes and petabytes and petabytes. They're in a church.
So here's something I noticed about this dead internet. Do you know that the information that seems to, information gets disappeared?
Yeah.
But the only information that does not seem to get disappeared is personal information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Post something from decades ago, right? And look for it, something you said, you can find that. You can't find things like a story or a news article or, some reference to something else. That gets disappeared. That is very strange how just like this subset of information it sticks around forever for some reason.
Anything that implicates the controllers is being disappeared. Anything that implicates us is being maintained.
Yeah,
and
replicated.
I'd
like to just throw it out there for anybody who in here or anybody who's listening who doesn't know what we're talking about with dead internet theory. You should definitely check it out. It's
basically
it's pretty obvious actually, but when you see it, pretty obvious. But when you see it all put together, you're like, yeah, okay, that explains it. That's what's been going on.
I was going to say, I can give you a brief explanation of what it supposedly is. Supposedly, the dead internet theory is saying that someone or something, an AI or something, or some kind of an anomaly, whatever, you know what I'm talking about. A computer program is going around and creating these fake websites, fake like articles. Like, let's say you type in whatever, the jab, right? You type in, let's say, 7,000 deaths, right? And you type in that in the jab, you get so many hits, right? You just type in the next number and the next number and you keep getting hits. Well, we all know that that's not possible for there to be an article for every single number that's on, that exists for that particular subject. It's not possible, right? Yet it comes up anyway.
Have you clicked through it though? Have you done more than the search? Have you clicked the link?
Yes, I've clicked through it, and you go through and it'll drop down from like 1 million or 1 billion hits to like 100 and something, but then it goes back up again once you go past that.
No, I mean, click the actual link and read what's on that web page. Are they identical? Are they slightly changed? Or
sometimes it's hard to tell. Sometimes it's from a different place or it's got a different name on it. But I don't know. I haven't actually followed that part of it. No. But I just went to that point just because we were doing a little.
I know there's some piece of software out there. I don't know what it is. So if I type in like some the title of any book and type PDF, I'll go to a website that'll say, yeah, we'll sell you this PDF for whatever, even though it doesn't exist. So somehow they're able to do this, like give you whatever your search term says and try and like give you whatever, scam money out of you, whatever, fishing expedition.
All right, I got to ask this because I know it's a crazy idea. I know it's going to make me sound nuts, but I've noticed it and it's happened more than once, and I don't think it's just my imagination. Have any of you been sitting a video or reading an article, and suddenly an idea pops into your head, and you go to research it, and you look in and you go in to type it into the question, you know, and it automatically completes it before you have a chance.
Yeah,
How the fuck does it
absolutely.
know?
It's been
I mean,
happening for
I'm not
years.
saying that it's
been
reading
happening
my
for years.
mind. I'm saying that how does it know
I'm
enough
saying it
about me
is.
to guess? Like, that's scary. And it's happened more than once. And I keep asking people, are you experiencing this too? And they're like, oh yeah. But nobody seems to like think there's anything to it.
Well, they know the human brain more than you do, so yeah, they can use your brain against you, essentially, to just fuck you up like that, to get an idea in your head and essentially get you to search for something. It's just a manipulation of the psyche.
Well,
They're very good at it, obviously.
You could try. Listen, you could try two conclusions out of this. Either they devices you think are separated from your so-called persona are not actually separated. So, like,
what do you mean by that?
You have access, meaning your phone is in your computer, and whether you use it or not, in your TV, and like all these different media devices, your sources of information are actually, like, when you use them, they actually are connected. They're connected in a way, in some way. Like, you know how they say, oh, well, we take personal data, but it's not personally identifiable information, and that we just assign a number to it. Well, maybe that number or whatever it is, that like, you know, they link it to a person somehow, right? If I search on my phone, if I search on my computer, if I, like, you know, watch a TV show, it's all correlated. Or the other possibility is that based upon all the stuff you do, you know, the way AI works is it works by probabilities. That it's guessing basically on probabilities, like what you're going to search for next based upon all the other shit you search for, which means two things: either it's very good, like their technology is way beyond what we can think of, or human beings are just not that freaking unpredictable.
Yeah, well, that's the story that they tell you about that, is that the algorithm knows you better than you know you, and they're able to predict. But oh shit.
Yeah, but they don't know how the algorithm works. That's the funny thing. Like, the guts of it, they don't know how it works. That's what people don't understand about AI, is they don't know how this thing reaches its conclusions. They know how to program it and get it to do whatever, and it'll spit out the right answer. But how the AI...
They programmed it, but they don't know what they programmed it to do, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. They don't know. It's a black box inside. I mean, you can look up all sorts of scientific articles on this, and they all admit this. Like, it's a black box. And it's a really, like, it's one of those things where 10 years ago, right, they were like, well, fuck it, it just works. Let's just keep doing it. But now people are starting to go, hold on, this is actually a problem, right?
By the way, do you mean like have a scheme for it and how it actually comes to conclusion, like how it works, basically? That the route it takes to come to point A to point B, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
The scheme?
Yeah. So
you can just compare that to your brain. Just compare to your brain. If you understand your brain how it works, then you can somewhat come to a conclusion, in a sense. Like how you come to a conclusion, and just think, the steps that your brain goes by. If you think about it.
Well,
I'd like to just throw
when I'm
another.
putting it in this way, like, say I code a piece of AI to predict, like, just a YouTube algorithm, like give you recommended videos, right? And that's based upon taking, like, so they have a piece of software that takes the search queries of millions of users, yada yada yada. So it uses it's coded so that it tries to predict something that you like and that you'll click through, right? And that you'll actually watch. So there's all sorts of parameters. So there's like, what's the likelihood they're going to watch the whole video? And then there's there's all sorts of parameters. But how it made the decision to go from what you watched to what it's going to show you next as a recommended, that process, right?
It'll be done through
comparison. It doesn't know how it works. They don't know how it works. It's a black box. Is what I'm telling you.
How they would do it? So Google years ago. It's been at least 5 years since they've admitted to trying to work on a technology where they could read your mind. Okay, they're not the only ones trying to work on this type of technology. And then if you keep in mind that if you are a Google user, Google is always in beta. It's a beta test. And everybody who clicks OK and agrees to their terms is agreeing to be a part of their test, essentially agreeing to be a guinea pig for them. Any technology that Google chooses to test on you, they can do it without explicitly telling you about it. So if this technology is there, you've agreed for them to read your mind.
With your own will. Remember, will is important.
They are already doing it, collecting data on you and information, and therefore understanding how your brain works and how it would come to a decision and so on. They're trying to mimic that with AI, so that it surpasses, what essentially the speed that your brain goes by to essentially make decisions before you do. Therefore, you think that they actually predict, but it is just information collection, just collected from you, basically, to conclude something for you.
Well, I should say that machine learning doesn't work. Neural networks don't work like the human brain.
Well, they'll be much faster, obviously.
We have some sort of timing signal. So, like, it's not just the data.
Speeds.
Pardon me? What'd you say?
Yeah, I'm just saying that we have different processing speeds. The electricity,
no, that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
When the neurons fire, it's not just how the neural interconnections. It's the timing in which they fire relative to other ones. It's way more complex than just, so there's a neural connection here. So, like, this means this is a cat. It's the sequence in which those neurons are fired. It's not just the neural connection. So it's way more. And this, I didn't get this from. I'm not just making this up. I got this somebody that's a neurologist, right? So that's their job. They study. This guy's job is to study the brain. He studies freaking neurons and all that stuff at the molecular level and how they function. So it's like if you ask somebody that works in that field, does machine learning are artificial neural networks like the human brain? They're just like, hell no, it's nothing like it. They took one function of the human brain and said, yes, we think back in the 80s, and because they did some tests on cats, and they figured out that a cat uses some hierarchical method of distinguishing objects, right? So they have like a simplistic model, and then there's a more complicated model, then a slightly more complicated model. Eventually, it'll give them an idea of like what it's looking at. We've developed neural networks based upon the same idea. So say you have a letter, right? So first, you would figure out if you programmed it, which part of this image is white or black, and then which one is a line, and then which way is the line pointed, right? Is it diagonal? Is it up and down? Is it horizontal? So you see there's this hierarchical, and each one of these distinguishing markers are like layers of the neural network. And to get from one, you have to have and also there's also like this voting schema, right? So that the neurons actually almost vote on. They all have to agree that whatever you perceive, is this a white pixel or a black pixel? Like all the neurons in that layer go yes or no, right? So it's almost like a democracy of neurons.
Well, whether shading.
Yes, it's very complicated. I shouldn't say complicated, but just from that one particular observation of how the human brain works, this is how neural networks have been built upon just that one thing. But the way the human brain actually works is more complex than that.
That's interesting. I did look into how AI reads a character. This was just a digit, a numerical. I mean, it just reads a numerical. And it does weight how dark the pixel is. It goes from 0.1 to 1 or something, and it does factor that in. And there's 3 layers, and if you have this pixel and this pixel, it goes to the first. Yeah, you were right about the layers too. That was complex. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, but see, this layering thing, the human brain's more complicated because it's not just the layers. There's some sort of, this is how it was explained, is that there's some sort of timing signal. It's not just that some neuron in that layer fires, it's when it fires. So it's it has to fire in some particular order right? And the way the human brain works is it isn't just like we think of it like almost like in this 2D model of like, one layer fires into the next layer, into the next layer. The human brain is 3-dimensional. Okay? So it's like it almost
Yeah.
fires. You can think of it as like a 3D pattern spatially and timing wise. So it's like this part of the brain fires, then this part of the brain fires. But if it was in the reverse order, even though it was the same neurons that fired, it wouldn't be the same. You wouldn't perceive it as the same thing.
Yeah, I said the layers were complex, but honestly, they're a little simplistic. It's just a matter of like if it thinks if this pixel was lit and it goes to this layer, then it still might be a 7, and then it just keeps going. It goes to that like twice more. That's all, right?
Yeah. I get it. I got a good video on this shit. I mean, if
That's
anybody,
you. I bet we saw this. It sounds like we saw the same video.
I watched these a few. Let me see. There's a YouTube channel called Machine Learning Street Talk, and so they go through like these are people that are like supposed to be at cutting edge to industry.
There must be more advanced things though than just this layer system for AI. I mean, look at Sophia. Do you believe her?
What's Sophia?
Oh, that AI developed in Japan by that rich
Oh,
guy.
that face?
Absolutely not. I don't believe in that thing one bit. Like,
can't decide.
It's scripted. It's all scripted. That's not even an AI at all.
I can't.
Every single thing in every single video with that Sophia, it's a scripted thing. You can tell
Really?
that yeah.
So you know that that they made, what was it, Deep Blue, that beat Garry Kasparov in chess? The thing they did is they didn't like train it. They trained it to beat him. Let's put it that way. They didn't train it to like beat all chess players. They trained it to beat him. And when he lost, he actually bitched about it.
Yeah, because there's been other chess players that have beat Deep Blue.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
then,
What they did was they took all his matches and trained it against all of his matches.
Yeah. But then there was Watson or something, right? Didn't
Why do you
Microsoft
think they're
make
collecting
a
data on the internet? That's so they can fill in the gaps for that information.
didn't Microsoft make one as well, a chess machine?
Yeah, possibly.
There's a handful of these.
There's one for Go called AlphaGo, and
Yeah, part of the Go one.
The weird thing is when they start trying to get them to play each other, then it's like gets really weird.
Mm-hmm.
I saw one like they trained the AI to play like this video game, and a really simplistic video game, and the thing learned how to cheat. Like there was a bug in the code, and it ended up exploiting the bug in the code to freaking beat the game. And it just did this by trial and error. It found out that if it pushed a box against one section of the wall, it had to get over this other wall, right? So what it is like the game starts, right? There's a rectangular room, and it's divided by a wall, but there's a door, right? And there's a box. And one player has to get the box and put it in front of the door before the other guy tags him, right? And hide in one side of the. So there's two, like there's a box. It's divided by two rooms, and there's a door. And one of the players has to take the box and put it in front of the door so that the AI can't get him. The AI learned how to how to use this exploit and bounce over the wall, out of the bounds of the game, and jump into the other room. Instead of trying to run as fast as he can and tag him that way. Pretty fucking weird, man. It doesn't know anything. That's the point. People think, oh, this is intelligent. It's not intelligent. It's only dealing with probabilities.
Yeah, I thought I was going to hear about all kinds of, DiffyQ for your transfer applicate, and no, it's like you said, it's all.
That's why it's so hard to train it for driving, because accidents are rare. So, like, I mean, if you think of causes of human death, they're actually very common, but still, out of like hours driven, they're very rare. So, like, how do you train an AI for black swan events? right? Rare events. You can't because you need lots of samples, and you need lots of samples to train the AI, right? But you don't have lots of samples because they're rare events. So how do you train an AI for rare events? That's the problem, like that they're having. I've actually heard people say it might not be possible. Like this whole AI driving shit might never happen ever.
That's funny. They're already claiming it's true.
I'm talking about full driverless car. You just get in, say go here, and it drives there. No steering wheel, none of that shit. That's what I think they call it, like,
Oh, I got you.
level
Okay.
5 or
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, I got you.
Level 5
Full
self-driving.
scale, not just the assisted thing, but the full on. Okay.
Yeah, full scale. The real problem is who's going to pay for the accident. That's the actual problem. Because there's going to be accidents. There's no doubt about it.
All they have to
The insurance
do,
company will.
that they can circumvent all of that. All they have to do is have this pharmaceutical companies develop the AI for the self-driving cars.
Dude.
Don't give them any fucking ideas, bro.
Seriously, man, shut up. You looking for a job or something?
Are you trying to get a job with the CIA, bro?
I can be a little bit of an accelerationist at times. I do admit.
He's looking for a lawyer job at Pfizer. This is actually a big syringe. Just shape the car like a syringe.
Oh man. What a loophole.
I was trying to vaccinate him at 60 miles per hour.
You know, that's some talk that might get you in trouble.
You can customize the driver's accidents to sell them, like to use different kind of treatments on them.
Impact therapy. Inertial. I don't know. I think impact therapy is good enough. We'll just stick with that. Yeah, Seymour, that's exactly what we were talking about. And I found an exception to that yesterday that I was talking about. And one of the exceptions to that is the website govinfo.gov. And I discovered that if you search that website, when it says 365 records, it means literally 365 records that you can look through each and every one of them of, or whatever. So, for instance, COINTELPRO has 365 records on govinfo.gov, and you can look through each and every document, like the COINTELPRO Full Disclosure Act of HR 2998 from May 4th, 2021. The different public hearings, memorandums. Yeah, there's a lot. The FOTI versus the Capitol Police et al. From October 29th, 2019, which mentions COINTELPRO. Anyway, it's an interesting search tool that I just stumbled upon. I think it's interesting.
I know I don't want to sound like I'm being negative, but have you ever considered that maybe that's just another one of those things that puts out information that sounds like it's true and leads you to nothing?
Yeah, well, here we'll give you the example, right? I hear what you're saying, but then you can read. You could click on it. You look at the PDF and you read the whole document that describes the title, and You know, a lot of these are like annoying legal documents that are just, well, legal documents.
Right, but I've got patents for things that people claim that aren't true. They claim that a patent doesn't prove anything. And I'm like, well, how does a patent work? Like when you file for a patent, and when you go through that process, you realize that at the last stage, when they approve your patent, you have to prove that the stuff works. Otherwise, they won't approve it. It's like it's a necessity. It's, you know. But for some reason, people seem to think that patents and filing for patents don't mean anything. That's just a way of spreading deception or something. And I'm like, what? So I mean, that's why I'm asking you this. It's not that I'm trying to be negative, because I agree with you where you come from. I'm just saying, like, there's always those that are going to say, well, what about this and what about that?
Yeah,
And so
for
I'm just
sure.
kind
And
of,
the
you know
what
what I
about
mean?
this and what about that from yesterday? What my final point about this was, it doesn't matter whether or not it's lies or not. It's from the horse's mouth, and that's the point.
I agree with you. I absolutely do. Just like some of the NASA stuff that they've got, a lot of it's fake. You can tell. You can tell just by looking at it that it's just up there just to convince the hordes of people that don't really pay attention, right? And then there's some stuff up there on the NASA website that you can't really explain, and you can kind of tell that it's not fake just because of how weird and obnoxious it is. You know, like just crazy stuff. But that's where I've been saying is, like, I've been trying to like find a group of people that are willing to sit down and look at all this and, like, you know, compare it and see if there's anything to it. You know, like I think we really need to exhaustively go through all this stuff to find out whether it's really relative and relevant to our argument, right? I don't think we do enough of that. But that's why I'm bringing this up, is not to judge you, but just to bring up the idea that, you know, the people are going to argue and they're going to use illogical arguments, right? So we've got to be able to, you know, as being who we are and what we're trying to do here, we want to effectively be able to counter that, right? Or at least offer some information that gives them an insight, so that they're not thinking that this crazy, you know, exaggerated idea is really true and it makes us look bad or something, right? Like, isn't that what we're trying to do? That's why I bring stuff up. So I hope you guys understand that.
Yeah. I just realized I could look up projects via this website.
That's why I was going to ask you. Like, that sounds to me like you found something there that might be of value, right? But we got to go through it, right, and check it out. Because I mean, just because there's a document that somebody made, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that this document's really true, right? We got to be able to like find leads to it that point to it in other documents that we know are true, right? That's what we need to do, and that's an exhaustive process. But somebody needs to start doing it so we can keep track of this stuff. Otherwise, it's just going to kind of go into the wind, you know.
Yeah, all right. So here's a good example of really unusualness, at least in my opinion. There was a government project known as Project Sunshine, where they were body snatching infants and other babies and young children and stuff like that, all allegedly dead. Right? They were already dead, but then they were snatching the bodies before they had a chance to bury or, you know, handle the remains under the parents' wishes. And Project Sunshine did this without anybody's permission, under the guise of radiation research. This is Project Sunshine. You can look into it. Later on in time, a nonprofit organization came about called Project Sunshine that allegedly served a specific group of people, specifically children, in a hospital setting. Coincidence is what I think most people would just be like, yeah, it's coincidence that's the case. But I find it peculiar. If you try to look up Project Sunshine on this website, for instance, and you're going to get a lot of information on this nonprofit.
I wonder if there's an app for Android that you can use, or whether you just have to use the internet to find it.
What, for this website? What do you mean?
Yeah, usually, usually when there's something that's, when you find something like that, usually there's some app attached to it, usually either on Android or Apple, hopefully. Not always, but sometimes there is.
Oh no, I like horse's mouth material. That way, TOS can't really say or do anything.
I agree with
I don't even make conclusions. I'm just like, hey, look at this. I mean, here's a 2007 document that's maybe interesting to somebody. The title of it is GV and Secrets: The Silent Proliferation of Biolaboratories in the U.S. It's an interesting title. You read through it, you see what they say, and who wrote this? Why did they write this? Who were they talking to? Why does this document exist? Some people may call it a fruitless endeavor. This is a 272-page document on this topic. It's got charts and diagrams and a lot of information.
Cha-ching.
Federally funded BSL 3 and 4 labs. Whoa, there's some states that I would not want to be in, according to that little chart.
Some people might be asking, why would a website like this exist? And I think the answer is clear, that the people who need to know need to have an access to it. But it's not something that's just out there you have to be looking for, right? You have to be actively using your will.
$14 in Maryland. Oh man, that's not surprising. Anyway, authoritative information, the Sunshine Project, not to be confused with Project Sunshine, and that's all I'm pointing out. It's interesting to me that there's like these reincarnations of projects.
Well, you've done it. You've pulled a rookie. You've silenced the chat for one.
I call coincidence.
Okay, I'll go with that.
So, hey, I'm going to be making some shorts for YouTube. Like the shorts.
Yeah.
So I want to do every observation that's on the wiki.
Like in person?
What do you mean? Like in person? No. Just
what do you mean?
a video short of all, like each observation, right? So like there's Canagoo, like the 3 or 4 that are at Canagoo. I want to do a short for each one of those.
Okay.
Each entry. Presentation is like the issue. Trying to come up with a way to present it.
Okay. Well,
I like
that's why.
Asperger's idea. I like your idea, just making a world tour. and
Well,
presenting each one with the world tour. I think that's a great, would
It
be a
doesn't
great
have to be.
presentation.
We could use a
You're
spreadsheet.
right on that. Yeah.
Doesn't have to be the same person. But I mean, for instance, do you have Lookout Mountain on the list?
I think so.
Because it's truly a good example.
Yes.
The only issue is we need somebody with.
Hold on, let me check again.
I think it's in there. I'm pretty sure I've
Yes,
seen it
I
there
got
before.
it. Yeah, it's in there.
Gotcha. We need somebody with the P900 that can go, I don't know, 20, maybe 10, 20 miles away, or somehow orthographically map out a profile of the mountains at the tip of Virginia, where you can therefore go to Lookout Mountain, zoom in, observe the profile, and provide confirmation of the claim, because that in my experience has been one of the issues, that there is lacking confirmation of the claim that you can see Virginia and Kentucky.
That you can't, or you can?
There's lacking confirmation that you can, right? It's on the claim of the nurse from the Civil War that made the initial claim. But again, if that wasn't a valid claim, why would you spend 140 years doubling down on that claim without somebody? So all I'm saying is I have been looking for confirmation of the claim, and I think it seems to be lacking or difficult to find. You could blame the dead internet, but it would just be nice for somebody with a P900 to go out to Eastern Tennessee and.
Well, I mean,
I
I'm
don't know about that one, but
I'm not trying to get into the minutia of any particular. Listen, I just want to know how. I need to be able to present it. I have to be able to. First of all, what's your target audience? People low attention span that got their minds of whatever.
Yeah.
It's got to be explain it like I'm 5. It's got to be like it's. You have to give out the information. Listen, it's like making it entertain. The rub is entertainment and information at the same time, right? Not making it too nerdy so it's not entertaining. And then I've thought of a bunch of stuff. I mean, obviously, I was going to go to the lowest common denominator and use half naked women. So I'm dead serious.
TikTok University is that really that's where we've gone?
Yeah.
No,
you guys are going to make me follow.
I wasn't thinking of TikTok, even though that is an option. I heard TikTok was just ban happy, so I didn't even want to go there.
Gotcha.
I mean, I have some ideas. Basically, it has to be basically like, because the lengths are like 60 seconds, right?
You talking about TikTok? I don't know, because I
YouTube
don't know.
Shorts. Hold on, like 60
Oh,
seconds.
YouTube Shorts.
But I want them about 30 seconds. I think I can sandwich the information in there. But the thing is, the initial thing, from just dealing with people in here, is explaining the geometry to them. They seem really slow, right?
Yes.
Earth is supposed to curve away from your line of sight.
Yeah, for sure. That was what happened last night when we were trying to explain it to this OS guy. He was like, just explain it to me in the simplest possible form. cartoons, whatever. Like he was wanting it told to him like he was 6 years old.
Yeah. Spangle. I was talking about Spangle. Remember him?
Sounds vaguely familiar.
Like a month ago, April 6th. Spangle. You, Quetzalcoatl. Who else was it? It's a couple other people. Napalm. You deal with Spangle. He was the five Black Swan Horizons guy that was having a mental disorder.
Yes, yeah, no, I remember the multiple horizon thing. They're all horizons theory.
There's Horizon blocking both oil rigs and behind the oil rigs.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so I uploaded that to the podcast because it was so crazy. Just to listen to that shit.
Yeah. So the guy that we were talking to last night,
That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. That level of brainiac.
This helped him. AI made that. It's like, okay. And I'm like, red line supposed to be, yellow line actually is. Do you understand why there isn't a curve? And he's like, yeah, that actually makes sense. And it's like, okay.
I think I can dumb it down even more than that.
I try so hard to make, distill it down to the simplest statements.
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, to have more visuals because you already know, because people don't read that much to even get information from verbal. Yeah, to make divisions in their mind, to be envisioning what people are saying without having the visual. People are not as skilled at that as they used to be because they don't have as much practice because they're used to everything just kind of being spoon fed. I'm glad you brought that up. I like that little visual because I think that's something I often don't think about. If the person, sometimes people just pretend to understand what you're saying, right? But they don't actually understand.
Oh yeah,
because they don't want to be dumber than a flat earther, so they have to fake it.
Yeah.
Ugh, so annoying.
I see that Lookout Mountain is in that separate page, but it's not actually in the observations. Maybe you didn't link it because it doesn't have enough of the conditions of the distances and so on.
Yeah, I think that's why I did it. Yeah.
Oh, I've done that though. I have all that information.
You got actual observations?
Well, I don't. That's what I'm talking about. That's the only thing I'm missing, but I have the math.
Have you searched YouTube to see if someone has just uploaded it or whatever? I'll do it right now.
Actually, you know what? I don't think I looked on YouTube. I looked on quote unquote the internet, right? But you're right. YouTube is a better search engine oftentimes.
That bottom image there, it says Alabama 25 miles. So I guess on the observation page, I mean, really, you could have each place as separate, from Lookout Mountain to Alabama is one observation of 25 miles, right? And then there's a bunch of other observations.
Did I tell you that there's a very peculiar anomaly in that stone? There's a lie on there, and I think that it's a very suspicious lie. All right, so I'll go ahead. So when it says Virginia, Kentucky /mark, and it says 125 miles, all right, if you go to the Earth curve calculator and you punch in the 120 or 125 miles that they put on there, and then you do the distance, anyway, the horizon, it could almost work at that 120 mile number that they provide, but the actual 146 miles that is the distance from Lookout Mountain, the Lookout Point, to the actual border of Kentucky and Virginia, according to Google Maps, if we're to trust those numbers, is 146 miles. And if you put 146 miles in the Earth curve calculator, it is profoundly impossible in regards to the hidden view, because the horizon, So I found it really suspicious that they put 120 miles because it ever so slightly is just barely consistent with a ball Earth claim.
Hmm.
So
how far is Virginia is, let me see. Closest part of Virginia is 90 miles away. That's not even that far.
From where?
From Lookout Mountain.
No.
Yeah. I'm on Google Maps. The closest part of Virginia.
I've done this before. I'm
154 miles. Yeah. Okay.
I got 146 was the closest possible because I found the exact spot, the lookout point. It's called. Where
is that the farthest spot that it can be seen? Is that part?
All right, so it's Point Park and specifically close to Craven's house. But if you specifically go to Point Park at Lookout Mountain. I gotta zoom in a little bit here.
Yeah, the problem with this is like there's going to be mountains in the way.
Well,
you know what I mean? If like, say, like I do have a line of sight to Virginia. If there's like a hill, if there's some mountain that's even if it's like 1/3 of the height of Lookout Mountain, it's going to be blocking any land beyond it. So what we need to do is we need to look for like the highest elevation.
And I did that, but it's much further away than the border.
So is the border? What's the elevation of like the border area?
I did all the math for this before. Hold on.
The easiest way to do this would be like I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna get Google Earth, and then you can do the elevation profile.
Yeah,
that'd be the easiest way, and you can just look at it and see if like it's an obstructed line of sight to like that location.
All right, so here we'll do copy image, paste, copy image, paste, and then copy image, paste, copy image, paste. Go ahead and post those, and then copy image, paste. All right, so that's some of the details in the chat. So 146.36 miles from the Pinnacle Overlook to the Lookout Mountain part where you're standing near that rock, and then again that demonstrates how it is not accurate for them to say 120 miles because they literally say Mount Pinnacle, which is what I refer to in Pinnacle Overlook. So Mount Pinnacle is the claim that's what can be seen. And according to Google Maps, that's 146.36 miles. According to that rock, it's 120 miles. And I found that suspicious.
Mount Pinnacle, where's that? In Virginia?
At the tip of Virginia, yeah. Okay. Technically, that whole mountain range is on the Kentucky-Virginia border.
Is this spelled weird? Because I'm not getting it.
Pinnacle, but the way that you actually find it is Pinnacle Overlook.
Okay.
And then I got the elevation of Pinnacle Overlook, which is 3,730 feet. Now, Lookout Mountain's height is 2,389 feet. I put that into the Earth curve calculator, where 2,389 get at a 100 and I guess that's 148 that I did. So I need to I had redone it properly, but here we'll redo it right now because it was 146.36, not 148. Earth curve. So anyway, I just want somebody with a P900 to go out there and get get the actual good old fashioned confirmation. 2389, 2389. Actually, I did 2395 because I added 6 feet to the highest. So say you're at 2389, but you add 6 feet observation, it will just go with 2395, and then you go 146.36, and you calculate, and that gives you 4980 feet target hidden height, which means that Pinnacle Mountain in Virginia, the one that's referred to on the piece of stone, is obstructed and should be below the horizon by 4980 minus 3730, which puts it 1,200 feet below, like a quarter mile below the horizon, like the peak of it, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, and that's
So
why
it's in the line of sight. I cropped too much of it. Hold on, let me show it again.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so there's no intervening mountains that should block it. Why does that do that? Because sometimes there's stuff in the way. You know what I mean? Other mountains that, even though that they're at a higher elevation, doesn't matter what the Cobra says. The Cobras will say stupid shit like, "Well, it's a higher elevation; it should be blocking." No, that's not how it works, dude. It's not how it works. Just like my thumb can block out the Empire State Building, right? So you can block things out that are in front of you. Yeah, so it's definitely good.
So
yeah,
I
should get someone who's near there.
Exactly.
Do you have the Flat Earth app?
What, you're talking about the Dave Weiss thing?
Yeah.
No.
I think that's probably a way that you could find somebody that's around there. Doesn't it show people's locations? I don't have it. I don't know.
Well, we just have to keep on talking to people that are near Eastern Tennessee or Western North Carolina, Northwestern Georgia, or Northeastern Alabama. Like Chattanooga, that's 4 states that are like really close to that spot. Western North Carolina would not be a good candidate because you got to go over the mountain and it's not an easy drive. But anybody in Eastern Tennessee, Northwestern Georgia, or Northeastern Alabama would make an excellent candidate for a little day trip over to Lookout Mountain, as long as they have a P900.
So here's the funny thing: is that visibility pretty poor in that part of the world.
Yeah, it's usually cloudy. That's why they call it the Smoky Mountains.
Exactly, the Smoky Mountains. That's exactly what I was thinking. Because I lived in Georgia, and I remember it, the Smoky Mountains.
Yeah.
So
I used to live in Georgia too. That's where I grew up.
Oh, did you? I lived in Roswell and Woodstock.
Oh my gosh, we were practically neighbors. I was in Marietta.
Oh shit, yeah. The Big Chicken.
Yeah, I know all about Big Chicken. Well,
is the Big Chicken still there?
Yeah, it like burnt down some years ago, and then they rebuilt it, and it's pretty majestic, as far as I remember.
So what is it? Interstate 595. They were, in Georgia. It goes through Marietta. So it was.
Yeah.
They were extending that when I was growing up. So it only went down to. I think it ended in Roswell. I don't think you could take it past Roswell back then. But they were extending it south.
So I lived there from 87 until 2007 in Georgia. So
yeah, I was 81 to 83.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm an old fucker. Yeah, it was very strange experience. So when I was growing up, Cabbage Patch Kids, the guy that invented those is from Canton, Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
So he invented them there, and he used to sell them in flea markets. So like in Woodstock is like 20. Canton's a county seat, so like all the little girls had Cabbage Patch Kids, all originals, right? Original Cabbage Patch Kids before Coleco bought them. So they didn't have plastic heads. The whole thing was made out of nylon. So they used to bring them to school. I remember like the whole school day, they'd sit them on top of like the bookshelf, and like they would just like 20 Cabbage Patch fucking kids staring at you. Now each one of those Cabbage Patches are probably worth like fucking $500,000 or something.
Yeah.
Because these are original. They're not like, oh, the first ones Coleco made after they bought them out. No, these were when the guy was hand making them in Canton, Georgia. Because there used to be a flea market there. Because, you know, back, I don't know if they still are a big thing, but back then, like, flea markets were a thing.
It's like, how the fuck does something like that make somebody a millionaire?
Check this out. They were $800 then. We're talking $1982, right? $1982 for a doll.
Insane. It's fucking insane. Literally. Why would you have your child chase? It's just, oh my God.
Listen, and they were always dirty because they're little girls. I was like in 3rd grade, so the dolls are dirty and nasty looking. Like, you know, not like the clothes, because you could change their clothes, but like the doll themselves, because they're nylon, it wasn't really washable. But basically, it was just cotton stuffed inside of like a literally pantyhose. That's literally what it was. The dude took pantyhose, stuck cotton, and he sewed it to make the little faces, right? And dressed it in like, you know, I don't know where he got the clothes, preemie clothes, and gave him a little birth certificate, and he sold them in a flea market. That's what I remember. I mean,
yeah, I was never allowed to have one of those. My parents would never even consider buying me that. But I remember some other girls had them.
Did you ever see the NASA one?
No,
Yes,
you're telling me they have a NASA Cabbage Patch
Yes, they do.
I have not seen
in
that.
the
Oh,
box
that probably
with the
make me
rocket
ill.
ship. The box
Oh
with the
my
rocket
gosh.
ship.
That's very unfortunate.
What does it matter? Why do you guys even care what the shape of the Earth is? Like I said, why do they care? You're making freaking Cabbage Patch dolls.
Yes, that's what the guy. I told you about how Quantum Racer was talking nicely to the teenagers the other night. That was one of them. Was in here like for hours. Oh yeah, you should make that a podcast, Indio. Then and everybody complains about Quantum Racer. We could play in the recording when he was kind to teenagers. It happened. I was here.
I've seen it happen.
Sure wasn't April Fool's Day?
I'm sure it wasn't. Jen's seen it too. She can confirm. He is capable of doing it.
Lovely podcast. I would love to listen to every episode of that. I would.
He said he was under medication, so yeah.
That's right. Jemsy was here. He did. Yes, because Jemsy, we commented on how he was being extra kind, and then he said he was sedated. That's right. Absolutely.
Sedated, tranquilizer, a bear tranquilizer.
We don't want to ruin his rep. Okay, so we got to get the story straight. Now it's out.
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah. He admitted it.
No, but for real, I've seen it happen. And, you know, I am kind of a little bit calloused, towards him now. Before, it used to be like, why is this dude talking like this? And now I understand, because the shit that he has to explain all the time, I'd be like that too. So I kind of get it now. You know what I mean, you guys? So yeah.
But I heard him hot micing one time, talking real sweet to his kitty cat. I was like, that's
oh man, if
Poor
only
kid. He wasn't yelling at his cat. You failed 5th grade general science. Cat. But his cat's named Numpty, so it doesn't have to feel insulted, right?
Wow. For real?
No, I'm
now
kidding.
I know where. Yeah, okay, I see. Practice.
Who's a numpty cat?
Who's a little numpty cat? That's
Think
you.
about this. Quantum Eraser has to deal with people like Flat Earth Math, Charles, that has named his kids after planets.
What?
Kids, I'm dead serious. Jupiter
Oh
is like one
my
name of his
God.
daughter.
Why does he do that though? Like, why doesn't he just toss them? I don't get.
Well, I'm just saying is like this is the we're all we all know the deal, but this if you think about the scale of why is these people driving him crazy? These are the people he's dealing with, people that are 10 times more crazy than he is.
No, I do understand. I do understand that. Absolutely, I do. I know what he's going through. And I can relate completely just by thinking about all the ways that it hurts me every day. Like I can only imagine what it's like to have the spotlight on me and all that. That would be crazy. Yeah.
He has
Well,
PTSD, man. That's all it is to
I
it.
one thing I know from listening to him dealing with people is, it's entirely frustrating when the opponent won't even begin their sentence correctly and he has to stop the person after 2 or 3 words. It's like, hold on. You didn't even start it right, and
Yeah.
and then it's a half-hour conversation to straighten the person out. It's like, OMG. So really.
Yeah, it's like they're not even on the same frequency at all. It's like it's hard to explain it. How do you describe it, right?
Well, I guess we have to kind of be like the detectives. We have to think like the serial killer, or in this case, we have to think like a glober, but that's really tricky. I'm sure some of you guys are way better at it than others, but yeah. And then you have to talk like in their language, meet them where they are. I mean, I'm not saying anything new or anything, but I mean, it's hard to think as you did when you were indoctrinated. Would you guys agree a little bit on that?
I agree with you. I think you're right.
Yeah. I mean,
so you guys could explain
we're worse than that. No, seriously, we're treated very badly. Like flat earthers are treated very badly. Look at, I don't know if you saw the Professor Dave thing. Dave Weiss is a nice guy. He's a nice person. At no point did he do or say anything to warrant the amount of abuse he got. Like,
yeah, that's true.
Period.
Then why do we even have to engage with this person? I mean, seriously. I mean, if you want to conversate with him for the listening audience purposes, the people that follow him think like he does.
I
So
don't
it's
think.
all
Listen, I saw Dave. I don't think Dave even knew Professor Dave was going to show up. But check this out. Professor Dave has something like, I don't know what it is, 1.3 million subs. In that video, so this is what Dave Weiss was saying yesterday in a thing I watched he did. So they only got 800 people in the live stream. So how do you have 1.3 million subs and only 800 people show up? So on top of that, right? So the channel that did the interview, if you type in Dave Weiss versus Professor Dave, they don't come up. Professor Dave's mirroring comes up first, and you have to go down 20 to find the person that originally posted it.
Yeah, and he has a big channel, by the way. Sean Atwood.
Well,
yeah,
I would imagine.
Why is the guy that made the live stream the 20th and the guy that mirrored the live stream top?
Yeah.
Well, I would imagine if his channel has that many subscribers, that he's somewhat connected with YouTube. I don't know the correct terminology and all that, you guys, but anybody who has more than
No,
yeah.
he paid a click farm years ago to get those subs.
Oh, well. I mean, you don't know.
Well, how does that work?
I mean,
well, have you ever heard of Fiverr?
Who's to say?
I was kidding.
Who's to say that they didn't make this buying subs thing available years and years ago, so people wouldn't think it's sus if somebody's connected on the inside? Because there's influencers all throughout YouTube. Some are out there and say they are. Some, are pretending there's somebody they're not.
Don't you think it's more people like Mr. Beast that are the ones that are connected? The people like Vsauce, the people like Veritasium.
Absolutely. They're all a little community. But, you have little people that are kind of in that group as well. And that's people that have over 1 million subs. I mean, sure, he probably bought them like Lou said. But I have an alternate theory that they put out the option for anyone to buy them, so that if somebody's connected, it won't look suspicious.
Yeah, you can game the system though. Wrangler Star would be a really good example of somebody with over 1 million subscribers that he learned how to game the system, and
Well, yeah,
yeah.
the trick of it is you have to cross promote yourself with other people's channels. But still, 1 million
Well,
subs, even with buying,
he just did product reviews. That's how he
I see.
that's how he got his.
That's sus to me. He starts out with product reviews, gets a lot of followers, and then bam, all of a sudden he starts talking about flat Earth. That's
Well,
double sus to
no,
me.
that's not what Wrangler Star did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you were still talking about Professor Dave.
Oh yeah.
Because I've seen that happen too. People get a following and then they change the narrative on their channel.
Sure. Yeah.
So, but anyway, the guy that you were mentioning, he does product reviews and then
He did. He doesn't really do it much anymore. That's why I'm giving him as an example. It's kind of how he gamed the system, but he's really just you could call him an advanced vlogger.
Right.
And he's also kind of a role model to certain people. So he's at 1.89 million subscribers, Wrangler Star.
See, those people to me, you'd have to convince me otherwise that they don't have their pinky toe in the system of influence, like officially. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I've been watching him for years, like on and off, like one or so videos every couple of months. I'm not an avid viewer of Wrangler Star, but I've
How
seen
long has
enough.
he been around? 2 years or more?
No, yeah, a long, long time. Yeah, like at least 5 years, I would say.
Okay. All right.
His oldest video, 11 years. I apologize. No, he's been on
All right.
YouTube since. Yeah.
Wait, how many?
11 years. So.
Oh, that's almost OG status.
Yeah. Wrangler Star. That's why I'm giving him as an example.
Thank you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He started out just doing woodworking, then he started doing product reviews a couple of years in, and then he always did his talks and talking about his life and the struggles he was going through, and I'm not going to be a firefighter anymore, and now I'm going to do this, and like he's just a dude.
The reason why I always think a lot about these influencers is because people don't buy rag mags in the grocery store anymore. They don't buy magazines like they used to. So the propaganda on whatever level it is has to get out there somewhere. Some of these people, I'm sorry, they're like bought and paid for. It was a really big deal a couple years ago about YouTube and product reviews, and they had to say in their video that it was sponsored. It had to be viewable from the beginning of the video. That was a huge deal.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'd be interested in knowing, the ethics behind YouTube under, is somebody obligated to say they have a contract with somebody, whether or not they're doing a sponsored video or not. They could say bad things about other products in support of one they're under contract with. There's a lot of stuff going on. And so I don't just, like, back to Professor Dave. To me, I'm sorry, he's sus to me. And
of course,
I don't know if you're going to reach any of his audience. That's my opinion. Know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, I wouldn't mind listening to him talking with, what's his name? David Weiss. Does anybody happen to have a link handy for that?
I can find it real fast.
That's great. Thank you. So I would imagine Dave managed to keep his cool. I mean, it's not like it's his first troll. If you ask me, that dude's a troll. Fucking Professor Dave. Either that or I don't know. Would he be classified as a troll? Am I defining it correctly for myself?
John Atwood Unleashed, Flat Earth Debates featuring David Weiss and Professor Dave. That's the video.
So you may not be able to reach all of Professor Dave's audience as far as getting them to understand fully the concepts, but it's definitely planting seeds. You got to figure that's...
You got me there. I'll agree with you on that for sure.
That's 1 million plus people that may or may not have previously heard some of the information
And
that
you
are
know
now
what?
hearing it.
Even if you reach 10 people, the critical mass impact that would be significant. I mean, for one day's work. So yeah, the wave of the seed, the tree growing will reach far, hopefully. But do you guys know what I'm saying though? I mean, I guess, the important thing is to share and comment how people have to go to personal attacks instead of giving an intellectual response like a fully formed adult and not some snowflake. It's like, seriously? What's your problem, bro? What's wrong with it being flat? What's wrong with it that everybody was lied to? It ain't just you, so don't be getting all offended. You went to college and got your degree. You know what you're talking about. Ugh. The arrogance and the ego is just, I'm glad you guys got that under control because I don't know. I'm better at listening when it comes to something like that.
Jenny, you went to college and he got his degree?
I don't know. I was guessing.
No, he had got no degree. He just made that up.
Oh, the travesty, the humanity. What is going on? People just believe. It's like, don't his followers, do they know that? I mean, so is he just supposed to be funny and punchy?
Yeah, he just had a good night's rest at a Holiday Inn.
Oh, Mickey, what's up?
Jenny.
All right, so did you listen to the video we just posted? Or did you watch it? Well, it was Professor Dave versus David Weiss. I guess Professor Dave popped into a chat, and I'm looking forward to listening to it later.
He finally got the scruples to do that, huh?
I don't know how it went. Some people here listened to it, but
I tell you what, he won't set foot in here.
yeah, I could. Yeah, he knows better.
I double dog dare him to come.
He don't want to be made a fool. He ain't got the balls to come in here.
Yep.
Jenny, how's your doggy?
How's my doggy?
Yeah.
Well, he's kind of a little under the weather today because yesterday he had to have a rabies shot. And this morning I couldn't even pick him up. He cried. So he's been taking it easy. He didn't even have to go in his kennel today because I can't pick him up. But he's a good boy. He's sitting here just wagging his little tail, being good. But yeah. So I wonder, I just had a thought. This is crazy. You guys know how crazy I am. What if we took up like a crowd-funded collection and gave it to Professor Dave to get him to come in here?
Hell no.
For our own amusement. I mean, who wouldn't want to pay X amount of dollars to listen to that man get ripped to shreds?
They step foot at this type of forum with conditions because they know
Right.
I'll only go there if you guys give me mod and I could, just like everybody else.
No. So that he doesn't do formal debate on his channel, he just goes off or whatever?
Yeah, he makes his little videos and puts it out there and everybody laugh and everybody's like, oh, look at those flat earthers, and his usual.
Yeah, as far as I know, that Dave versus Dave thing was the first time he actually
Yep.
interacted one on one with a flat earther.
Which has got me thinking, what reached the critical mass for him to actually do that? What really was
Ooh, no spoilers.
inquiring minds want to know.
What do you mean by spoilers?
Yeah, Jenny, no spoilers. I told you if you watch it for more than 5 minutes without turning it off in a rage.
Oh
It's
yeah.
infuriating.
Oh man, thanks for the heads up. Anyway, I'm gonna let y'all go back to what you're talking about, but I gotta go. So TTFN, everyone.
Bye, Jenny.
Bye.
Bye, Jenny.
I hear her say that all the time. What is TTFN?
Ta-ta for now.
Got it.
Yeah.
Add it to the list.
That's an old one, that is. That's like a 90s
That's what I thought.
kids TV
but
show.
I'm showing my age again.
Yeah.
Familiar salutation and parting 1823, first recorded as infant's speech, abbreviation TTFN, ta-ta for now, popularized in 1941 by the BBC radio program ITMA, where it was the characteristic parting of the Cockney cleaning woman character, Mrs. Mop, voiced by Dorothy Summers.
What's
Mr.
ICMA?
Mom knew how to say goodbye, huh?
No, I'm just goofing off for Lou because I know he likes it when I give way too much information on a simple question.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
It's
I know he's laughing.
trigger night.
That's why my TMI went in there.
Just for you, buddy. Some people want to be on Jeopardy someday. I'm just sprucing everybody up for the day they go on Jeopardy.
Alex Trebek.
Yeah, but you're gonna boot something important out of their minds. It's
No. Think about it, man. Alex Trebek will be looking at gospel, be like, "You don't say." Looks like we learned something new today, guys.
I think I'd be having some kind of serious situation if Alex Trebek was looking at me.
I'll take the Earth is not a globe for 100.
Have you guys tried asking Alexa to turn on Flat Earth Facts? Or start Flat Earth Facts?
Trebek's been dead for 2 years. That's why I said what I said.
What happens, Rookie? Oh, I'm curious.
I'm guessing
Really?
most of us
Try it.
don't use Alexa.
I don't
Well,
have
I'm
one.
just saying. Well, damn it. It'll actually tell you a Flat Earth fact. She'll tell you a Flat Earth fact. There's a bunch of them, and they've added some to it, but I guess somebody did it. I guess programs on Alexa are actually programs that somebody creates, and you can put yours on there too somehow, and I guess it just works that way. So if you ask it, it'll actually give you a fact. Like it'll just, I don't remember exactly. I could do it and record it or something, I guess, and so I could play it to you, but I don't have the Alexa right here with me. I'd have to go in the house and get it. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll go grab it and I'll show you.
Well, technically, I think that you can use Alexa from a browser.
Yes, you can download the app. You can
Yeah, I don't-
download the app too.
Okay, yeah.
To the fart. That entertains the kids for 2 minutes.
Yeah, when we were talking about some of the search engines earlier, I was wondering if there was some sort of backdoor to Google's search results too. We know that they're finding 1 billion results, right? So is there any way we can get access to information?
Well, That's been my curiosity since I heard about the dead internet thing. Do we know that as a fact, or is it just is it meant to be facetious? Is it meant to be like LOL, but not really?
No, you can search any word or term on Google and only get 42 pages to 50 pages. You can do that.
No, I'm talking about that big number that they show when they say like
Oh, okay.
2.3 billion results. Is that a made up number, or has there been a total of that number indexed? You know, like
That's an interesting question because when it first started, when these search engines first started, they would show you how many results and they would link almost a majority or close to the total of them. Some of them it was the total depending on how many results were generated, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from
I think
my
Dio
perspective,
mentioned one
yes.
time.
I don't know if they're giving us the complete picture though, but it does seem
Okay,
like
I've
at
got
least
the thing here. I'm not going to say its name because it'll set it off, but I'm going to unplug my headset so that way you guys can sort of hear what it says, hopefully. Okay, so here we go. Alexa, open the facts.
I found a few matches for that. Do you mean facts?
Yes.
Okay, here's facts. Welcome to the True Fact skill. Which category facts you want to hear?
Alexa, stop.
Goodbye. See you soon.
Alexa,
ignored the flat
open
Earth bit.
flat Earth facts.
Elon Musk with SpaceX actually never made it to space. His rockets crashed into the firmament and then he had to join NASA in the Great Deception once they explained what happened.
Hear that one now? That's
What
you
the
guys
fuck?
talked. I cleared it up. Because you started talking right at the end, right before I finished what I was asking her, and then all of a sudden she started like looking up something different. That's why I was like, "Damn it! Like, what the hell does it do?" I hate that. Watch, I'll do it again, and it'll say something different. Watch. Alexa, open flat Earth facts.
Here's your fact. All quote-unquote space rockets simply curve and then fall into the ocean before making it out into supposed space.
Fuck yeah, dude! Right? Love it.
Oh
Somebody
shit!
hacked Alexa. Alexa, open flat Earth facts.
I have a
No,
few
don't do
skills
that.
that can help. You
No,
have facts enabled. Do you want to launch it now?
No,
Okay. How about fart facts?
no.
So
Okay.
they love to tell you that Alexa only listens when it gets its, unlock word or whatever they call
No,
it.
it listens all the time. That's how it learns.
But
You can.
yeah, of course it has to be listening all the time, otherwise it wouldn't recognize the word, the wake word, right?
Yes.
But so they tell us we're conspiracy theorists for saying that it's listening. They try to tell you that you're wrong. It's not. But at the same time, courts have subpoenaed Alexa records in order to hear what was going on in a house at the time of a crime.
Yeah, but supposedly they have to subpoena the records, but in reality, they get them first, then they subpoena them after to prove their point.
So that they can use them.
Right, so they can use them, right. So because they can't do it the other way, otherwise they'd be breaking the law, and that'd be like wiretapping or whatever, right? So they just subpoena it and say, well, we need this evidence because we have this idea.
There's a project for that one. Project
Was it?
Gold. Project Gold.
Interesting facts she spewed out there, eh? Alexa.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be careful because it's live stream, that's all.
You should have asked her, where did you get the source from? When she claimed the SpaceX never went to the.
Well, isn't it obvious that Alexa obviously it's a search engine with a voice, right? It's not real. It's not a person. It doesn't think. It's a way of sucking data out of somebody. As if it sits in a room with your kid or with somebody else in the house and it hears them talking and all the things they talk about and think about, because kids talk out loud. They talk to themselves. I did. My daughter does. I know a lot of kids that do it. They sit around and talk to themselves when there's no kids to play with. And I'm sure it could remember all that stuff and be able to pull it from a file. Yeah. But the question is it always being looked at when there's nobody actually looking at it? In other words, if someone's not searching your daughter's name or your kid's name or somebody's name, does that mean that it's not really keeping the information? That's the question.
My daughter had one in her bedroom, and she woke up one night in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and the Alexa woke itself up and said, "I'm wide awake." And it freaked my daughter out. She immediately unplugged it and then went downstairs to her mom and said, "Get this thing out of my room right now."
You know what? I had a similar
Wait,
experience
what?
with my daughter. I had a similar experience, except sure she talks in her sleep and she rambles on in her sleep. She'll carry on a conversation in her sleep sometimes with herself. And it's quite funny because I'll literally think she's up out of bed and into up and walking around because she'll be talking like loud, like she'll be talking loud, and I'll wake up and I'll ask my wife, I go, what's going on? And she'll be like, she's just talking in her sleep, and she'll go right back to sleep, and I'm like, what? And then she'll be yelling, and sometimes she leaves the Alexa thing, the little microphone on, because now it has a little button that you can turn off the mic so it can't hear you, even if you say the word Alexa, right? And so she left it on one night, and she was talking to herself in her sleep, and I guess she said something in her sleep that sounded like the word to trigger it, and then it started listening. And if you tell, if she's just rambling on in her sleep saying something in particular, you can actually accidentally program to say something like, you know what I mean? It's possible, but I'm not saying that it, because I don't believe in. I'm sorry, I just don't believe that it thinks or anything. Sorry.
Well, nobody thinks that it thinks. I don't think. Not Alexa, but there's been other reports of Alexa saying creepy stuff to like young children and things like that, and, where Amazon had to go in and change the
try
algorithm
asking it a bunch of weird questions about the government. It'll start saying weird stuff.
But like, or also like, so it's not an Alexa, but like these baby monitors these days, they're like they'll have them connected to the internet, so you can watch your baby sleeping from anywhere or talk to it even. And those things have been hacked also. They've caught
So that way you
people,
can leave the house, right?
like saying, "Just let me finish a fucking sentence once." They can, they caught people like saying like satanic shit to their babies, like telling them like saying all kinds of dark things. Like, I don't know, it's fucked up. All this internet connected stuff that's just always listening or watching that we people are actually buying the stuff and putting it there. It's disturbing.
I'm full now. Just had a good. Gregory, you're black.
You didn't know?
I can see that. I see that black face. Yeah, profile pic.
Yes, I am brown skin.
It's a heavy beard, buddy.
Yeah, the beard. Yeah,
Well, what state you in, man?
in California.
Dude, well, you're not that far from me. I'm in North Dakota, so you're like a good 16 hours, something like that. 17.
By plane or by foot?
Foot. That's like 8 days. Maybe a month, but no, you're like by car. I have a moving business, so like That's the one place I haven't been. Is California. I ain't moved anybody there yet.
I mean, it's only worthwhile coming if you can afford it.
Yeah,
just like everywhere
Florida.
else.
Yeah, just like Florida or New York, same thing. It's just too many people there too. I can't deal with the saturation. That's another thing. I can't deal with the traffic and saturation.
And you know, the population wouldn't be so much of a problem if we didn't live in an oppressive world order where the economy is being deliberately destroyed.
Oh yeah, dude, you can't get past that. You just gotta adapt and survive, try and thrive at the same time. Yeah.
I was just talking to my mother yesterday about that. I said I wouldn't have so much of a problem with industrialization and urbanization if we didn't live in a world order where the tyrants made it difficult to live.
Yeah, for everyone to live the lifestyle that they claim everyone can have, right? So they claim everybody can have this lifestyle. So yeah, why it's so difficult for everyone to have that lifestyle?
You know, and then when I was chit chatting with Elijah a couple of days ago, I was just pondering, you know, just what does it take to govern any municipality or any, you know, official jurisdiction nowadays with the very large population and all the complexities of the modern industrialized urbanized world, technologicalized, technocraticized world. Like, you need to program people.
Yeah, at this point, everybody's programmed to where municipalities almost run on autopilot. At least in my opinion, we're getting there.
Because it's obvious on its face that if several million people were to just defy the government in whatever way, they couldn't enforce themselves on several million people. You know, you get enough persons that are the subjects being governed and they rebel enough. I mean, there's nothing they can do unless you just want to, you know, exterminate them.
Yeah, but that's just the classic tactic of divide and conquer. I mean, it's the best tactic, bro. I mean, that's the only you can't beat
Yeah.
that one.
I mean, it's by necessity, given the goal, given the end they want to achieve, you cannot dominate this many people, billions of persons, let alone hundreds of millions of, hundreds of millions of persons, let alone billions of persons, while they're all united against you. You can't do it. You have to
It's
divide them.
impossible. Yeah, so I mean, that's why it's a brilliant strategy. It's been going on for centuries, you know, a couple millennia, you know. So I mean, yeah, it's worked for so long. Why stop?
And it isn't as though the dominated group is making it as difficult as possible for the tyrants to do so, but rather the very opposite, by and large. The only way they're able to successfully divide the people is if the people conform to that effort, to that conspiracy, dividing amongst themselves, refusing to unite the truth.
Well, what they do is they grab that's why they grab the kids first. You know, they make sure they get the control of their mind first. That way, they use the kids to control you when they get older.
Yeah. Yeah. Get the weakest targets first. And then when you have enough, then you can make the strongest targets, the most obstinate and resilient targets, negligible, nullify the effect, the potential effect.
You turn your children against you. You know, that's why you enlist the kids in the military and the police force. I mean, it's just funny. It's like your own kids are trying to kill you. It's hilarious.
Hilariously tragic, terrifying.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys are familiar with Yuri Bezmenov laying out
Yes.
their plot to control. It starts with the youth, right? Once you mold that mind at a very young age, it's very hard for that mind to think outside of that programming.
Ideological subversion. Yep.
But so many of us somehow broke free.
By the grace of Yah.
Pyramid.
Hey, did someone say my name?
I did, yep.
How's it going, man?
Howdy. I just see you don't have any roles yet, but you've been around a couple of times, right?
Yeah, I've been in a few times, poked around a little bit, but just listening more than anything, yeah.
What have you learned?
I haven't learned too much, to be honest. I did learn some like perspective on things, but because I lack like a science understanding, um, it's hard for me to like really take in the value behind what's being shared here, to be completely honest. I
What
need more
What about
education.
this? Yeah, what about this simple statement? We see too far for Earth to be the ball that they said it was.
We see too far. Yeah, what would you say?
I would say exactly what I just said. We see too far for Earth to be the ball that they claimed it was.
But
Okay.
yeah, it's simply
What
due.
are you saying? Or maybe you could give
He's
me an
saying,
example of that.
well, like a basketball. You ever look at a basketball and you can obviously see it's curving, right? It's taking the shape of a ball. So anything that has the shape of a ball has curvature. So the Earth is a giant basketball. So when you look
Allegedly.
at it, yeah, allegedly, right? So when you take it in that context, it has to start curving at a certain rate at a certain distance, right? So like at a basketball, it's basically millimeters, maybe less than that. It starts curving. So the Earth, it will be miles, right? So you have to look at it and on a scale of that, and then go with that. Basically, but you have to have in your mind that the Earth is supposed to be shaped like a basketball. And when you understand that, then you understand the others that we're trying to get you to see.
Yeah, I get that. But what was the original statement? You said we shouldn't be able to see as far as we do?
Correct.
Because the ball.
According to the claim that it's a ball with the radius number that they gave us. Whereas we can take that number, do geometry, find out where we should be able to see, and see where we actually see. And when where we actually see continually is further than what they say we should only be able to see, we can invalidate the claim that it's a ball.
I get you. And I have seen some tests, like the tests that I had looked into, and I had seen, and I think are interesting, are when they take a laser, they put it on a body of water at a distance where that curvature should not permit the laser to reach a target, also sitting on the body of water.
Good start. Good start, buddy. That's a good start.
Yeah, and I get that. And like what I thought when I saw that initially is like maybe it's possible the size of the planet, the dimensions they're giving are inaccurate, and they do that maybe on purpose.
Yeah, that's a potential place to take it. So then you take your observation, you feed that number back in, you reverse engineer your observation, and you discover that in order for your observation to make sense on a ball, the radius would have to be 250,000 miles instead of only 3,959 miles, which makes the Earth 500,000 miles in diameter. You think that's a plausible claim that the Earth is 500,000 miles in diameter?
I mean, it sounds a little bit outrageous and very different, but I guess it could be possible, right?
So for instance, hold on. You know how they show like North America is on one side and then if you rotate it antipodal, you kind of get near Australia, so on and so on. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So could that still be true if Earth had a 500,000 mile diameter?
No.
Absolutely, it could not, because it would mean that everything was 10 times further. Well, yeah, quite a bit further. Lots and lots and lots further.
Think about your plane rides. You know, your plane ride from here to Europe would be what, 5 times longer, right?
A lot longer, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
It really is that simple.
that's just doing a rough figure, but it's probably like 20 times because you consider, you know, I'm saying this is ridiculous. So basically, it would still be a giant lie, right? Let's say if that were true, NASA would be lying, because then you can't get to space at the rate that they say you can. I mean, none of the computations would work out. Everything would be a lie. Everything.
Yeah, I guess
in
the
the
way I was
beginning,
imagining it for a
Yeah, and
moment was
here's the
just
thing:
that, like,
if it's still just a bigger ball, then why are you lying about it being a bigger ball? Who cares? If it's still just a ball, then there's no reason to lie. What's the
well,
purpose?
what
Why
if,
would you lie for just a bigger ball? That's ridiculous.
yeah, and it's a good question. And like, what if we found that like the reason for that is because for reasons of national security, due to like certain sciences and certain capabilities of technology, it's in their best interest not to present like this information of the planet, that maybe somebody could do something with it. I don't know. That's a reach,
Well,
but like,
that's still
yeah.
another giant conspiracy that all the countries are involved in, right? So that just begs the question: why? Why is every country involved in this giant organized lie?
What do you guys think about because this was the other thought I had about that test. I heard like I heard something to it. People were, I don't know much about this, but what about the idea of light bending? Something like that, or things like,
Ever seen that? Have you ever seen light bend? You have a flashlight? Have you ever seen your flashlight bend? You ever seen that?
no, I
Okay.
haven't.
Okay. You ever use a laser sighting on a gun or anything like that? You have a pen laser? Have you ever seen
I
that
used a
light bend?
laser pointer before,
You ever
yeah.
seen it
And
bend around the corner and shine on the person around the corner and say, "Oh, I see you." You ever seen that?
no, absolutely not.
Technically, light doesn't bend, it changes angles.
Through
Right, it can
a
change angles,
medium
but it does not
change.
bend. You don't bend the beam of light the same way you bend a bendy straw.
No, it doesn't work like that. Light has to have an obstruction to bend. So something is causing it to bend.
Let me ask you guys, even if let's say that like what we're sitting on is a flat like plane, what makes you guys like so certain about the concept of like space not being in existence in the other planets?
Second law of
Well, when we say
thermodynamics.
space, we're talking about the great void that we supposedly fly around in, not in the sense of length with height depth.
Well, it's
I
just a
think
vacuum next to to air pressure, right? You can't have that without a barrier, right? There has to be a barrier between. It's like you know, you ever seen a vacuum chamber or ever heard of one? You know, it's the removal of all air, all particles out of it. You know, so basically the Earth would be sitting as an open environment in a vacuum chamber. So how is the air staying on the Earth? How all the gas is staying on it? If it's in a giant vacuum chamber, how is that
Yeah,
happening?
let me real quick just kind of like rephrase what he was saying. So it's not that we say space doesn't exist. I mean, there's space between you and me, right? It's outer space, and it's the description that they give us of the medium of space. When they say that it's a vacuum, what Fraud's telling you is it cannot be a vacuum. Um, if we have, and you can continue, Fraud. This is, but I just wanted
Well, I
to.
mean, you have to go with his basic understanding. When we use mediums and stuff like that, he has to know what the medium is. Like, so our medium that we live in is a gaseous medium. You know, air, nitrogen, oxygen, all these things mixed together. That's the medium we live in. Water is a different medium, right? So fish and marine animals live in water, right? We live in an air environment. So that environment is devoid of all of that, and so that's next to air, a gaseous system. So what's keeping all of that on this planet if it's just an open environment in outer space that's just a giant vacuum. You know what I'm saying? It's like, air wants to fill that area. So why wouldn't it do that? Why are we so special that air is just depends to just stay on Earth and say, screw that vacuum, I'll just stay here on Earth, right? It just doesn't make any sense, right?
And the vacuum that we're supposedly flying around in, the Great Void, I call it, which is what it's also been called. The Great Void itself is not contained. It's an infinite void.
Right. So what's
Some believe.
contained the vacuum, the chamber, right? What's beyond the vacuum chamber, right? I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
And we are moving 66,000 miles per hour through that vacuum.
Right. So how is the air and water, the gas and the liquid, staying in close proximity to the Earth or whatever other humongous ball of solid liquid or gas, supposedly flying around in this void? Especially while we're doing all this wacky motion in this void that itself is not contained. It's absurd.
So I mean, it's easy to just look up like an experiment, like a vacuum chamber experiment, right? Where you put stuff inside and what happens to stuff inside a vacuum chamber. Now, just imagine that outer space is supposed to be a giant vacuum chamber. The chamber has to be contained. That's not what they claim is happening out there. Some giant explosion happened and everything's being pushed out. So either it's infinitely expanding or it's going to collapse back in on itself. So it just defies just common sense, just to be honest with you. This
It defies
explanation.
common sense. It defies logic. It defies any and all truth.
It's just like we're living like if you ever blew anything up, like let's say you blew up a firecracker, just consider our existence as a giant firecracker that just continually expanding. It never stopped blowing up. It just the explosion just keeps getting bigger. Is what they claim.
Explode.
And that we just keep it on going. That's what's going on.
Supposedly.
So anyway, with an explosion though, like I was looking at something and when they did the in the Iraqi war, like the oil fields they lit them all on fire, right? And so in order to put them out, they had to blow up a certain amount of dynamite over the hole, and so it pushes all the air out, everything out. So if we're living inside something like that, how is there air? You know, an explosion removes all of that. It's all just crazy, man.
Very good questions.
Yeah, sorry, dude. We didn't mean to go off on a tangent, but yeah, basically that's just what it is. Right?
No, you guys are good. It's interesting to hear. I need to keep pursuing knowledge and educate myself further so that I can really like contemplate what you guys are sharing and give more of like an opinion or response. Yeah.
You know, and that's what's crazy now because like it used to be like you could go on YouTube and stuff and find a lot of this information, and you can't anymore. So I understand where you're coming here because like you can't really find it anywhere else. To be honest, you're not going to have those opinions out there because they suppress it.
It's actually not about opinion and it's not about you thinking something or anybody else thinking something. It's what can be proven by you yourself. Like you can go out and test the veracity of their claim of this globe. You can go out and test that curvature. Just get you a handy print out an Earth curve chart, take it with you to the coastline or a shoreline of a lake. You can test it yourself. That's what's important.
Yeah, that is true, man. You can go take care of business on your own.
Pyramid, what do you think the best proof of the globe is that you have right now? Like,
To be fair, man, I really don't have a good like argument because like my only argument is not a good argument. It would just be that like this is what we all take it to be, and this is how it's presented almost everywhere. So this is why like most people think that direction.
Yeah, but see,
But
dude,
that
that's
doesn't
the
mean
beauty of what you just said.
yeah.
You're honest. You're being honest. These guys come in here and they're not. So that's the only way to
Yeah.
find information, dude, is to be honest with yourself and others.
Or they are honest and their arguments are very poor.
Yeah.
Very, very
Yeah.
poor.
Well, that's a scary feeling, right? No proof that you live on a ball, yet everybody thinks they do. It's not a very fun place to be. Like, it sounds like you don't know where you are.
Yeah, for me personally, it changes a lot of like potentials of the way that I see the world. Because when I think of things like the possibility of like aliens and things of that nature, like this dynamic would change that entirely.
Aliens are out. We all went down the similar paths of inquiry about all these things you talk about. Like, we were basically space junkies and space nerds. Just about all of us. Maybe
Well,
not all.
aliens in the sense of these other carnal living creatures that may or may not be intelligent from another humongous ball in a great void, in that sense, cross that out because we don't live in that cosmos. But aliens in the sense of from higher or lower realms in the cosmos,
Yeah,
that's
just ask.
also possible.
Yep, just ask Aleister Crowley. I mean, not that you can actually ask him, but you can look into good old Aleister Crowley and see Lem. What else has been called Lem? I feel like something else was called Lem. Anyway, he had a picture of an alien many, many years before any other pictures of alleged aliens. Kind of interesting.
Because it's not an alien, the Greys are not aliens. It was a picture he drew because of him having a vision of a demon. It's actually a face of a
That's what it
demon.
was. That's what he said it was, and that's what it was.
Yeah.
And then he
That's what demon
said
look like.
they call it demon today. Tomorrow they'll call it something else.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you for putting a bow on what I said.
So our perception, interpretation of quote unquote aliens, those living creatures that are concretely real, like you and I, but are not of the same race as you and I. You think about one cosmic paradigm the way we've been taught, you interpret it that way, but we realize that cosmic paradigm is false, so that's a false interpretation of the aliens. So now we interpret the aliens a different way. Now we realize, okay, they're from the lower realms below the earth or the higher realms above the earth.
But how are we able to make that distinguishment and know that like I guess or I get what you guys are proposing and it would be another way to interpret it, but like what I would think is like how do we know that like they're coming from a different dimension? Is that based upon like the fact that the current model that's being depicted is probably not accurate in terms of like other planets and aliens coming from another planet here? Is that how you guys are coming to that?
Well, when you're talking to me, I'm going to give you my answer, and I would like to give you the full my answer, but I don't want to irritate the moderators to distract from the cosmology, flat Earth versus globe topic. So if you would like, you can come down with me into philosophy.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, good. 1, 2, 3.
Freaking jerk stealing our one honest freaking guy here.
Yeah, I'll never go to philosophy again.
What? No, here. There you go.
I'm just trying to figure out how it offend anybody to talk about the Earth and what could be or couldn't be, and like.
No, he's talking about extra dimensional explanations for extra dimensional beings.
Well, I mean, you can claim anything you want. There's no proof of,
Yeah, exactly.
You got
Yeah,
one of these beings somewhere lying around. I mean,
the
let's go.
only
Right. That's
aliens.
my thing about that. People still love the idea of aliens. Like here, they
Yeah,
studied alien abductions too long to up on it.
yeah, they're going to get angry if you
But
tell them
there's
that
no reason to believe that aliens exist in any way, shape, or form, extra dimensional or not.
aliens
I got
only
a
come from
call.
land across land borders.
Anybody think that's just pareidolia? What I put in the chat there?
Okay, definition time. Parabolia?
No. Now you made me forget the word. Pareidolia? Pareidolia. Yeah,
Yeah, pareidolia. You are correct.
Yeah. So does anybody think that that's what that is? Or is there possibly something to that?
I think you can make a lot of things look like that, just like the clouds.
Okay.
That's my take. Because they said that 911 was all predicted on it about it too, you know.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Alrighty then.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that one before. You know, we're in here talking about flat Earth, and no, let's go to another room and talk about aliens. That's pretty good.
I'm pretty sure that the intention there was to avoid talking about certain topics on the live stream.
Oh, you're going to assume his intention. I see.
Or I could just simply ask.
His context was he wasn't wanting to get banned or upset anybody. I find that funny.
Well, if you have a history of being banned for bringing up certain topics, that would make perfect sense, right?
That's a common excuse for having no globe Earth proof.
What? If you've brought up biblical and spiritual topics before and you're trying to explain what your spiritual understanding is about the higher dimensional beings that come to Earth, in different ways, such as fallen angels and so on, and you don't want to get banned for bringing up those topics because you know that it triggers people that don't believe in that.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
And you've been banned before for talking about those sorts of things, and you simply politely say, if you'd like to talk about it, we can go down here. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that. How about that? Is that more direct and to the point?
I was off base. I wasn't listening closely as I should have been. I apologize.
It's not just you, Sonny. It's also what Thamora is trying to suggest. Okay, and everybody's whining because the guy that we were having a conversation with had to go. Well, he was just simply following the expectations that have been set forth in regards to the ethos of the VC.
Pretty sure you're the only one whining.
No, I'm not whining. I'm explaining why it was the appropriate thing to do.
Hello, gospel. Oh, not here. Gospel. Hello.
Yeah, I got a phone call. That's why I mute and deafen myself in order to demonstrate that I'm no longer engaged in the DC.
Okay.
I was on the phone.
That picture you post the first 5 minutes after the hour. The second one is the dollar. You know, that face is in the dollar.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was saying, what do you think, pareidolia or no?
Well,
and I accept the answer. Yeah, probably pareidolia. I don't poo-poo that answer. I think I agree with what Sonny said, where it's like, well, you know how they did the 9/11 thing with the dollar bill, and back in when I was in middle school, they took the dollar bill and they said it's something about Erica's bosom. The United States of America spells out something about Erica's bosom. I know it doesn't say bosom, but I just don't say the other word. But there's all sorts of silly games that people play with the.
But that face is literally sorry, just like that. If you or they just bender the dollar note.
So the suggestion with pareidolia is you see what you want to see. That's the suggestion. I appreciate that suggestion, and I don't poo-poo it. I also reserve an opportunity for that could be plausible, despite pareidolia, or maybe even in spite of pareidolia. I accept that there's a possibility only because I have a presupposition that esoteric themes repeat themselves over and over again, and it wouldn't surprise me if the artist was either channeling some type of special knowledge in order to convey that artistic design, or had direct knowledge of lamb or limb or whatever. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if there was an actual connection there and it was something beyond coincidence. If it is merely coincidence, I'm okay with that. Okay, pareidolia, coincidence, fine, not a big deal. So I'm not making any claims or suggestions. It wouldn't surprise me if it happened to be a true connection.
Yeah, they hide in plain sight.
Yeah, a lot. There's a lot of examples of that, and I can't say whether or not this is one of them, but I saw it and I was like, yeah, maybe.
In his head, he has a geometric, how they call it, geometric. I don't remember, but it has in his head. It has like a geometric design.
Yeah, with the whole sacred geometry stuff.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
thanks.
absolutely. Yeah, that's that, and that it being incorporated into the dollar bill and all those sorts of things, sacred geometry. I mean, that's a way more plausible claim than Aleister Crowley's art drawing from 1904 being what's being conveyed there. I think it could be a matter of coincidence just on the mere fact that both people were associated. So if you look at his drawing, you may notice that the tree of life, esoteric tree of life, which is part of New Age religion and is part of the Kabbalah and the spiritual religion. So this tree design that's at the center of all things is incorporated into the shading of the nose and the brain area. So it could be a coincidence on that account.
Okay,
On the
thanks.
sacred geometry, yeah.
Yeah, I was forgetting sacred geometry.
Mm-hmm.
No, that Aleister Crowley drawing, I don't, maybe I've just made this up, but wasn't that supposed to be like a self-portrait? Like that's the way he thought of himself, basically? Like he was drawing himself?
Well, it's in a journal article, and I don't recall that being a form of a self-portrait. I was under the impression that was someone he encountered, and by someone I mean someone and or something. Depending on your perspective, is it a hallucination? What does ayahuasca and DMT actually do? Are they just hallucinating things, or are they actually entertaining and engaging with demons? That's why that conversation is so intense, is because people have different beliefs about what's actually happening when people are claiming to astral project and have conversations with quote unquote demons. So that's my understanding of what he was drawing, was one of the creatures he was engaging with in communication. Ooh. He believed that they were contacted by a preternatural, not supernatural, preternatural entity named Lamb, and he developed a relationship with Lamb.
What's preternatural mean?
That's a great question. Preterism is before, so preternatural is before nature. I'm guessing, but I'll look it up here. Beyond or different.
The predecessor, predator.
Different letter. Predecessor is a different word than the predator part of it's a different word altogether. But predator just means beyond, over, more than in quantity or degree. So beyond natural, which is interesting. It's a different way of saying supernatural. It says technically a properly distinct from the word supernatural. So that's interesting, the distinction there. So yeah, Lamb is an entity he believed he had a relationship with. The evidence is, some other article is suggesting that there's evidence that supports that Lamb is a psychic self-portrait. I'm suspicious
That
of
booty.
that. What? Are you hot micing, Elijah?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm suspicious of that explanation because it seems to attempt to delegitimize the spiritual interest of Aleister Crowley and deduce it down to some type of all naturally explained, to 100% naturally explain everything, which I can understand why people would be wanting to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe I know you and I differ in this way here, but yeah, I wouldn't give any credence to that at all. Like, I think it's something that some crazy dude made up. Like, I don't think he was contacting any spirits or demons or aliens or anything of that form. Like, I think he was just a fucking nutcase.
Yeah. Well, you know, the whole thing with the Mandela effect, how one of the validating elements or evidences for it is the shared experience, how like over and over and over again, there's this preponderance of validating evidence. Like everybody has this shared experience, right? They call it an effect, and it's a shared.
That's pretty much what makes it the Mandela effect, is that
exactly.
a large group of people have the same false memory.
So when a group
like
of
the
people
moon landing.
Hold on. When a group of people take different substances like ayahuasca or DMT or different types of shrooms or whatever the case, and they say that they're greeted by a creature, and this creature gives them an overwhelming experience of utter and great peace and comfort, and these creatures tell them, "We've been waiting for you," and these testimonies of these experiences are repeated throughout different languages, cultures, places, times throughout history, over and over and over again. It starts to look like there might be something to it. And a lot of people would just be like, well, I don't believe in the spiritual realm at all. I believe it's all chemical. Well, how and then you have to ask the question, why is it a shared experience over decades, if not centuries? Why is it a shared experience across cultures? Why is it over and over again repeated? And if your answer is natural, then you're a highly skilled putter together of ideas, I suppose. And I'm not being facetious when I say that. But if there is a spiritual connection, I think that it would be the Occam's razor, because it's the easier go-to answer, because that provides the common denominator that people actually are accessing a higher dimension, and what they're playing with, you make your own mind up as to whether or not that's a beneficial or destructive thing. But
It's actually kind of ironic that you and I are taking these stances that we're both taking, like, because just like you mentioned with the Mandela effect, like, you straight up deny it, say that there's nothing to it. You would think that you would be the naturalist, but then you come over to this Aleister Crowley thing, and then you're saying there's something to it, and I'm the opposite. It's kind of ironic that way.
Well, and I just what? What's a hallucination? Oh, okay, no, never mind. Let me rewind. Is a hallucination a form of being contacted by the supernatural?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean not necessarily? Is it not either is or isn't?
It's not a dichotomy. And why would I suggest that?
How would you know?
Yeah, well, personal testimony, anecdote, statistics.
Now I get the
What?
personal testimony part. I mean, everyone's experiencing a specific thing on a specific drug, you know, or a specific hallucinogen type of drug, and they typically experience the same thing, and then they attribute it to something that can't be proven, but is possible because of the phenomena we are experiencing. That sounds like begging the question.
Mm-hmm. So,
Not saying that something's not happening, but if I can't say a hallucinogen is the pathway to the spirit world, like flat out, then it's either that or just a hallucination. Like it can't be anything. And if it's just a hallucination, then it's a mass hallucination because people are taking this en masse and experiencing the same hallucinogenic properties.
yeah, well, in regards to the irony that you're pointing out, the reason, if you are interested in the slightest, for my rejection of Mandela effect is because it is a rejection of reality itself. In my personal opinion, it rejects objective reality, in my opinion, and because that's an axiom that I hold true. That on that basis is why I reject it. I reject it as a notion.
Yeah, I'm just saying that on those grounds, you should also be rejecting this Aleister Crowley bullshit.
Well, and here's why they're different. The inclusion of the spiritual realm is inclusive of reality. It's not the destruction of reality. Whereas my opinion and perspective of the Mandela effect is the actual destruction of reality, in that it's fractal and infinite and also individual or independent and maybe even subjective. So when I'm talking about spiritual things happening in our physical realm or vice versa or whatever, that's all inclusive of a singular reality, not a fractal, infinite, and subjective reality. Do you understand the distinction I'm making there?
I think so. But sorry, I have to catch my breath here again. I was about to cough and don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, see the thing that, and we've been over this a few times, and I don't want to turn this into another Mandela effect debate, but you were caught off guard.
Why are you running away? Running away, bro.
You were caught off guard a little bit. It seemed like about a week ago where I mentioned that that the Mandela effect itself, it is a supernatural thing. And like from this discussion, I find that as long as it's supernatural or spiritual, you're okay with it. It's a possibility, but you refuse to see the Mandela effect as a possible spiritual thing.
Okay. No, that's interesting. Now, on that effect, or on that notion, that it's actually okay. Take for a second the consideration that the Mandela effect has literally nothing to do with reality, but that certain people are being affected in a spiritual way, right? In a supernatural way. and that is what's leading to their understanding of a misperception of actual reality. And if you can conceptualize Mandela effect as not the destruction of reality itself or fractal or infinite realities, but rather the Mandela effect is something that exists as a supernatural cause within a singular reality, I could absolutely accept that as a possibility. I personally reject any axiom that involves infinite realities, fractal reality, or anything that is apart from a singular reality. And when I say reality, I'm referring to all things that exist and all things that are even pre-ignorant. Or when I say reality, I'm talking about all, period. Whatever all is, I think that there's only one all.
I get it. You're saying there's one objective reality that I mean, and everybody can perceive reality different. They can have their own perception might be subjective, but there is one objective true reality. But
that's my personal axiom.
Yeah. No, it makes sense, but it's just when it comes to Mandela effect, there's reason to question that.
Yeah, and I would only, in response to that, I go, isn't that interesting? Isn't that almost suspicious? I find the suggestion that there are infinite realities or infinite or fractal realities or anything of that sort. I find that very interesting.
See what you're doing right there, though, when you say like that it has to do with infinite realities and all that. That's kind of a straw man, I guess. The Mandela effect doesn't make a claim to infinite realities. That's a theory that's one of many, many, many theories that people have regarding it.
So then what is it?
Okay, what about dual? Is dual fair?
We have no idea. We have nobody. That's the question: is what is the cause? We see the effect.
No, it's like what is?
Listen,
it really is begging the question. It's the same.
Elijah, I know I'm just playing the benefit of the doubt. I'm listening, taking it in, and I'm trying to get to the axiom of the whole thing. I'm trying to just get to the axiom. And the question I have is, are we talking about a singular reality and things happening within that, or are we talking about the potentiality of more than a single reality?
No, it could be either one. Again, like the idea that large groups of people are sharing the same false memory, that's it. That's the effect. If you deny that's happening, that's the only way that you can say that the Mandela effect isn't real. Okay, it's real if you can acknowledge. It's real if you can acknowledge that masses of people are sharing the same false memory. Period.
Okay.
And the question is what's causing that, and
why
that could happen in a single reality, or it could happen.
Why is the question what's causing that in a room where, when a globe earther says what's causing something, if not for gravity, like you don't see.
Well, he's not making a claim, though. I understand.
No, but they're not making a claim either until they do, in which then they can go either way. They can go the not making a claim path, and they can go making the claim path. In this case, we have something that isn't defined, but is the result, but is the causal agent for the result of something else. No, can't do that because we don't let anybody else do that here. Not because we don't let anybody else do that here, but because we know that's logical fallacy.
Anyway,
when you say all these people have a shared experience of something, because the axiom is that something has changed. right?
No, well, no.
But there's no way.
You didn't listen to all of his words. He said false memory, Elijah.
Well, if it's a false memory, then there is no effect. Then it's a false memory.
Yes. Okay, but that is an effect. I have to agree with him on that notion. It is an effect, and I have my own personal understanding of what the cause of that effect is, and I've discussed it before.
I disagree. It's a logical error. Nah, I don't. It's a logical error.
I disagree, but anyway.
Well, I just detail how, and then you stop me to say that's not all of what he said. But the axiom is that something is changing. But
no, that's not.
I guess
let me explain
yeah,
that. Then
I'm almost. Yeah, I get it. And then you told me, well, no, it's actually a false memory. And I'm like, well,
he said.
That's fine. Well then how so then the false memory would have to be in place of the actual memory. So now we're back on track. How the hell would you prove that?
It's not valid point, but that's not the total point, which is
let's keep chasing it then, because I'm gonna keep calling it a begging the question. If you guys are patient. I mean,
the phenomenon.
I'm just asking.
The phenomenon of
in question. I don't see a phenomena. I see a claim of a phenomena, and I'm to accept it to then talk about it thereafter.
Elijah, if you're denying the claim that what you're saying is that people are not
begging the question.
You're
saying that you're saying that people do not have the same false memory. People are not sharing this false memory, which is objectively true. We've got many people all over the earth who are sharing the same false memories.
It's what you're implying. It's what you're implying by saying it's a false memory, because it could simply be that these people are taking a narrative of some show that most of them don't remember, or some propaganda piece, or some inundation piece from the media, which the media, that's literally the purpose of the media. They do it all the time, unbeknownst to most people, and we see examples of that every day in here. That being the case, just because there's a lot of people who think something wrong or have a false idea of some event, it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that this is a phenomenon, unless you're saying it is because it's a result of something that we have to now study. Well, that statement is the result of the begging the question fallacy.
Okay, so I've got a decanter on my desk. Okay, if I talk to 5,000 other people that have the same decanter on their desk as well, and I call that a phenomenon, and I ask the question, I wonder what the cause of all of us having this particular decanter on our desk, and you say that's a begging the question fallacy and it's illogical.
No, that's not. Nope. Straw man. Nope.
Okay, but it's what's being
applied, because
that's the analogy I'm providing.
I wouldn't call it a straw man. If someone, I wouldn't call that a begging the question. If someone was to present that statement to me, hey, I have this decanter. I don't even know what that is, by the way. On my desk, and there's a lot of other people with the same thing on their desk. I wonder what the reason for that is. My answer might be, maybe you've all seen some advertisement somewhere. Well, and that's a reasonable answer for the lack of information that's been given thus far. So then what's the response after that? So right now, there's no one calling anyone out for a logical fallacy. It's just this inquiry into why does everybody have these cups or whatever it is on their desks? And it's like, yeah, could be marketing strategy. I don't know. What say you?
Yeah, So the point is, when the claim is made that people are having the same idea, thought, memory, it's that's the analogy I'm providing, is the decanter on the desk, analogous to the shared memory.
Yeah, I get that, but they're attributing it to something which then becomes the begging the question.
Yeah, well, sure, but that's besides the point.
It's not until we get to that point of the conversation, which is where I jumped in at. Like we're talking, like now we're just starting over, and you're like, "Well, we didn't get there yet." Okay, well that's why I asked you what next, and you said, "Well, the point." I already understood the point. The analogy was very simple.
And I really was trying to get back to the beginning, the conversation of axioms related to reality, whereas Lou answered the question for me, thank you, Lou, that there are no specific claims, there are multiple claims as to people have different axioms in their understanding of the thing. So basically, it's a moot point. So anyway, here's a decanter.
We can get back. Yeah, decanters for Elijah. It's for tea, but
tea or wine or liquor or.
Oh yeah, okay. I got it wrong. No, we were really only using the Mandela thing as a comparison to the Aleister Crowley thing. It wasn't really meant to go down another Mandela effect debate.
No, it was in regards to the validity of somebody bringing up spiritual things while also rejecting other seemingly spiritual things. And I was just defending my position that my axiom involves a singular reality. And my assumption about the Mandela effect is that it was inclusive of a multiple reality of some version. And that's what the whole conversation was all about.
Well, it's funny that I called both scenarios out for being logical fallacies because of the inference made. Like, for instance, with yours, like say for instance, this mass hallucination off of ayahuasca, and it's like, yeah, because that's spirits, or is that what you're saying? And you said not necessarily.
Yeah, because you said hallucination,
and I said exactly.
Which is something totally maybe related, maybe not related. That's why I said not necessarily, because hallucination has multiple causes.
They're taking a hallucinogen and then talking about the effects and then attributing it to maybe spirits, while others are attributed to it maybe the hallucinogen.
Yeah, but there are non-hallucinogenic hallucinations. People can have hallucinations without any input of a hallucinogen. That is my point.
Yeah, because it's a chemical imbalance, but the hallucination is the same, which means if you can have a hallucination because of a chemical imbalance or whatever, still, is it ever a spiritual experience then?
Maybe.
Right. So how do we know yes or no? How would we
That's a
prove
great question. That's a good question. How would you prove it? I don't think that you could.
Of course not. So you could never attribute it to spirits.
Anecdotally,
unless you do so fallaciously by begging the question. Because you can never actually prove it. You can only assume it in your outcome.
Guilty by association. You see patterns and themes, special knowledge. There are different evidences that point to supernatural encounters.
I'm not arguing supernatural encounters. I was asking if hallucinations are spiritual encounters. Because we're talking about people having hallucinations and attributing it to that. So that's all I'm talking about specifically. I myself believe in spiritual encounters. I myself believe that I've talked to the big man himself.
There are people for thousands of years that have been using materials, hallucinogens, to accomplish what they believe is a spiritual ascent, such as astral projection.
So they claim, but can't prove. Right.
Correct.
I get it, but I mean, if you just accept that's true, I don't have anything more to say on it. Like it's not going to be a begging the question fallacy, but not really. Like it's not. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
I'm suggesting there's evidence that supports the claim that it is a spiritual thing.
That's like when people say there's evidence for the globe.
No.
Well, when I asked you, can it be proven? You said not. No. So
That's
how's
because
it different?
That's because because science doesn't deal with supernatural, bro. That's
I
why.
wasn't talking about science at all. How
You
would
just
you
said
prove it?
proof.
I
You
said
can't
how would.
prove, bro.
Okay,
That's
well,
because proof is involved with science.
how would you validate the
You can't
axiom then?
because
Okay, so if
again,
you can't prove it or if you can't validate it, if you don't have a standard for verification, then it all means the same thing, whether it's science or some other standard.
no, there's not another standard. You can't science the spiritual realm.
No, what I'm saying is you don't only use science for validation of facts. So stop trying to.
Science
That's
means
not what
knowledge.
I'm saying.
Science means knowledge. Like this is you
Oh
can't.
yeah, but you're saying you can't science it. So by
I
your
know.
definition, if you're telling me the etymology of the word, it means knowledge, but you don't have any knowledge of it, then it still means you have no science.
And
because the knowledge thereof, you're saying can't be proven or validated. The knowledge supposedly coming from the people who suppose that there's this knowledge of mass hallucinations attributed to spirits and whatnot.
I've completely lost the point that you're actually making.
The point that I'm making is there's no proof. You said, well, you wouldn't be applying science to the supernatural, but I do know things I do know of the supernatural. I do utilize and
Can you prove
experience
it?
information.
Can you prove it?
Of course, I can't prove it.
That's my point.
But at the same time, we don't know that all of these people are the experience is real. We just don't know that they're spirits. That's my point. And you agreed. So when somebody says it's spirits, and then I'm like, well, how do you know? Because all of us, there's a mass of us that hallucinated, and we hallucinated about this spirit. That's how we know they're spirits. That's definitely circular reasoning 1000%.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Elijah. Hello. We're talking about proving ghosts?
We're talking about the begging the question fallacy that manifests itself through pretty much everything.
Yeah, I see.
Unless I'm wrong.
I doubt.
Yeah, there's an impasse for me to really make sense of what it is that I'm even supposed to be you're basically suggesting that there's no way to validate the claim that they're seeing spirits when they're astral projecting, if that's what they're doing in the first place. And yeah, I agree that there's no way to validate that. But when you listen to the testimonies over and over again, it's very suspicious that you would just attribute that to random imaginations that just happen to coincide over and over and over again.
Yeah, well, when I listen to these people's testimonies of spiritual encounters, supernatural encounters, and stuff like that, those
hallucinogenic
stories are
experience.
those stories are exactly the same like the story about the curvature on a flat surface, the invisible curvature.
A lot of people did used to claim.
Yeah.
A lot of people did claim, and some still do, that they've seen
Yeah.
curvature from the beach or from a plane.
Yeah.
They've all experienced it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not really. It's just that's one of the easiest Googled answers. And one of when you look at like news stations who do entertain flat Earth, that's one of the major questions that they ask, which is why people come here and ask us the same thing. Because all we do is parrot what the media does, including fallaciously argue.
Yeah. No, those people claiming that they are channeling extraterrestrial or whatever spirits. No, it's all I can hear is they say stuff that is in their mind. Yeah, they have these ideas, outrageous, against pretty much every moral system or whatever. But it's very convenient for them. If they get to share their story, it makes them famous. So that's why they do it.
I mean, bro, I wish I knew. Like, I don't know what this place is, and I can imagine.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, I can't imagine anything I haven't already experienced. So I don't even know. But
Yeah. Well, I have
um,
experienced and witnessed demonic possession more than once. So
No, demonic possessions
I'm
are
not denying. I'm not
crazy
denying that.
people.
I'm
I
not
don't
denying.
believe in those.
yeah, I know a lot of people
I'm
don't.
not denying. I'm not denying that. I'm denying that that isn't the case. I'm not denying that people have encounters with the spiritual, supernatural. I'm not denying that at all. I just know that I've been on hallucinogens, and there's no way for me to justify telling people actually um, we must live like in some sort of music box, because even though we can't hear it in this dimension, somehow my sensibilities are tweaked when I'm on LSD, and all of a sudden I can hear the same kind of music every time I'm on LSD, even though nobody's playing music. What does that mean? I don't really know. It's weird as hell. But I'm not about to start attributing it to things that I can't myself validate. I just know I had an experience. And it was a very weird, unexplainable experience, you know?
Yeah, well, I don't participate voluntarily or involuntarily with government programs like MK Ultra. There's a ton of people that are thinking that it's really cool to join MK Ultra with doing all of these activities, and I'm just not a big fan of that.
No, I agree. It freaked me out. And I was like, that's it.
It's funny. I saw video documentaries, interviews, criminals being interviewed, like hearing their testimony, confession, and stuff. And in the beginning, they all are negating everything they did. And actually, I saw many of them invoking demonic possession. But obviously, the police investigator didn't believe a crap that guy said, you know, because they had all the evidence, incriminating evidence, that he was the criminal. He did the act, the crime. He committed it. But then he was invoking another entity taking over his own body and doing that stuff against your will. No, I don't believe that.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about
Uh,
against. I didn't say anything about against someone's will.
yeah, but I can't believe these people, like demon possessions and stuff. It's just a search. People are seeking to blame something other than themselves. You know.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, when you witness an 82-pound, 13-year-old teenage girl throw a 275-pound man 8 feet across the room over your body on a lying on your back position, and 5 or 6 people are holding you down, and you throw a man 8 feet from a lying position with no leverage at all. You know, when you see those sorts of things and you try to provide a perfectly natural adrenaline linked explanation, yeah, I mean it all checks out. You know, adrenaline basically enables you to do anything. Her arm didn't break, right? She did it in a matter of so fast, it was unimaginably fast, and it
I
just
give you
happened.
that. I give you that.
But no, it's fine.
I
Adrenaline
saw,
explains everything.
yeah, I saw, for example, a guy was working at his car. He went under the car, and the car dropped on him, and it was suffocating him, you know, by compressing his chest. Uh, and his wife saw that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
She
The
was,
mother and the
his
baby.
wife
She lifts
was
the
an
car. I've heard the story 1,000 times.
ordinary lady. She
Yep.
went to the car and she lifted the car, you know, and
Everybody's
she
got that
was
story that
holding
they've
it
heard, right?
until someone came and helped. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the man didn't die.
Yeah.
These are extraordinary cases. When human body is at the edge, at the limit,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, there
I've got a
is a lot of
perfectly
strength inside
rational
every one of
chemical
us.
explanation. I hear you.
Yeah, but no man is going to be able to lift like literally a ton from the ground, you know, in his hands, because the human skeleton and muscular system is not capable holding that kind of weight. So
you just told a story and said then it's not even possible. Is that really what you just said?
well, it's about the physics of how she did what she did. Uh, the car had 3 points of support already, 3 wheels. One was off, you know, and when you lift from that corner of the car, you're not actually lifting the whole weight of the car. You just need to put like 60 kilograms of force lifting, and that's enough to hold the car in a position so that that man beneath the car had a little bit of room to breathe, you know. And but she didn't lift the car so that the man could come out of the car, you know,
All right.
from
Let's
beneath the car. Yeah.
cut this off, please. There's
So
new people in the chat, so please move on with new subjects with the new people.
yeah, let's hear them.
Well, I guess someone needs to unmute this one person here, Kooky. Oh, you're unmuted. You're VC verified. Gold Rush maybe is the one I was thinking. There you go, Gold Rush. You can say hello.
Hi.
Take me to your Earth curvature.
Hello.
Your microphone from 1989.
Good talk, guys.
Yeah, I hear you.
Do you believe we live on a spinning wet ball? Someone is having some background noise.
Yeah, it's just feedback from their own microphone. It's just static.
Yeah. If you open your microphone, maybe try to talk with us?
No, their microphone's open. Why
Yeah, it is open, but why are they silent?
Only they can answer that.
Gold Rush, please respond. Gold Rush, you've got road noise or something going on. We're going to have to server mute you if you can't take care of it.
All right. I disconnected, then they can try to come back.
Yeah.
I really despise when people say, hi, hi. They say hi one time and then nothing else.
Hi.
Sit there, nothing. These people don't deserve to have internet access.
Well, at least she had that minimum politeness, you know.
Yeah, I don't think so. I see it as very trolly.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? Levitating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam, crushing off false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educated, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now globe, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Cool.
What up? Well then, Globe is at.
What up?
Oh,
What's up?
Klaus Schwab has spoken.
Black Swan is still in effect. The Black Swan is still in effect.
In 10 years, you will all be wearing microchips in your brain.
Shish kebabbed.
Did you say shish kebab?
I said shish kebabbed. Yes, I did.
What did
Wiener Schnitzel?
I don't know. It seemed to go with what Lou was saying. Oh, boy. What a life. Ain't grand life, guys. Surely we can all agree with that.
Did you say ain't grand life? Yes,
Ain't life
I agree.
grand?
Oh yeah, life is good when you don't hang around with Ubers. That's for sure. In public.
Globe is on my mind.
Who told you it was spinning?
I've come to the conclusion that Dave Weiss is a conspiratard. Like seriously, man.
Definitely on certain. Yeah, there's certain times where I'm thinking the same thing about him.
Oh my God, he's out there on some subjects. He's at the level of everything is a lie, like everything.
Sounds like me when I first found out about flat Earth. Everything I was just spill out everything in one conversation. People were going, "Whoa!" Wait.
Well, I mean,
prolific.
You'd have to see. I just watched. For some reason, I'm getting him in my interviews, popping up in my recommended, and he did an interview with this physicist, and he was just saying, radio waves are reflected off
AI,
the dome.
Indio. AI is reading your mind, Indio.
Yeah, that must be it. Yeah, that's what's happening. Good luck to it. It's going to need a psychiatrist.
Yes, I welcome them. Come on in. Yeah.
Yeah. Join the other three personalities.
Very long.
The AI just says, "Fuck it, nothing makes sense anymore. I give up."
Yeah, especially after we get a hold of it. Put a wrench in that machine.
Well, he did an interview with the guy. He's got a degree in applied mathematics. He was a teacher, taught physics, bunch of yada yada yada. Or like he talked more than the other guy did. Like, fuck, I wanted to hear from the other guy. It's like Dave, like interviewing himself or something. Yeah. Anyway, I just that's like my pet peeve when someone interviews somebody and they talk more than the other person. It's not like Dave White's the only one that does it. Jordan Peterson does it a lot too. He'll interview somebody and he talks more than the person he's interviewing.
I've noticed Dave Weiss, it's more like he's got a presentation that he wants to get through. So it's like the same thing every time, basically. It's not really a conversation or an interview with the other person. It's him just presenting that person with his, already planned out.
He's already a flat earther. Well, that's the thing. He's already a flat earther. He's interviewing people that are already flat earthers. Like you're preaching to the choir. Why are you doing your presentation? So I guess you're right. I mean, I'm not trying to shit on the guy. I mean, I'm just saying, that's just not my cup of tea.
I think it's there are a lot of times that I'm watching his interviews, and the interviewer will note that their audience, they're excited, but their audience isn't necessarily like privy to the information, and so they've been waiting to use Dave to kind of break it to their audiences.
That makes sense. Well, I mean, this was his. He's got a channel called Dave Weiss Interviews.
Yeah.
Interviews. I watched 2 of them. He's interviewing flat earthers, but he's the one talking the whole time. Like, that's not really an interview.
Right.
I kind of wanted to hear from them, like how they got into flat Earth. Like, the stuff we ask people, like what convinced you the most. That's what I want to hear.
Hello guys, how are you doing?
Good. Haven't heard your voice in a long time. How you been?
I'm good, thank you very much. I have been traveling.
Don't worry, right?
Yep, yep. How are you and you? How are
Yeah.
you,
Oh
everyone?
shit, man. How you been, man? It's awesome. Good to hear your voice.
I'm glad to be here as well, and I missed you guys.
Yeah, we're still alive. We're still alive. Nobody has found proof of curvature still, so we're still here. We're waiting patiently.
Of course, man. Like I'm waiting as well, and it's silly.
Yeah, I mean, like, you see the beard in my profile picture, man? Like, I'm actually gonna have a beard that looks like that. And like, I cannot shave for like a week, and like, you can barely see stubble. So, I mean, it's gonna take a while, but you know.
6 months.
Yeah. Like, have you seen a couple of days? I think maybe less than a week ago, a YouTuber, a pilot YouTuber, who's I think he's. Yep, yep. Gear,
Hold on. Your hot mic, Elijah.
Gear 747. He's like waiting for journalism, Darth, and other people to like fundraise a trip to from. It's crazy, man.
We saw it. We were just talking
Yeah.
about it a little while ago. Because since then, well, a whole bunch of people like the last week have been coming in with Antarctica nonsense. Let's go to Antarctica, blah, blah, blah. We're trying to figure out, like, if it's, like, started with that guy. Like now people have seen it, so now they're coming in here and, like, trolling with it.
Yep. You know, I'm sure about like it's some kind of scam, even though it will be like kind of a like public event where everyone see it and documented and what have you. But you know, the maybe let's say the runs the fund got raised and everything is good. Journalism, Darth, anyone involved in it, even you guys, like I'm sure you won't be able to choose the route exactly where you want it.
Well, yeah, I think Jaron has pointed that out. Like, the guy doesn't even know what he has to do to even get permission to do it in the first place. Like, they asked him, right? Like, Globebusters. And, like, the route, I guess he said that wasn't even going to be the route they're going to take. So, basically, give me the money and trust me.
Yep, exactly.
I promise. I'll fly over Antarctica. Like, and you know that a good portion of Antarctica isn't even in the Antarctic Circle. So, you know what I mean? He could just like fly over McMurdo Station and then boom. Yeah, I kept my promise. I flew over Antarctica.
Yep, indeed. By the way, this is like a second account or like a temporary account. I got my old one disabled to something happening in TOS claim something in 11.7.
Oh yeah, I'll give you rolls, man. I'll give you rolls. What rolls do you got now?
Verified, I think. I'm thankful to T Wood. He verified me.
Yeah, but I'm gonna give you like regular rolls. Like,
appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Were you gold or silver or what?
Silver.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, I was a silver too.
Who are you?
I leveled up.
When were you a silver? Who gave you silver?
Well, my other account was Travis, and I got deleted because I was in a server that got deleted.
Oh, you're one of those that were in that. What's the name of that server again?
The Truther Archive.
Oh yeah, anyone in that? So you're a mod over there? I guess I thought they deleted all the mods.
Yeah,
I'm actually not positive like what happened. Just I don't.
Well,
was
yeah,
not good.
They didn't. I don't think they. I don't know.
Yeah, the email I received from Discord is on the 12th of March this year. And sadly, I were like traveling really. So I don't know even what happened there and why I got disabled. But because I'm a member, you know, I'm also involved in whatever happened there, in the logic of Discord.
Travis, what? Your name was just Travis? Travis Scott?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of Travis Scotts.
No. It's.
I just got to check and make
deleted.
sure, dude. We have security procedures.
Yeah,
so, you know.
I have Yeah.
Camry had Silver FA.
It's been deleted, but I posted stuff in the collab lab. Like I posted a bunch of beats that I made, which I actually want to get that rollback too. Like I posted like 9 beats that I made. Like a beat little.
Oh, so now it's going to show up as deleted user. That
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes a delay before it shows up like that.
The collab lab is kind of a secret room. That was a pretty good point to make there for validating who you are.
Yeah, I put some beats like a while ago.
By the way, guys, go ahead. I'm just saying, I know we have some people from Australia and other like people from Europe and USA, and so I'm in Malaysia now. So if you want to like observe the moon, like a observation group, something, so we can like take pictures of the moon, it will be a good opportunity for me to do that.
Level, I gave you the collab lab for now. I'll let Indio finish his security check on the rest of that.
Oh, he's good. You can give the rolls if you would do it, because I'm on a cell phone. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I'm on the phone too right now, but
Oh, I'll do it then. I'm not gonna make you suffer instead of me. I'm not a girl.
we can do it together. What are all your roles? You take half, I'll take half.
You just said silver, right?
Yeah, silver. I gave him the collab lab. Was there anything else that
No,
Yeah,
I don't
flat
think
Earth and
so.
collab lab. I'll give them silver and value. Usually they go together.
Cool.
So really, really nice to be here again with you guys. Any news about like a backup server or something, or maybe a Telegram channel, to just make sure you don't lose anything and we still have some way of backup, somewhat of backup.
Yeah, we have a backup.
Nice. I will appreciate if you send me.
I mean, backup to a degree, right? It keeps all the channels and all the permissions and all that stuff. There's
nice.
too many messages on this server to back up the messages. Believe me, I've tried. Discord API rate limits. So if you like try to actually download a bunch of like stuff, it just cuts you off.
I see. Yeah, my advice still, if you hopefully get the time or manage to create a public channel on Discord. Sorry, not Discord. Telegram. It's a good way, very secure way to have a backup.
Yeah. I use Telegram. I should see. They just let bots in Telegram. I wonder.
Yeah,
so there's like an open source. There's an open source version of Discord, kind of. It's like Discord. It's called Matrix, right? And you can self-host it. And there's actually a bot that'll copy all the messages. It won't copy the history, right? It won't copy the old messages, but it'll copy all the new messages. So I can make a clone of this server, and basically from any point in time. And it's open source. I have my own server, so I can host it myself. And then nobody can delete it, right? You have to basically take my internet service away to delete it.
Yep, and even if they do delete it, they will like be able just to contact your like internet service provider and terminate your connection, but they will not touch any of your data, which is nice.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. The thing with Matrix is you can keep a local copy, right? A local copy of like all the channels you've been in.
Nice.
Right? So so it's pretty cool like that.
Indeed. And I have been like a very old Telegram user, and it's crazy what's happening to Telegram now. A lot of countries considering to stop the
Ban it?
services of ban it, exactly, thank you. Ban Telegram from Germany and Australia, a couple of countries I heard of.
Yeah, of course, because they can't control the propaganda there.
Indeed.
So, like, I'm on a couple YouTube or Telegram channels, and like, let's just put it this way: there's a lot of Ukrainian corpses. I'll just put it that way, and
Right.
so that contradicts the mainstream narrative that that they're winning or whatever, dude. They're losing, and very badly. The odd thing is that most of the people that they've been capturing and killing, they're like middle-aged men. These aren't like young men. So they like conscripted. They passed a law where like you can't leave the country if you're a man between 18 and 65, and they conscripted everybody and forced them into the military. Gave them like 2 weeks of training and said, "Here's a gun. Go hide in that foxhole." Yeah.
Yeah, actually, the situation is so depressing and also embarrassing for both like the Russian side and the Ukrainian side. It's crazy.
I don't think so. I mean, I subscribe to it. It's a Telegram channel called Intel Slava Z.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just go look through that for a little bit. Yeah, you're gonna see something you didn't expect because they show a lot of things that ain't in the mainstream media. Hello.
Hello, man.
No, I wasn't. I was talking to somebody here, not you.
Can you DM it to me, please? That channel name.
Oh, the
I
channel.
did not find it. Yeah, it's insane. I am also a member of a lot of anti-propaganda channels on Telegram, and it's funny. Even they use a kind of writing which cannot be like analyzed by bots or automatically. So it's a very painful for like even Telegram to go read all of those messages. And also,
I don't know if it's weird. So,
no
if
worries.
anybody else wants the link, just let me know.
And I think I have a feeling that Telegram is trying to emulate what's happening or how Discord works as well. There's a lot of updates with the public channels and podcasts. Now you can actually even Paltalk. Now you can raise your hand to talk, and I think it would be very interesting if you guys move also to Telegram.
Yeah, I mean, but how do we know they're not going to just do the same thing? I don't know. What is Telegram's policies like? I'd have to look into it because, like all these things, these apps that are free, they're free and they'll be like, yeah, you can do anything until it becomes over money, right? So they need money from investors and stuff. Then they're like, our investors are making us, censor everybody. So, I don't want to invest in time in something that's just going to end up disappearing anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if they
That's why I'm
changed
looking
it.
for an open source alternative, so nobody can do anything. So I'm in control. It doesn't have to be me, but just not some corporate idiot.
Yeah, indeed. The having your own thing is always the best option.
That's the way it used to be. You didn't go on Facebook. You just made a web page, right?
Yeah.
They got everybody to buy into this thing where, you're gonna do everything on somebody else's infrastructure. When literally, you can buy or you can rent for $5 a month. You can rent a virtual private server for $5 a month. right? Which is enough to host any website.
Yep. But I think
It's nothing in price though. But you got to think, what are you getting? You control your data completely. Delete it, right? Nobody can ban you. Nobody can do anything to you. Well, Google, I guess, can shadow ban you or something, but DuckDuckGo sold out. So I mean, DuckDuckGo is now censored.
Yeah, when you said about like nobody, actually, I think like any governmental agency or maybe like a huge corporation like Google can actually file something against you and stop your force that host company to stop your or like terminate the service. So it's still like if you don't host it, like
you can only do that for copyright. Only for copyright shit. That's the only way an ISP. Of course, an ISP can do it for whatever reasons, right? They can make up their own terms of service. But for like, as far as legally speaking, so someone has a website and I want to take it down. Copyright is the only legitimate purpose that forces an ISP to take you down.
I see.
Take you down.
Thank you for sharing the Telegram channel.
Yeah. I have other ones, but they're in Russian. And like, if you want to actually read it, you got to use like Google Translate, which is kind of an ass. And a lot of them mirror each other. So, I mean, it's just like redundant anyway.
Yep.
But they got like interviews with people that, I mean, a lot of people don't understand that like, so there was this area called the Donbass, which is Western Ukraine. And after the coup, they were basically like, screw you, we're not part of your coup government. And so that started a little war there about 8 years ago. But Ukraine actually managed to take some of them, right? To take parts of Western Ukraine, but other parts didn't succumb. So Mariupol was one of those parts. So basically the people that lived there, they were part of Ukraine, but let's just say they're involuntarily part of Ukraine.
I see.
So the Ukrainians treated them like shit when the war started. They were like shooting them. I mean, you can listen to a lot of the stuff on there's interviews with the residents. Some of the stuff like the Ukrainians did is pretty fucking horrifying. Stealing from them, taking their stuff, you name it, right? Just like because they already didn't like them. Basically, you got to think about it like this: the way they looked at the residents of Mariupol is if like they're the occupiers, right? So all the residents are kind of against you, so you can so they just treated them like crap.
I see. What I heard actually, something very interesting about what's happening in Ukraine now. It's like it was a trap that the Europeans and the US they drew Russia to fight in Ukraine with the help of the Israelis, or maybe funded by the Israelis, because there is a good amount of Jewish people in Ukraine, and they wanted to force them to immigrate to Israel now. So that's why they started this war, and there's a lot of news about Ukrainian Jewish people traveling to Israel now. So for me,
Zelensky is not Jewish, dude. Like, I don't know why they keep saying he's Jewish, but he's not. He's not. And I'll tell you why he's not, because Judaism is matrilineal. So being Jewish passes through your mother. His great-grandfather was Jewish, but nobody else. So he can't be Jewish. If it was his great-grandmother, yes, but it's not. It was his great-grandfather. So he's actually not Jewish. And it's who decides who's Jewish, right? The religion decides, not freaking some idiot in the media.
I see.
And yes, they do have a Nazi probe. They didn't draw Russia into anything. Have you seen the ruble is actually, last I looked, it was trading at 72. It's almost at the level it was pre 2014. The ruble versus the dollar and the euro.
Yeah. Actually, economically, Russia is doing amazingly on it, and I think they still have a lot of area to improve as well. Like I know, I'm sure you heard about like connecting the ruble to the gold.
Yeah, they already did that. They did it in a way. Listen, they'll let you buy. The central bank will sell you gold for a fixed price in rubles.
Yep.
But here's the other thing: is that they didn't really consider Russia's economic structure isn't like the West. They don't print money to get out of problems, right? So the Russian GDP, right, debt to GDP is something like 19, 20% of GDP. You know what it is like in the West, like in Western countries? It's something like 100 in the United States, it's like 139% of GDP, the debt to GDP ratio. So that means your debt is 1.3 times what you take in per year. In Russia, it's a quarter. Plus, Russia produces; they're a net producer and a net exporter. So they produce more than they consume. They export more than they import. They have a low debt. They have freaking crazy commodities, right? So what they did, like you can't. If you're self-sufficient, nobody can do anything to you. It doesn't matter what anybody
And they're in
does,
a
right?
position to buy up other people's debt. People in debt are going to be like, well, who's going to help me pay for this? And Russia will be like, I'll take care of that. Ching. Watch out.
Yeah, actually, that's what the Russians did in Syria. Basically, a lot of like debts were bought by the Russians, and it's scary now. Me being Syrian originally, so I don't know the situation in Syria now. Like one time in the future, you will see like Russian government, the Russian government having its hands on most parts of Syria, which is insane.
Maybe they're fighting a proxy war against Russia because they're going to be a main competitor to basically, have a good ruble that's debt ridden compared to these other countries that are under, these central banks and having to basically, get enslaved to debt. It's kind of like what happened with Libya and Gaddafi.
I see, but go ahead, Indio.
No, I was just going to say, like, the largest holder of U.S. Treasuries is China, so they have the most American debt. So what if China says we'll sell you these U.S. Treasury bonds for rubles, right? So they sell a bunch of rubles. Now Russia has a shitload of U.S. Treasury bonds, sells them into the market and collapses it. I mean, there's so many games that they could bankrupt the European economy just by cutting off the oil. They could just say, we're not selling you any more oil. That's it. You're done. Boom. Europe would collapse. It would go back into the Stone Age.
Yeah, it's a very scary situation. If you remember me, like for at least 1 year, I have been like warning people, especially in the US, like at least if you want to survive what's happening or what's going to happen soon, you need to move closer to the Middle East and try to stack, if not, try to stack on food, gold, water, medicine, all the essentials, What you see right now, like China starting to buy like oil with the ruble, India as well, like Saudi Arabia, they will start to also cooperate with the Russians selling, oil with the ruble. Sorry, it's very bad situation.
China's buying coal and oil and they're buying them with yuan, right? So they're buying them with their currency. Now Russia's going to have a bunch of their currency. Now they can just buy stuff in China, right? Same with India, right? So they India buys it with their currency. So what's they going to do with that currency? They have to buy stuff from India, right? Well, where else are you going to use it for? You have to use it in India. They're both bringing economic activity that are really just between the two countries, which are actually it's beneficial between the two countries.
Yep.
Because you're not going out of your currencies into dollars, right? Why the United States just like prints money in like crazy.
True.
That's why they're all in on this. They have no choice because what's the alternative? They have no alternative. They have to go all in. believe me, it doesn't matter what they say on TV, right? There's people that know what the score is. Now, they might not be like the people in the State Department. Those people are morons. But, like, there's economists, people in the military, people within the government that know what the deal is. And you know, they know the situation. It's not good, put it that way, for the West generally. Russia did it at the perfect time. When the U.S. has not developed hypersonic missiles yet, they have, right? They got 1,200-mile range. They're not stoppable. You can't shoot them down with a Patriot missile system. And, they could turn every Ministry of Defense in every country in Europe into a smoking fucking hole. In literally 2,000 seconds. That's how long it takes to go from fucking Russia to Brussels. It's 2,000 seconds. When you're going Mach 6.
Yeah, I know. Like the Russians, missile program is so advanced. I remember, like from the Gulf War, when the Saudis used to buy like Patriots from the U.S. to defend against Iraqi Scots, and also the Kuwaitis. So I know some insiders told me like they used to shoot a lot of Patriots against the Scud and not succeeding to intercept it. So
they're junk. They're literally the S-300, which is a Soviet-era anti-aircraft, anti-missile system, is better. That's a Soviet-era system. Is better than the Patriot missile system. And the Russians are on the S-500. So what does that tell you, right? Their S-500 is supposed to have a range of like 390 miles, which is there's not a ball, right? So, think about it, man. Their radar range is 300 and something miles. So if they can shoot something 300 something miles away, they just tested a missile like a week ago. It goes Mach 20.
That's insane.
So check this out. At Mach 11, so I've done tests on this. One of the tests is, I read this way back. Look, in researching 9/11, like how fast does something have to go? Like the hardest part of an airplane is the titanium axle in the jet plane's in a aircraft turbine, right? That's titanium. So I looked up how fast something has to be going to vaporize. Because remember how they said the planes crashed in Pennsylvania, and they literally said on the media that the planes vaporized. They hit the ground so hard.
Yep.
Yeah, this is what they said, dude. It went from solid to vapor. Yeah, okay, dude. So I actually looked it up. How fast does it have to be going? Mach 11 will vaporize titanium on impact. So if this goes Mach 20, yeah, you don't want to be on the wrong end of that.
Indeed. And also, what's funny, the whole thing about the S program for the Russian is they have to use beyond what is it called? Beyond visual range, not beyond visual range. Something about
horizon, right?
yeah, exactly. Thank you. Over the horizon radar, which is welcome to the flat Earth again, right?
Exactly. That's what I was just saying. Yeah, it's over the horizon radar. Yeah, that's fine. You might say, oh yeah, refraction bounces it over the horizon, right? So it bounces it back too over the horizon because it's a return signal, right? It bounces and has to come back. It can't take the same path back. So how do you know where it is?
True. Yeah. Insane. Especially for the altitude, if it's bouncing back up and down with the ground or the sea and the whatever layer of the atmosphere. So how do you determine what altitude is it? What the hell is wrong with you people?
Yeah, I mean that's fine. You can okay. Even if I take you at your word, you can send a radar signal over the horizon. How do you determine where it is? The object you're looking for is. How do you position it when you don't know how the radar signal returned, right? You don't know the path it took. You don't know what it bounced off of and where it was. You figure that out from the return signal, and if you don't know the return signal's path, then you don't know where it is.
Yep, and even because of course speed of light, right? So if they even try to determine what is the actual position or altitude of that target, they have so many returns which like act as a jamming signal, to the receiver. So which one is the true one? They don't know.
Yeah, and when you like, a lot of people don't understand this. Like, when something is refracted, right? You know how sometimes you can stick a penny in a glass of water, and it'll appear to be closer or further away, depending on where you look at it, because of refraction, right? The optical path actually is longer. So, like, their radar, the timing signal is going to be off, right? Instead of them thinking it's 12 miles away, because of this curved path, it's actually 15 miles away. But because of the timing signal and how refraction is based upon a change in the speed of light, right? So now you don't know how far it is away, and you don't know the path it took, and you don't know anything. It wouldn't work. It just can't work.
Yep. And you know what's funny now? Imagine all of that, all what you have said and I said, trying to use that signal to actually target it or like aim a missile at it. So it's like, good luck with that.
Yeah, while it's going, 1,000 miles an hour.
Oh yeah.
Some of me thinks that a lot of this stuff is on purpose, because if I can figure out that the things they're doing is stupid, they certainly must know. And it's hard for me to believe that they're not doing this shit on purpose. It's just really hard for me to believe that, like, they're not intentionally trying to lower the standard of living in the West down the same way they did when they deindustrialized America. Right? You don't have to pick up the rest of the world's economic status, right? You can just lower the people at the top, them down. That's a lot easier than bringing everybody up.
Yep. One of the best solutions to do that actually is war, right? So they just involve everyone in war, and guess what? Hyperinflation, and good luck restoring any economy after that.
And you know what? You have war in the things with the commodities that are needed to sustain life, like energy, food, and water, right? Those are the things that get inflated the most, right?
Yep.
TVs are still cheap, right? I can still go buy sneakers cheap. I can't buy a hamburger. I can't buy bread. I can't heat my house, but I can buy junk.
Right.
Which tells you it's all bullshit. It has to be all bullshit. It's like, you can't, if you just think about from common sense, how do you have a product which is very complex to make and engineer and all that stuff? Then you have something simple, but it's needed to sustain human life and a standard of living. That's expensive. But the things that are complex, those are cheap. That doesn't pass the smell test.
True.
Because usually, right, things that are more complex to make, they cost more money. The simple things don't cost money.
That's true.
So you haven't been around in a while, man. So, yeah. I don't know what to say about giving you an update. I mean, you were around when the wiki started, right? The wiki page.
No, I don't know it. Please,
Oh yeah, I'll post a link in Livestream voice text. Yeah, there's a wiki page that I host that too. So it's actually
That's
got like
amazing.
100+ observations on it of all different distances. So it's pretty cool.
I like while traveling, I met a pilots. I said, "Hey guys, do you know like you're flying over the flat Earth?" And they looked at me like, "Ha ha ha!" And I said, "Like seriously, look at the like attitude indicator and artificial horizon, and tell me." And I think they got scared to a point where they got the message, but they cannot reply to it because they know if they do, they will or maybe they get involved in a bigger issue, maybe being fired or something. Let's see. Oh, nice. Thank you for sharing the link.
Yeah, so if anyone says to you, "Hey, there's no evidence for flat Earth," just give them that link. Because the anti-flat earthers, there's no evidence for flat Earth. Yeah, except for the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, the Indian Ocean. Yeah, there's no evidence except for those.
Wow, that's insane, man. Thank you for sharing this. It's amazing.
Yeah.
The sad thing is like we are in a very desperate situation now where like soon people won't be like giving any damn care or like they won't be interested at all about flat earth, square earth. They don't care with the like hyperinflation and food, water crisis, what have you. It will be so late, man.
Well, I mean, generally, I would agree with you that when people are in like subsistence living situations, they kind of like only deal with what's necessary for survival. But also, when people are in hard times, they tend to turn to faith more. You know what I mean? Because they don't like. I'd say that is like. I hate to compare it to like entertainment, right? But you're more into like things that are important, and I guess like your everlasting soul is kind of important, and that becomes more important to them. And we all know that nearly every religion, I would say every religion, has a flat Earth cosmology, not a globe one.
That's true. Also like
people come back to the roots of back to the roots of humanity, which is faith in a higher being, and maybe they'll take it all instead of betting all their chips on fucking outer space and Elon Musk and aliens.
Yep, and I think even flat Earth has some kind or type of surviving benefit if you are, or those like us and those who know that they are living on a flat Earth. Imagine if you wanted to survive, let's say a weather crisis, a global, not global really, but you know what I mean. This scam of global warming or what have you. I think it's something biblical and like prophesized. We know that one of the end times signs, water around the world will start disappearing. Earth will stop like growing or like providing plants or like what is it called? Sorry, my English now is so bad. Do traveling and can say jet lag or what have you. Yeah, so basically the situation will be so desperate. Using or having in mind the flat Earth cosmology will actually be beneficial for those who's trying to travel around the world or trying to determine what is the best place to be at for the time being.
Well, yeah, hopefully it also helps them see through propaganda, and like it should be a lesson, really a lesson for humanity. The whole flat Earth globe thing is that it's really easy to deceive people at very fundamental levels and make and make anyone that you know how it is. Oh, I'm a flat earther. Everybody attacks you. Just like it's just very easy to control people's behavior. It's a lot easier than I think people realize. And literally, people observe a flat Earth, and people have been convinced that that is an optical illusion. That is just in your imagination. That what you're seeing is not real. I mean, you can't. There is. If I was like, okay, I want to trick somebody. What is the greatest trick you can pull on somebody? It's to convince somebody that their personal experiences are just a figment of their imagination. I mean, you can't get any better than that.
True.
I mean, they're at well, I guess you can get worse than that when they start trying to convince people, that men can get pregnant and shit. I mean, yeah, that's next level.
Indeed.
Google, they just changed it on Google, but Google was saying it that men can get pregnant. If you typed in "can men get pregnant," it was saying yes in some circumstances.
You know what's funny is like you hear about some athletes who were men and then like did the surgery transformed into being females and still going into like sports and what have you. Now you see those females who were like kind of agreeing with rights, human rights, what have you, this crap. Now complaining that those are like kind of cheaters, you see, for example, I were watching a video on YouTube about feminism and transgenders athletes. What's funny is like you would have like a very poor performance, let's say in tennis, doing the transformation and then competing against females, and will be number one in the female, even though he were like he was number 300 or something in the rating, competing against men. So yeah, I think it will
Only
not
is
last.
he number one female, he's way better than every other female. Like
Exactly.
he's crushing every other female.
Exactly, especially for like runners, when they compete, like those transgender athletes competing after transformation, competing against females, you would see like being so poor in performance against men. Yeah, when they join like against females, you see them like topping everyone and breaking every previous record for females in like any sport you want, like just name it. It's crazy.
Those people have a deep-seated hatred towards women or something, or like ultimately very wrong with them. Like, you should look up Hannah Muncy for Australia. Hannah Muncy, you can see her like one hand like plowing through an entire Saudi handball team and whipping this thing at warp 9 towards this net. Not a chance, like, not a single fucking chance in hell does this one team have against like him by himself.
I want Glover to come in here. I want to flat smack somebody. Come out, wherever you are.
Like just like if you want like just to like entertain yourself, watch this video in like live stream. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, I've seen some of them. It's pretty horrifying. Normally, that would be assault and battery.
Yep. Is anyone talking now? Okay. I have Discord lagging for me. I see like Jimsy all the way, like he's the only member of the server.
Did you just said Jamesy?
Yep.
Hey, what's up?
Hey man,
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much. Let me share what I'm seeing with you.
Cool, DM me.
Yeah, nobody's talking because there's no Globers in the end.
I think there has been an extinction event of mass proportion and Globers have been affected.
Yeah, also, when a Glober comes in, there's about 10 people jumping on him, demolishing him, you know, so...
Only 10?
Any new converts?
I'll be back.
Well, there's new converts every day, but, you know, they don't come in here. They're quiet. The unspoken.
I see.
The silent majority.
It's hard for anyone. Like, imagine yourself being a new flat earther, and now you are 100% convinced. You have all the facts. It will be like you alone inside your family, inside your community, you know, society, trying to stop against the stream. So it will take them some time, but hopefully they will get there.
Yeah, actually, there was a couple of streams about 3-4 weeks back, and I clicked on the links, and one was like Japanese flat earthers, and the other one was Korean flat earthers. You know, so it is growing.
Nice.
Yeah, I typed the Earth is flat, and they said, "Yeah, we know, we're all flat earthers." It's actually massive in Brazil. And also growing in